dedication, not just hard work, it's also patience. Chipped away at it and ignored the hate. And now we big Tom status and it's us for the taking. We eat, dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat, we make every situation sweet. Now all we need is, yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Give it more. Oh yeah. Give it more. Give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Oh yeah.
You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Just hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have felt for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back your heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't bother wasting breath. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say you've been messing with greatness. Faces, stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck in your brain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have felt for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. Take back your heart. Yeah, yeah.
Ding ding. Why you just have that look upon your face with the underestimation? It is still yesterday. 'Cause baby, I can fly without you by my side. I can do a whole lot more than just look pretty. I know that it'll take some time to see, but you're never stopping me. I know that we ain't giving up. If you thought so, well, tough luck. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't over till the bell goes ding. We're gonna fight, so step aside and let us sing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine. A big old confidence boost. You never to lose. Just know that you'll be winning cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you. Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rough. Foot on the gas so you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster,
solving right now. And whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good. Feel like I'm the big dog, been killing it since tip-off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort around the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarding. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it, and the haters be looking surprised. Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I solve it right now. And whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good. Yeah. Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I've been climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came from the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
I'm the type of girl that turns logic into utterance. Think you know it all, but then you let me get inside your head. Yeah. Steady joke design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax 3. to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up the life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cutthroat code. Run it again with it. XOX cutthroat code. Run it again with it.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
वो जो था वो पास्ट में था, वो गया, अब फ्यूचर पे ध्यान देते हैं।
ये डिसीजन गलत ले ली जिसकी वजह से बहुत खराब हो गया। मेरे को भरोसा है कि इस टीम के साथ मैं ये ट्रॉफी जरूर निकालूंगा।
हम लोग को रियलाइजेशन हुआ कि हम लोग हारने नहीं आए, यहाँ पे हम लोग जीतने आए, जीत गए और कुछ लोगों के हाथ से ट्रॉफी छीन ली।
AKOP जो है को तो कोई जानता ही नहीं है।
There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
Budvaja का ग्रेनेड एज को नॉक करेगा, ट्रिगर को गेम से बाहर करेगा। And the champions, they paying the price with the blood.
Day 2 is supposed to be the day of comebacks. Well, are we going to see any? That's for the future. Welcome to BGMI Snapdragon Pro Series, where I'm going to be a host of Caster Neck Road. John alongside with me on the panel, it's Shadow. And Shadow, as we know, Day 2 is supposed to be the day of comebacks. And as I mentioned, a lot of the known names are still on the latter half of the board, including teams like Hyderabad Hydras and 7 Habits.
Yeah, definitely. Hyderabad Hydras right at the bottom. No one expected them to be there. GENxFM Gujarat Tigers, initially they were also struggling. But they redeemed themselves over the latest stages of the game. But Hyderabad Hydras with just 9 points, I think it's something to worry about. If they want to qualify, this day is of going to be a prime importance for 7 Habits as well as Hyderabad Hydras. And 7 Habits, they were doing those third parties, but they were not getting the best outcome out of it.
Yeah, 7 Habits were definitely choking a lot of those scenarios that they were not supposed to, considering they still had the upper hand in those scenarios. But let's just hope that Day 2 is going to be much more better. Day 1, you can always give them the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, maybe it's just the Day 1. There's probably a lot of those jitters going on. But you know what? Speaking of the Open Finals and speaking of the format itself, here's the format on the screen. As we know, 2 qualifiers happened and 12 teams from each qualifier moved on forward. We've got 24 teams in the Open qualifiers, from which only top 16 teams move on towards the challenge season, and 16 more teams will be invited in the challenge season itself, and the top 16 teams move to the challenge finals, and of course only one team will be crowned as the champion of the Snapdragon Pro Series BGMI.
Well, definitely, it's a long journey, but if you qualify for the challenge finals, you will get the prize pool, which is going to be 50 lakh rupees if you place on the first position. On the second spot, you get 20 lakh rupees. Third place team will get 8 lakhs. Fourth place will get 5 lakh rupees. Even every single team is going to get something. The 16th place team is also going to get something, but talking about the individual prize money, the MVP is going to get 50,000 rupees. The first finisher will get 60,000. Second finisher will get 30,000. The first winner chicken dinner team is going to get 60,000 rupees. There is also individual prize money also for the finishers. So a lot of money is on the line. So at this stage, Open Finals, you need to be in the top 16 if you want to claim that prize money.
Exactly. It's 1 crore rupees on line in total. So yes, one thing is for sure, there's a lot of money up for grabs. And how do you exactly get your hands on that money? Well, it's through this point system. First placing team inside of the game will get 10 points. The second placing team will get 6 points. The third placing team will get 5. And it's going to keep on descending downwards. And the best part about this point system, each finish that you get will also give you 1 point in the game.
Yeah, definitely. The finish point is something we need to consider, because many times we see that the chicken dinner getting team is placed in the second spot just because someone else has got the higher finishes, higher elimination points than them. So you need to find the perfect balance between the placement points and the elimination points, which few teams yesterday seem to be struggling. Speaking about Gujarat Tigers, They have decent finish points, but they were struggling towards the placement points. They only have 6 placement points, so that is something Gujarat Tigers also need to focus on.
Hands down. And speaking of the overall standings in general, right? At the top, we've got GENxFM with 63 points. On the second spot is Team Jelly with 52. On the third, you've got BotArmyEsports. And let's be honest, BotArmyEsports being there in the top 3, we never saw this coming. It's a complete new banner that's actually performing pretty well, including Eternity too. The top 5 is definitely looking quite mixed up, but let's just hope that the top 5 is going to stay in the top 5 itself, because as I mentioned, day 2 is usually supposed to be the day of comebacks. Maybe a few teams on the latter half of the board, they can definitely catapult themselves instantly in the top 5 as well. Anything can happen. There's so many question marks still yet to be answered.
And one of those teams could be the players of GENxFM as well, Neeraj, because yesterday we saw GENxFM towards the last 2 games. They did try to pull off a really high fragging game. So GENxFM right now, they're currently placed in 9th spot, if I'm not wrong. Maybe if they stage a comeback, they can be in the top 5. BotArmyEsports, Team Eternity, Vanguard Esports, these are the 3 names which might have a bullseye target behind their backs today. So they need to come up with a plan B as well.
Exactly, and Vanguard Esports yesterday got 2 check-in dinners back-to-back. You can't really ignore the fact that Vanguard Esports right now is one of the most strongest teams in the entire lobby, especially for the teams like Hyderabad Hydras who are on the struggling side of things, including Gujarat Tigers as well. Yes, they're currently in the top 16, and that's where you want to be, but still, Gujarat Tigers, I feel like they've got much more better potential than what they're showcasing right now.
Speaking of the finish points, they've got 18 finishes. So that means they have the aggression. They were able to win those 4v4 fights. So the placement point is something they need to focus on. Speaking of the hidden ones, I think they have found the perfect balance between the placement and finish points, because every single game, I think this team was getting those average points. So I think hidden ones is also one of those names, especially after the performance which they delivered in the last Miramar. I think big things should be expected from the side of hidden ones as well.
Even BotArmyEsports, you can't really overshadow the fact that even this team was doing pretty good. GENxFM, of course, quite the known name. You can say at this point in time, it's one of the T1 teams, and GENxFM has been showcasing a lot of those signs of life that we all love to see. It's, of course, one of the known names, as I mentioned. Even minus 40 yesterday was doing pretty good. In just the span of 4 games, minus 40 also managed to achieve 29 points, and being the newer faces on the block, still they're doing much better. And I do expect a lot much more, even from the side of Metal Esports, because it's pretty much a champion lineup. In the recent official tournament, Metal Esports, the lineup that they have, they performed super well. They were there in the top 2. So that in itself should speak volumes about the team's potential.
Definitely, Metal Esports has started on a very good note. They started the day by getting a beautiful winner chicken dinner and a high fragging game in the very first Erangel. So Metal Esports, I think at this point they are in a safe spot. They are in the top 10. So I'm not worried about Metal Esports at this point. But if I have to ask you your prediction, which team you think is in the bottom and they can stage a comeback on day number 2?
Hands down, I think so, Hyderabad Hydras. No better name than them, and we know what Hyderabad Hydras is capable of too. Maybe because of the recent switcheroos in the roster, they're struggling a bit, but Hyderabad Hydras is definitely one of those teams to look out for. We've got today's schedule on the screen, and we're going to kick things off with Group A and B on the map of Miramar. And of course, the second map will also be Miramar. You move on towards Erangel, and then the last map is going to be Sanhok, where Group A and C will be the one to participate.
Definitely. Sanhok today is going to be the last match where Group A and C will be coming in. But now we have Group A and B. That means Hyderabad Hydras, the team you predict will be playing from the very first match. Then we have the players of Eternity as well. Eternity had a very good run on day number 1. Along with that, there is one more team. Yes, they are not in the top 10, but they performed really well. That is going to be Diesel Esports, considering the way they were taking those fights, especially in Miramar. I think Diesel Esports is also one of the team to look out for.
Diesel Esports is definitely one of those teams, as you mentioned, to look out for. And the only reason why so is because they've got Gokul, who used to be part of Team Limra in the past. And Team Limra has had fantastic results. And Gokul being the IGL, definitely the expectations are going to be all-time high. And as we have the playing groups on the screen right now, Group A and B is going to be the one to participate in the first game of Miramar. Shadow, I would like to know your predictions about these two groups.
I'll go with GENxFM. I think GENxFM, considering the way they performed yesterday, I think they need to have at least one chicken dinner. If not chicken dinner, I think it's going to be a very high fragging game from their side.
GENxFM is definitely quite a solid pick, and I think so. It's also quite a safe pick because they're still there in the top 16, doing pretty good. So, you know what? GENxFM is quite a nice pick. I'm going to give you that. And honestly speaking now, let's talk about Group A and B itself, and let's talk about GENxFM particularly. GENxFM is always one of those teams that is driven heavily by momentum. Now, if GENxFM is doing pretty good in the overall standings, there's a big chance they're also going to do pretty much good in the map itself. And speaking of the map, here we go. First game of the day boots up on the screen right now as the plane's going to hit the skies once again. And as the plane flight path begins all the way from the bottom right of the map towards the bottom left, which is of course going to be Valle del Mar.
Certainly, Valle del Mar, the flight path is starting from. Definitely, there are a few teams which like going towards that side. Yesterday, we saw Hidden Ones going to Valle del Mar, but this time they are not playing in this particular lobby. Yes, they are in Group C, so they are sitting out this particular one. But speaking of the other teams, I can see a major cluster dropping towards the side of Impala and Puerto Piracio. A lot of teams are focusing on the southern side of the map. Los Leones, Hyderabad Hydras, they have been going there since a very long time, and that is exactly where they're heading for now. SBA going a little north. Along with that, we have the plus of Team Bunny Esports also going a little north side of the map. But I want to see those drop clashes if they happen somewhere on the map.
Hands down. I mean, especially if you try and look at the drop clash right now, it does seem like DOD's old boy sort of in the enemy turf right now, right next to the players of Myth. And Myth are definitely one of those players that would not love to take the fight, so you can't say old boy. There's a big chance the man can definitely get out unscathed. There is one of the players moving towards old boy himself to try and get the rescue mission done, which is Reaper. But I guess somewhere down the line, Reaper as well has sent some sort of threat around that area. I'm not sure why there's such a big distance between the players of DOD, do or die. And right now, it's definitely a scenario for old boy. Either he needs to do or either he needs to die. He's only got two options. WSP as well, right next to the players of FS. And even for them, it's not going to be that easy of a task to try and get out of that entire spot harm's way. It is definitely going to be super tough, especially when you've got a team like FS chasing you down. RedxRoss is going to have a tough time.
Agreed. But I love the circle. It's a complete southern eastern circle where Hyderabad Hydras are going to find themselves in a very good spot in the city of Los Leones. But like you said, do or die, old boy is not in a good spot at all. But we already have an action happening where Eternity's Tyrant has already been picked off by the plus of Team Metal Esports. Eternity, yesterday they had a good start, but this time on day number 2, seems like they are the ones facing the first casualty in the lobby. They need to be a bit careful at this point because yes, they are on the periphery of the circle, but playing with the 3-man army in a map like Miramar is never an easy job. Speaking of the plus of Team FS as well, considering the performance yesterday, I think they are right at the bottom, let's be honest, with only 6 points. They are in the danger area. They need to buckle up. This game is going to be of prime importance for future star, because if they start on a good note, that is going to give them the confidence for the upcoming games of today.
Hands down. Confidence is something that's needed. Momentum, that's desperately needed for a lot of these teams on the latter half of the board. And a while ago, we did see the elimination of Eternity, at least one of the players getting eliminated from the game. And even yesterday, Eternity started things off with just a 3-man squad in the first game as well. And now the same thing repeats itself. I guess it's sort of like a tradition that goes on with Eternity. And that game was actually pretty decent as well for Eternity, so you never know. With a 3-man squad, it can definitely make a lot of stuff happen. But hold on to that thought. Metal Esports pouncing on top of the players of BotArmyEsports. Scary's right in the front. His position's noticed. Shots are taken against him, but still, somehow, Cyrax misses. And he will be taken down instantly. Scary gets replied back, that's for sure. But where is exactly the cavalry of BotArmyEsports? The elimination gets confirmed. And now for Metal Esports, Prince OG. This man is stuck in quite an awkward spot. He's only got his hands on the ace. Can he make a lot happen with this weapon? A 2x and the weapon. Goes for the spray. Spots the first player and takes him down. Henry not in the game anymore, but eventually Prince will be shut down from an off angle. Devotee's going to be the man to put the nail in the coffin. And just like that, Bot Army, they prevail in this scenario.
BotArmyEsports, they started staging a comeback yesterday in the very first game. They had a very good outcome. In the last game of Erangel also, BotArmyEsports, they did show the signs of that aggression. And now already kicking things on a very good note. On the very first map of day number 2, 4 finish points with no casualty at all. I think BotArmyEsports, they do have a very good start for the Miramar. All they need to do is now just focus on those placement points. If they have the placement points, I think Bot Army can find themselves in a very good spot in the overall leaderboard as well. But right now also they are somewhere on the 11th spot with total of 24 points. So this is also one of those teams that is keeping the perfect balance between the placement and finish. I think I spoke too soon because GENxFM has striked at the right moment and takes down Monty Bay, who was trying to get inside that vehicle.
Third parties expected. Even yesterday the same thing was happening, but this time on the map in Miramar, we're having quite a fiery start. Teams want to be aggressive off the rip. They want to get their hands on the elimination. GENxFM, they did not want to miss out on this party. Monty gets taken down instantly. The man was out in the open, and that's why Monty had to pay the price for that mistake. The rest of the Bot Army, though, they managed to escape away from that spot, so that's a great thing. But GENxFM, they've already tasted the blood, and now they're also going to find the trail. And GENxFM are like the bloodhounds chasing down the prey in the front. Considering they know BotArmyEsports now, they do not really have all the cards online. So if GENxFM wants, they can definitely make the push happen.
They can, certainly can. But GENxFM, after getting that one finish points, they don't want to overcome it in that situation. They want to be a little bit careful, considering they were struggling a little bit yesterday in the first few games. Now they want to take things very carefully. They just want to prioritize the circle and find a good spot for themselves. So GENxFM, for now, just only one finish point, but I don't think they have anything to worry about, considering they are sitting, I think, somewhere in the top 10 already with 27 points. But placement points is something that concerns GENxFM. But we have seen these lads perform in the past. They are known for their good rotations. So I think GENxFM is also going to stage a very good comeback today. But do or die, my concerns are for this particular team. Because Neeraj, let's be honest, this lineup has been sticking around since a very long time. All the players are known in the community. They have been grinding since a very long time. And the way they were performing yesterday, it was a little bit worrisome, especially considering the rotations which were coming in. They were taking out fights out in the open. So that is something, do or die, they need to think about and focus more on the good rotations.
Do or Die has always been one of those teams that likes to prioritize the aggression, that likes to take the fights. And yeah, considering they do not really have a lot of experience, maybe that's why they're making so many rookie mistakes. But all you can hope, as the time keeps on passing by, they're going to try to iron out those mistakes and be much more better in the competition. They definitely do have the potential, and we've seen a lot of the times in the past as well, this team does pack a lot of punch. It's all about delivering the blow at the right time. Gujarat Tigers on the screen, one of the teams that is supposed to be the scariest in the lobby, but instead they're struggling themselves. Found themselves on the receiving end of things. RedxRoss next to BotArmyEsports. Phoenix is trying to walk up slowly and steadily, spots out the player, shots taken, and a lot of those shots were missed as well, but eventually finds the connection. Scary gets taken down from BotArmyEsports, and why does BotArmyEsports seem so scattered?
Oh, BotArmyEsports, they managed to escape from the clutches of GENxFM and walked right into the clutches of WSB. Bot Army not looking very good at this point. And WSB, they also need to prioritize the rotation, Neeraj, because they are close to 2,000 meters away from the circle. And considering we have 15 teams in the lobby, there is a possibility on the map of Miramar that anyone can cut off your rotations. You can be caught off guard out in the open. So WSB, for now, they are going for the late rotation, just like the players of -40 were doing yesterday. But for now, speaking of the circle and the teams, I think the team which is looking very promising are also the players of Eternity, because they have also occupied the city of Los Leones. Everyone, majority of the teams are currently focusing on the center of Los Leones.
Indeed they are. And of course, it's still just the stage 1 of the game, right? Stage 2 is slowly and steadily gonna happen, but still you've got 20 more seconds to do so. And teams will try to prioritize the center. They want to be in the best possible spot. Next zone's going to be the one to dictate the main pace and also where exactly the upcoming zones are going to go. That way the teams will need to start navigating their way towards that spot. Hyderabad Hydras, Smokes gets knocked out. Hunter's out in the open. Has taken too many shots. Luckily enough, Hunter instantly backs away in the cover, but as soon as I say so, he also gets pushed up on by the player of GENxFM, and Vishu finds the bullet on Hunter's chest. Hunter falls down, but with that, Hyderabad Hydras, they're just taken down to a two-man squad, and they've got no other option than to back away from that spot. GENxFM has done a fantastic job in making sure that Hyderabad Hydras crack.
Hyderabad Hydras, they need to take the bull by the horns. They need to address what's really happening wrong with them, because that was quite unfortunate. 2 players already being taken down in the very first map, and at the point where they need those points, they need those crucial placement and the finish point. GENxFM definitely is making the most out of every single situation, but do or die Bhalu trying to pep a few bullets towards the side of Hyderabad Hydras, but no damage done whatsoever. For now, do or die, they're trying to be the king of the hills, but the way they are scattered, they need to be a bit careful as well. The next fight could be brewing between the players of IST. At the same time, we have one more team, F1, which can do a third party. So Wingod might be in a sort of a pickle, but majority of the teams are going for the safe rotation. Considering the rotation, if you look at Diesel Esports, they're going all the way from the southern side, taking the southern highway. 7 Habit could try and gatekeep them, but for now nothing really is happening. Diesel Esports are also taking their sweet time to move inside the circle, but I like the rotation of Bunny Esports, Neeraj. If you look at that, all the northern control is with the players of GENxFM and Team Bunny.
Hold on. As soon as you said that you liked the rotation of Bunny, there was a man who got knocked out. Let's not jinx it. And anyways, Bunny's doing too good already. Even if they do get taken down over here, it's not really going to affect them a lot in the overall standings. Still, they will have 3 more games in their hands. So, yeah, for Team Bunny, they've got that cushion to play with. Getting kicked out of the top 16, especially with such a margin, it seems next to impossible in my opinion. And Bunny right now, with a decent compound to play with, not exactly in the center, a little bit tilted to the northern side. Gujarat Tigers on the screen. Playing it pretty defensive, playing it pretty passive this time. Holding down Puerto Paraiso, they've got the high ground to play with. Elimination feed also starts popping up as Diesel Esports. They take fight against 7 Habits, and already they've found the first knockout and also the confirmation. That's exactly what Diesel Esports was looking for. But Diesel Esports themselves, they need to pull off a flawless rotation, and that's where Gujarat Tigers are now going to start to take the shots against them. I'm not exactly sure what Diesel Esports was thinking with this approach, but Clutch God single-handedly shutting down 2 players, making sure that the 2 players that were approaching him up close and personal, they don't stand a chance in that duel. Albion Orlo, the last 2 remaining players, Clutch God, he needs to patch himself up. But the utilities are still not being utilized by the players of Diesel Esports. Clutch God's got his hands on the S12K, but this time it's not going to work out as the AKM clicks on his skull. And Orlo is taken down pretty low as well. Him standing alive in this entire scenario, the chances are way too less, and that's what Armand proves. Armand out in the open wanted to go for the revival on the fallen player, but he will be denied instantly as even the last player falls down. And just like that, Gujarat Tigers, they wipe out the entirety of Diesel Esports, but at the cost of Clutch God.
Yeah, they lost one of their own, but 7 Habit is also on the close proximity. So Gujarat Tigers, they need to be a bit careful, because 7 Habit, last player, was hearing all the commotion happening. Diesel Esports, haste makes waste. They wanted to take a fight with the players. They wanted to find actually a safe spot to take a fight with the players of Gujarat Tigers. And in the process of doing so, they slammed the vehicle directly in front of Clutch God. And Clutch God, kudos to him, the way he single-handedly did manage to land that S12K shots onto the 2 players of Diesel Esports. 50% of the fight was already won by Clutch God in that situation. But 7 Habit, well, they also lost one of their own. But Gujarat Tigers and 7 Habit, they might lock horns with each other, because both of them want to have a part of Puerto Paraiso. On the other side of the map, we have few teams coming from the western side. That is going to be the players of Team FS. And considering their position, Team Eternity might try and gatekeep them.
They might. For 7 Habits, they need to pave a pathway. That's super safe. And that's what they're doing exactly. Hugging the edge line. Making sure that they're not going to be shot at from the top. I like this approach from 7 Habits. It's pretty clever. It's going to keep him safe as well for such a long time, but avoiding the fights, trying to be in the center. For now, maybe it can work out considering it's just the stage 2 of the game, but in the upcoming moments, I'm not sure how much success you're going to find with this approach. Eternity's captain falls down. I hope he's alive in the game, because if he gets taken down, then Eternity's just left with a 2-man squad. And that consistent spree that you speak of, that's going to be broken down. They won't have any sort of momentum to work with. Eternity, they need Captain to be back on his feet. Myth is getting approached by 7 Habits. Guts, he's trying to get all the attention upon himself, is attracting all the attention. As Oxen is now taking shots against Kalu, the entirety of Myth is focused on just that one single player. The man taps away, but no connection found just yet. Few smokes tossed out from Kalu, in the hope that maybe someone from the side of Myth that is taking shots against him will stop taking shots, but that's not going to be the case. Oxen, he's got the player pinned down. This entire compound is in the hands of Myth, and taking it away is going to be a super tough job.
Agreed. Breaching into the compounds of Myth officials is not going to be easy. But look at the position of SBA Aryan. He's also in the close proximity. In fact, he has got the uphill advantage as well. So there is a possibility of a SBA doing a third party if the players of Myth are caught off guard out in the open. But seems like Aiden might have a slight idea. But for now, SBA, they are locking horns with the players of Do or Die, as Old Boy has already been finished off. But at the same time, speaking of the performance of Myth officials yesterday, after performing really good in the first Erangel, Myth officials were not able to find themselves any sort of good outcome, but Spare instantly shuts down Bhalu of Do or Die. This is the problem with Do or Die, the way they engage in a fight. Not even engaging in a fight, I'd call them bad rotation. They were just trying to find a safe escape, safe compound, without scouting the area, without getting the proper information, and they've lost 2 of their own. Now, as a 2-man army, I don't know how much points can they gather in this map.
Yeah. Maybe not a lot. But Maxioso, that was a beautiful headshot with the AKM. He's got an interesting loadout. We haven't really seen anyone going with that loadout. An AKM and a Mini 14. Interesting loadout, right? AKM, a weapon that's made for close to medium ranges, while you've got the Mini 14 for the longer ranges. Let's see if it works out or not for that player, but Team Bunny 2 starting to chime inside of the fights, partaking for some few elimination points that they can gather. Myth on the screen as Peter's Paul falls down to the hands of 7 Habits, and it's not a good news at all. They would want to get the fallen player back on his feet, especially if you look at the surrounding 2. SBA, they're starting to wrap around the players of Myth, and Myth needs to be a little bit more careful. 7 Habits slowly and steadily wanting to take the approach against the player who's fallen down from Myth. But does Myth want to let that player get away? Or do they want to get the fallen player back on his feet? That's my question. F1 Gara in the front lines. This nade's being tossed to perfection, and it's going to find the connection as well. I'm not exactly sure what Smog was doing there. But Gara, he gets knocked out. Beautiful nade place from Smog. Knowing exactly where the player is going to be as well. And then he takes down the second player too with ease. Oh boy, Smog. That's an entire squad wiped right there.
Yes, definitely. Eternity Smog has managed to get 2 finish points in that situation. F1, they were trying to take down the plus of Eternity, but Smog, in the process of doing so, he lost 3 of his own. But Vanguard Esports versus FS Esports are also trying to lock horns with each other, where FS, Future Stars, are trying to breach into the compounds of Vanguard. Yash keeping a close eye, but Godex needs to be a bit careful, as a lot of util is being tossed towards his side. FS, Sense Boy already knocked out, and the confirmation point is already there. Flex is also on a very sliver of HP. He needs to patch himself up. So many utils are being invested. At the same time, LeBron is also on the flank angle. So that means Future Stars, they're pretty much trapped in that compound, and they're literally burning, especially here.
F is in the house. The players are taken down low, susceptible to the utilities. They're looking pretty vulnerable. And FS, they know they're pretty much trapped in this entire building. Can't even move out yet. Constantly, utilities are being tossed in that window. A few more utils rain in, but none of them find any sort of connection. Still, one man was knocked out a while ago, and Wingod, the players got no clue that there was a man in the corner just waiting for him to pop up from that window. Such a big mistake. And he needs to pay the price for that. GENx, you do not expect such a big mistake from a player like GENx. Not even checking the corner, straight up popping up in that window. For Wingod, it is understandable why they're playing it so aggressive, because they've got nothing to lose. They've already got so many points. But still, it's about getting your hands warmed up, especially before the challenge season. And right now, FS, they've got the man advantage in the situation as Wingod Esports. They seem pretty vulnerable now. One good placed utility can actually get rid of LeBron too. A man who's supposed to be the main playmaker for Wingod Esports. Yash is still there inside of the house, and LeBron from the outskirts. He's wanting to find the opener, but it's going to be super tough to do so.
Lot of utils are being invested, but no connection at all for the plus of Future Stars and Wingod. LeBron definitely has a good spot. He's trying to take down Kira.
Oh, what a nade!
Right on face of Kira, but retaliation nade also takes down LeBron. It's a 1v2 situation for the last player of Wingod Esports. Not a good spot, especially Reflex having a S12K in his hands. Broccoli, Reflex, then he also need to go for the rescue mission onto the fallen comrade, but they need the confirmation point as well. They heard the sound that the player is out in the open. Reflex going for the reload onto the S12K, but Wingod trying to buy some time.
You can feel the nerves, you can feel that pressure ramping up on Reflex. It's a 1v1 between Reflex and Yash is just waiting patiently for Reflex to make any sort of mistakes, but instead Reflex is going for that safer play. He's going for the revival on the fallen player, and here comes the spray. We'll try to get the fallen player knocked out first, but instead Kira is back on his feet, but Kira makes a big mistake. He went for the first hit instantly as soon as he was popped up, and that's why he could have been re-knocked, and he actually does get re-knocked in return, but Reflex saves the day for his teammate. Luckily enough, Reflex was the one saving the day for FS, or else this game would have been a big failure too.
Did he really save the game? Because it's a stage 5 circle. The blue will be dishing out a lot of damage onto the plus of Team FS. They don't have too many medkits as well in their hands, but 7 Habit Kalu also spotted out the players of Do or Die out in the open. Do or Die, that was a big mistake, staying out in the open. And now Vinash has already been dealt with. 7 Habit, they have got one finish point, but they don't have the control of the circle. They're 400 meters away from the circle, and Myth officials is a big ugly thorn in their path. But now they need to deal with the plus of Team Myth. A lot of smoke being invested, softcore, but the vehicle runner coming in takes down Guts of 7 Habits, leaving Kalu all by himself in a 1v3 situation.
Myth fighting for supremacy. They've got the upper hand inside of the fight. And just like that, Maxiosa will put that final nail in the coffin. And with that, the entire squad, even they collapsed. 7 Habits had a lot of expectation from this name, but unfortunately, they failed to deliver. And even a while ago, we did see Reflex 2 get taken down by the play zone, so even that squad is not there in the game anymore. A valiant effort, though. Especially taking down a team that is currently at the top of the charts is not easy. And you clearly felt the pressure, too, especially when Reflex was in a 1v1. He knew his team has got everything to lose, while the opponent team, they've got nothing to lose. They're already at the top, and Wingod Esports were making sure that they were putting in the maximum amount of work, but still Reflex was the one to come out on top. But moving back to this scenario, Gujarat Tigers next to WSB, both the teams right next to each other, Zaref and Arman, former players off the same banner. Let's see what they've got in store. One good place nade can actually find you a jackpot. The players are way too next to each other, and that might just lead to their own demise. 3 players right next to each other of WSB, and Gujarat Tiger as well is just playing around that same hill. And look at Phoenix. He's so separated from the rest of the pack, and I'm not a big fan of this. I'm not exactly sure what Phoenix is doing such far away, but he needs to try and close on up. But Phoenix has already found a knockout onto the players of Myth. As Maxiosa gets knocked out, a man who was putting in the most amount of work is not there in the game anymore for Myth. And that's going to be a big bummer. It's going to be massive stinger. Phoenix now finally starts to reunite with his teammates as he's trying to back away towards his own squad. It's not going to be an easy pathway, that's for sure. It's going to be filled with a lot of thick and thins, but still Phoenix wants to make it there. Realizing the fact that there's already so many teams starting to stack around that hill, it's not going to be safe to move there.
The fact that Phoenix is away from his teammates, he's also passing a lot of information to his teammates who are being the king of the hills. He's information onto the plus of Team Myth. He also has the info onto the plus of Team SB as well. Team Bunny also trying to contest the same hill which the plus of WSB and Gujarat Tigers are holding on to. Arman seems like he has spotted on the plus of Team Bunny. One single grenade can mark the end of entire team of Team Bunny. Rishi, Dope, they both get taken down. Sanchit is the only man standing. Arman single-handedly just with the usage of
my God!
takes down the entire squad of Team Bunny Esports.
What am I watching?
God.
The utility utilization, the precision from Gujarat Tiger was on point. First nade's tossed. It finds a knockout on the Dope. The second one as well instantly finds the knockout on the second player of Team Bunny. Oh boy. The precision with the utilities from Gujarat Tigers. And just like that, they wipe out the entirety of Team Bunny. A team that is supposed to be the formidable competitor in this entire competition so far. A team that is there in the top 3, and Gujarat Tigers finally back. Or it feels like they're back to their old glory. WSB still the king of the hill, looking pretty good. They've got the prime spot to play with. They've got the supreme spot to play with. But hold on, what am I watching? Phoenix single-handedly shuts down 2 players of SBA that try to approach him. And Phoenix not even breaking a sweat. He's still waiting for a few more players to approach him.
Out of 7 finishes, 6 finishes are just by Phoenix of WSB. This man has done damage towards the side of Team Myth officials. He did manage to take down 2 plus of SBA. The aggression which he is bringing, I think, is going to help the plus of WSB a lot. Lucifer, from the height advantage, has spotted down the closing plus of Myth officials. But Phoenix, the utility in his hands, can do a lot of damage towards one player of Team Myth officials. The way this guy is holding on to and defending the little wooden shack. Fantastic stuff from his side. 7 finishes already and having the entire control of the circle. But now the circle is in no man's land. Gujarat Tigers, WSB, Myth, they all need to move a bit inside the circle. But Arman,
the best part is, Phoenix has got a lot of resources to play with. Taking down those 2 players, that means he's got a lot of smokes to play with, and he's also got a lot of nades to play with. And those utilities are going to help Phoenix so much to pave a good pathway inside of the zone. Oxen might be a big trouble, but still, dealing with Oxen is not going to be that tough. The only reason why Oxen is still alive in the game is because of the smokes. Lucifer wanting to take a fight up close and personal against Team Myth. He misses the first shot. And we'll need to pay the price for that. Instead, Lucifer is the one to get knocked out. WSB being a little too over-aggressive in that scenario. Dropping down low, way too early. Should have waited a bit longer. Spears, nade are now starting to pierce through. They're doing a lot of damage. That shrapnel in the chest. Azarto will patch himself up eventually. Beast is way too far away. He's waiting for someone from the side of Gujarat Tigers. I like the fact that WSB, they've got their own priorities. Arto is trying to hold down the players of Myth, as Beast is trying to take care of the players of Gujarat Tigers. They know each other's roles, but unfortunately Arto gets knocked out. And that's not a good news at all, as Oxen was the man who puts that nail. But still, Arto is knocked out. He can be revived. But as the wall of death moves up, WSB's survival chances, they start to thin even more. Beast is taking too much damage from that wall of death. Gujarat Tigers, they move out in the open. Even Phoenix was taken down a while ago. Armani's taking too much damage from the blue as well. And Beast is starting to put those nails in the coffin. Arman gets spotted through the smoke, and just like that, it's going to be Myth taking the chicken dinner home. What a way to close things off, especially Myth. When we saw them get taken down by the players of 7 Habit, it felt like Myth was struggling a bit. But then later on, it's all about paving a good pathway. Even when Myth was making that rotation, Maxioso was knocked out. But still, Myth did not crack. They were playing so good, all cards on the table, and Myth was choosing those cards wisely. Beautiful decision making from Myth official.
100%. The way Myth officials played this Miramar was so fantastic. Especially Oxen. He was able to take down Phoenix from the side of WSB with just a single grenade. And the moment Phoenix fell down, it was an easy peasy chicken dinner because now Myth only had to deal with the players of Gujarat Tigers, and Gujarat Tigers had no control of the real estate. Oxen had a hard cover, Spear also had a height advantage, and they easily managed to deal with the players of Gujarat Tigers as well. So WSB, the main anchor of the team, was Phoenix, and the moment he got taken down, it was entirely a Myth show.
Hands down. I mean, Myth, the way they were holding that entire area too, especially when they had one of the men on the opposite side, which was Oxen, as you mentioned. And Oxen himself was doing so much damage even to Phoenix on the other side, and he was also able to take down the player who was at the top. So in general, for Myth, everything was played perfectly. Arthur was taken down. Arthur could have been a really big X factor against Myth, but luckily enough, as Arthur was taken down by the man who was there on the flank on the other side of Myth, everything was placed to perfection. As I mentioned, the decision making in that scenario was beautifully done. Gujarat Tigers had no other option than to run out in the open. I don't think so they even had any sort of smokes to play with because they already burned through every single piece of utility they had before.
And that is exactly where Myth and WSB were winning. They had too many util, especially Phoenix. Talking about him, you also mentioned this point that Phoenix have a lot of util in his hand, but it was ultimately Oxen's grenade which took him down. Otherwise, I think it could have been a chicken dinner for the players of WSB because Phoenix would have been that anchor to provide a safe pathway for the remaining players of Myth officials to come inside the circle. Also deal with the players of Gujarat Tigers because they were out in the open and Phoenix had a good shack cover for himself. So Phoenix being taken out was not a good thing for the players of WSB, especially Ortho also. But Myth officials, after dealing with 7 Habit, they were on a rampage. They had the confidence which they needed to get this beautiful winner chicken dinner.
Hands down. Let's move on towards the highlights and relive the moments of the previous game. This is how the action kicked off. BotArmyEsports up against the players of Metal Esports. And I'm not exactly sure what Cyrex was doing there, considering Cyrex knew that there's a player right behind this concrete cover. And still Cyrex somehow choked that big time. BotArmyEsports also got third party by another team later on. But BotArmyEsports also tried to take an exit from that vicinity. But then they got caught by the players of WSB. So in general, that previous game was not exactly for the players of BotArmyEsports, but maybe in the future, BotArmyEsports can definitely try and compensate for this game loss.
Oh, they can. Even the players of Team Eternity also locked horns with the players of Team F1, where Smoke did definitely clutch it out. Speaking of Vingod and FS, Reflex also had a good outing in that particular one. But Bunny Esports also ruined the things for the players of GENxFM, as GENxFM was trying to come from the southern side of the circle, and Bunny was placed perfectly on the periphery and they took down the entirety of GENxFM. But this is the moment where Gujarat Tigers definitely rained on the parade of Bunny Esports. The perfect utility being tossed by Arman in that situation marked an end for Bunny Esports as well.
Exactly. I mean, especially looking at how the final few moments really unfolded in front of us, right? WSB, or maybe you can't say RedxRoss, we had a lot of expectations from that banner, considering they had the high ground to play with, and they also had the information to play with. But as soon as Phoenix got taken down by Oxen, that's where everything just fell apart for the players of WSB, because they never thought that that's going to happen. Phoenix was the one that was making the main plays for them, because I think so he had 6 or 7 eliminations all by himself. Yeah. So Phoenix was definitely the one putting in a lot of work and giving that information. But as soon as Phoenix got taken down, who had the best possible spot in that scenario, the entirety of WSB just fell apart too. Till then, WSB was doing perfect as well, but just Myth had better positioning. Oxen was the man who was putting in so much work, and he was that X factor that Myth was looking for. But as we move on towards the match MVP, it is going to be RedxRoss's Phoenix with 7 finishes racked up and 78% finish contribution. That's a lot of finishes. And of course, the map impact of 13%. And this is what I'm talking about. Phoenix was the main playmaker.
100%. He was a main playmaker. He was aware about the rotations of Myth officials while traversing inside the circle. Phoenix was the guy who dealt with one of the player of Myth. Then he dealt with so many other players. He was aware about the position of SBA. In fact, single-handedly he took down the 2 players of SBA. Along with that, we have best companion as Myth Aiden with 2 rescues and 3 assists. The finisher is going to be Spare because he landed the final blow with 3 finishes of his own and 4 assists. So it's entirely a Myth and WSB story in the stars of the match.
Exactly. I mean, the stars of the match, and look, over here, yeah, Myth has always been one of those teams that does not exactly focus on the elimination point. Instead, they've always been someone who likes to play for the placement. But the previous game, we did see a side of Myth that we did not see yesterday. Myth was playing much more proactive. It felt like they were not really backing away from the fights when they knew that they need some sort of a slot. They were not really backing away from that spot. Instead, they were fighting for it. And as soon as Myth realized that, okay, now we don't really need to fight anymore. Let's just try and play it as pinned down as possible. Let's just try to play it as passive as possible. Myth played that perfectly well. Myth knew exactly when they had to take a back seat. Myth knew exactly when they had to take the front seat. And according to that, they started calibrating things. But still a few known names that were not able to perform. Now let's just hope that in the upcoming game, they do start to perform a bit better. Eternity is also one of those. And you can also say do or die, a team that is there on the latter half of the board, were not able to perform in this game.
Do or die, I think they need to focus on the rotations and positioning, because every single time it's a single player getting taken out and old boy remaining surviving till the last. So numbers they need to keep for the later stages of the circle. Do or die, that's the main problem, the rotations and the position of the players. But along with that, Myth officials yesterday, yes, they were having a passive approach as well, because they came so very close to getting a chicken dinner. But we'll discuss all of that after a short little break, because on the other side of the break we have the second match also coming up.
We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. Sing over to the bell goes ding.
और कहीं दर्द हो रहा है?
थोड़ा सा शोल्डर्स में बैक पेन।
हेलो, डेंटिस्ट।
वसूलना तो पड़ेगा। विकेट! 10 नंबर। वसूल तो करना पड़ेगा।
फुल वसूल करने का है शौक तो डू इट लाइक अ बॉस। BGMI रॉयल पास, यहाँ मिलते रहेंगे अमेजिंग इमोट्स, कूल स्किन्स और बहुत सारे रिवॉर्ड्स, और साथ में फुल कैशबैक यूसी में। तो अब सोचना क्या, गेट फुल वसूल विद BGMI।
I'm the big dog, been killing it since tip-off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort around the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarding. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it, and the haters be looking surprised. Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw them right now and whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good. Yeah. Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I've been climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came from the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
Do our thing, ain't never to the bell goes ding. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. Ain't never to the bell goes ding.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back from that short break, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 is done and dusted. Now we move on towards the Game 2. But Myth officials, what a decision-making that was, right, Fixes? I mean, I'm pretty sure you were sitting in the back lines and looking at that game. Everything was placed to perfection for Myth officials.
I think the biggest hurdle for Myth was RedxRoss. The moment they were dealt with by the players of GT, I think that sort of opened the floodgates for them, enabling them to make that quick rotation, blocking the flanks of GT, and eventually them getting led to wipe them out and win this game. But when you talk about the overall storyline, this is day number 2, and we do know for a fact that the top 16 make it to the next stage of this event. What a time for the likes of Myth officials, RedxRoss, even for GT to stage such a comeback when the big names are slowly starting to fall, them taking a rise. I think this will definitely make things a lot more exciting in the overall standings.
Exactly, Gujarat Tigers slowly and steadily moving towards that top 5, and this is something we all wanted to see too, right? And you know what happens when a team like Gujarat Tigers finds that confidence. They're just going to start ramming through teams without even caring about anything, and that's not going to be a good thing, especially for the teams on the latter half of the board like Do or Die, who are already on the struggling side of the phase, and they would not want to be taken down by a team like Gujarat Tigers, who's such a formidable force when it comes to the mechanics of the game. You move on towards a few more known names like Do or Die that I was speaking of, and for Do or Die, I'm not exactly sure what's going on wrong with them. They get caught every single time when they try to make the rotations, and for some reason they just seem really indecisive. Before now, let's have a look at the match rankings. Myth with that previous game, they managed to achieve 19 points. WSB, which is RedxRoss, they got 14 points in total.
Yeah, that's really great considering even Gujarat Tigers could get 13 for themselves. But when you look at this, the concern still goes on for Hyderabad Hydras, with them getting nothing out of this match, and they're literally sitting on single digits, and it would be such a shame to see Hyderabad Hydras being crashing out from this stage of the competition. For IST Wingard, they've got a little bit of a leeway, they've got the wins in their sail. One match not going their way is not going to be that concerning. Yeah. But for Diesel Esports, Necro, you were talking about Gokul, him being one of the more recognizable IGLs in the 2024 season, having had his time in the official events, and this time coming with a new lineup, unable to perform, quite struggling. This is looking quite worrisome for me.
And let's be honest, right? Diesel Esports was just way too stubborn for taking a fight against Gujarat Tiger in such a weird manner. They tried to make a pounce on top of Clutch God, but let's be honest, somewhere down the line, we all knew it's not going to work out, especially when you're inside of the vehicle and you do take an eject from that vehicle. You're automatically susceptible to damage, and that's where Clutch God found the upper edge. Clutch God was easily able to knock those 2 players down, and that's where Diesel Esports, everything just came crashing down for that banner. And moving on towards Hyderabad Hydras too, it is another one of those known names that we would love to see in challenge season, but if they keep on playing like this, we're all sure that they're not going to make it.
And when we take a look at the overall rankings, it speaks quite in a very good picture of what's going on right now. GT, they've managed to redeem themselves. Even for BotArmyEsports, they're also floating somewhere in the middle for RedxRoss. Now, this one good game, look at how much it has propelled him up, 33 points, so right back into contention. But this is where trouble does arise. You have F1 with 13, Diesel with 13, 7 Habit with 11, we've got the likes of Future Stars with just 10, and Hyderabad Hydras still on single digits, along with DOD. You've got some big names over there. And let's not also forget the fact that, yes, they can still enter inside top 16 out of 24. 16 is not going to be a tough task, but sometimes a little is also a little too much for these teams to get for themselves. But we still have a couple of more games to go. And in the next one, I would love to see the likes of Hyderabad Hydras or a Do or Die stage a comeback, get a chicken dinner, get back right into the competition.
It is the day of comebacks, and that's what you expect, right? Especially Do or Die Hyderabad Hydras that you mentioned. Even Future Star is another one of those contenders that can definitely try and make a lot of stuff happen. But let's be honest, even 7 Habit was one of those teams that we all were hoping for with a better performance, but 7 Habit got caught off guard by the players I think so it was the players of Myth Official themselves that sort of ripped apart the players of 7 Habit in that rotation, and then later on Myth Official themselves had quite a smooth sailing towards the zone. But let's just hope that in the upcoming game that's not going to be the course, considering Group A and B are once again going to play, and it is pretty much going to be the same map of Miramar. So this time, maybe when the zone's going to be a little bit different, we might just see someone else coming through victorious.
It was really nice to see Myth Officials getting the chicken dinner in that one. All our complaints have been answered. They've given those solutions. Now they're showing their intent in taking the fights, not just about the positioning. And for RedxRoss, I felt like it was a donezo game for them. I felt like there was nobody going to challenge them up. But sometimes it was just them taking a lot on their plate. They had to deal with so many of those teams, the influx coming in from multiple directions. It was a little too hot for them to handle. But Myth Officials definitely being the smarter ones, the more cunning ones, they use their timings perfectly, and as a result of which, not only did they get the chicken dinner there, they got it with a lot of finishes, which was somewhere down the line lacking yesterday.
With the way I look at that entire scenario in the final few moments, right, the only reason why RedxRoss were not able to play that well was because Arto got taken down, and Arto was the only man who was putting a lot of pressure on the players of Myth Official. As soon as Arto got taken down, Myth Officials knew that now they can spread their wings and go as wide as they want, and they can pretty much play with all the territory that was left over. And that's where GT was pretty much out in the open. They were taking that damage even from the blue. But let's move on towards the game number 2 of the day, where Group A and B once again, they clash against each other, as the plate flat pat's going to be on the screen. And as it's starting all the way, I think so it's starting from El Pozo towards the opposite side.
Indeed it is, and at this point we would love to see a nice circle forming up. And this is one of those games, like we said, right? The ones that are languishing down the bottom, they need to redeem themselves. But a little bit of, I think, a redo has been done. Monte Nuevo to Torre Almuda. It's not going to change a lot of things. But yes, the teams dropping down at Los Leones, Impala, El Azahar, they're going to have to push themselves a little too much, which might lead to some early collisions, considering they need those vehicles for themselves. But San Martin, this is going to be one of those properties where we might see a couple of teams dropping down, a lot of those vehicles in the nearby vicinity. So it's going to be an exciting affair of Miramar.
It will be. And especially WinGod Esports. Yes, the previous game they got taken down pretty early, but if WinGod Esports is going to be alive for a long time, one thing is for sure, especially for the teams that are struggling, they're going to have a rough time. WinGod Esports will try to hunt them down slowly and steadily. FS2, just dropping towards El Pozo, pretty close to that vicinity. FS are going to have smooth sailing themselves, get their hands on the vehicles, then move in towards El Pozo City, try and get their loot stacked up. Gujarat Tigers towards Valle del Mar, looking pretty safe. There's no one really around them. The only team that can be sort of a threat is F1 if both the teams decide to make the rotation at the same time. But it all comes down to the zone as well. Diesel Esports dropping towards Tierra Bronca and Campo Militar. I'm not exactly sure why Diesel Esports is going in such a big corner of the map. If the circle forms down south, it's going to be a tough rotation for them. But instead, luckily enough, the circle is going to be pretty close to that northern side. It's quite a standard circle, nothing really new on the board. But speaking of something new, Myth once again, they kick things off with a bit of an aggressive start.
A little bit of salt already rubbed on the wounds of SBA Academy in the previous game. Also, we saw SBA making some bad decisions, eventually leading on to their demise. And it were the players of Myth Officials, or in fact, rather, a player from RedxRoss, if my memory serves me right. But whatever the case is, now coming back to Diesel Esports, I think one of the reasons that they have dropped down as far as Tierra Bronca or even Campo Militar is for the fact that Gokul is going to be still IGLing for that team. And considering his past stint at Limra, that was one of those places that he loved to drop down under. Now, talking about Diesel, now this is a team that is under tremendous pressure. Of course, Miramar has been one of Diesel's strongest roots, but their actions have been speaking otherwise. So somehow in this game, they have to, focus again on their rotations. But one of the bigger issues, I think, Necro, you would still agree with Diesel has been them engaging in those fights. You do not see that synergy really coming into play. You do not see those players, playing with each other, as a result of which they have been wiped out multiple number of times.
It just feels like Diesel, they've got too much of that boiling blood, and they start taking a lot of those unwanted fights that they're not supposed to. And Diesel Esports, they just need to avoid some of the fights, especially the previous fight that they took against GT. In my opinion, that fight was not needed at all. They were focusing on rotation, and they should have done so till the end. But instead, they went in trying to take down Clutchcott for no reason. A man who was already taking shots against them, and they got screwed. So that's one of the main things that Diesel Esports should try and avoid. But let's just hope they're not going to be repeating the same mistakes even in this game. As we've got F1 on the screen towards Chumacera, looking pretty good for now. F1's not going to have any sort of issues. And looking towards the circle, Team Bunny's moving pretty close to SBA. And as we know, SBA was taken down to just a 2-man squad a while ago. Not exactly a 2-man squad, a 3-man squad, but still you can't pretty much say it's just a 2-man squad next to Team Bunny, because Cheyenne is way too busy facing off against the players of Team Myth. And Myth officials, they've got no clue that Cheyenne is around them. So Cheyenne might just have a free rescue path. Needs to make sure that he's not going to get spotted by the players of Myth official when he's making this rescue operation happen.
I was taking a quick gander at the map feed, and he's just not, in this spot, he is quite alienated. He's quite isolated, because now this gives a more clear picture of what's happening. Look at Cheyenne. He's been surrounded. If Eternity have any clue of the whereabouts of Cheyenne, or rather Myth officials being one of the imminent threats for SBA, it could be trouble. It could also be alarm bell stalling once again. And as a result of which, to somehow mitigate that, you've got Snowjot nearing in, providing some assistance, just picking him up and take him to a rather safe haven. But when we take a look at this particular circle, of course, Bunny Esports, they're going to be very happy as to where they positioned at. Even for the likes of Myth official, should not be a gruesome rotation. They're going to have an easy time. But yes, eyes will be on BotArmyEsports as to how they perform, because they're still cruising around Impala. They will drop down over there. They will get their loot started. But look at Medley Esports, a very quick rotation around the center of the circle. This has been their go-to approach, and seems like they want the chicken dinner this time.
They definitely do. I mean, BotArmyEsports, yeah, they're taking quite the rotation this time around. SBA, as you mentioned, Snowjot, he's already picked his teammate up, so now it seems like he's going to be all good. SBA down to a 3-man squad. At least they can try and survive for as long as possible. And yeah, of course, man, these skins really do look pretty cool, huh?
Oh, why not? Bring in some F1 action. We would love for that to happen.
Car
and
on Miramar.
Yeah, bring it. I mean, I think this is the kind of collaboration nobody wanted, but everybody's still gonna spend their bank accounts trying to get one of these. You've got these savvy
sick,
cosmetics.
Let's be honest.
It does.
It also pretty unreal, the fact that you were driving an F1 car on top of a mountain. So yeah.
Listen, let's not talk about physics in this virtual world. And of course, in BGMI, we've seen even weird stuffs happening. But now let's get back to the game. So for Medley Esports, it was not that great a start. And we did talk about them wanting to get the chicken dinner. And for Medley Esports, it's always about them getting back to their shell. The moment they have a bad game, they go back to the basics. They look at the circle center. And the good part is, now this team, they have been a cohesive unit. We've seen them. They've stuck onto each other, however, on a different banner. I love how they can even aggress teams, how they can even defend compounds. If everything really goes falling down for them, they know how to pick each other up. One of the major advantages as to how and why they performed so well in the recent officials, the league stages, they dominated, and even in the grand finals, had a really decent outing. So this is a team certainly showing a lot of promise as we enter into 2025.
They indeed are. But look, man, we've seen a lot of the times teams sort of being pretty inconsistent out of nowhere. And hopefully that's not going to be the case with this team too. WinGod Esports right now in an interesting spot towards Chumacera. Still playing on the edge. They haven't really pushed on up too deep. They've got that nice cover to play with. Playing for the information, playing for the intel. They don't just want to straight up ram their vehicles towards the centric part of the circle. Instead, take their time, understanding where exactly the teams are positioned. And looking at the centric part too of the zone, there's a decent amount of teams now starting to stack towards that area. You've got Metal Esports right next to SPA, even Eternity's right there. Myth 2 is starting to close on up, and Team Bunny, of course, is one of those teams that likes to play on that position. But Team Bunny, they're not someone that's going to back away from the fights either. RedxRoss still all the way towards La Cabrera, taking their sweet little time and rotating pretty late. That's what they like to do.
So much control going up for Team Bunny. If you look at how they're positioned, they've got that eastern territory to themselves. Of course, could pose a threat to the players of 7 Habit if they are careless over there. But again, Bunny Esports, one of those teams, don't have a lot of concern going in, at least as of now. They've had a pretty good day one in the office. Hyderabad Hydras, however, this is a team to look out for. Can they somehow redeem themselves as a circle task shift a little towards the western side, still centered around where SB Academy is? And at this point, look at that cluster forming up over there. You've got for F1, you've got GENxFM, you've also got Myth Official in the vicinity. Even for the likes of Eternity, they've taken over the San Martin Hills. So that is going to give them a lot of advantage. Whilst we've got RedxRoss, a team that performed exceptionally well in the previous game, rotating from the northern side. A little bit of a cluster also around the northeast. Now it comes down to DOD. Are they willing to engage in a fight over there? Because that would leave them susceptible to threat coming in from RedxRoss. While the players of Future Stars, they do not want any fights as of now. All they're focusing is on the rotation from the western corridor, injecting themselves from the northern side. And for BotArmyEsports also, Necro, it's been a little bit of a different affair, don't you think? Because now we know this team to be extremely aggressive at times. They've been the third-party kings and still lurking around. Kind of reminds you of Destro's team, of God's Reign, as to how they properly play, because they also tend to drop around Impala.
I think so. It's a complete different thing for BotArmyEsports, though. BotArmyEsports are just scared because they know they do not really have a lot of points in the overall table anyways. And now the room for error, it's way too less. Day 2 is the only day where you can sort of have a free mindset and still go for the comeback, because if you're trying to establish a comeback on day 3, there's already going to be too much pressure on top of your head. And somewhere down the line, the players of BotArmyEsports do realize this. Now it's not the time for making mistakes. Instead, it's time to work upon those mistakes and try and patch all the holes that are there. And that's what BotArmyEsports are pretty much trying to do. Taking a slow and steady approach towards Impala, still outside of the circle, by the way. And I'm pretty sure they're just waiting for the zone to close on in. And with the blue zone, they will try to move in towards the centric part too. At this point in time, of course, it is the map of Miramar. You do not really expect a lot of action. I'm also expecting quite a slow and steady game. Myth Officials on the screen towards Hacienda del Patron. They've got quite a nice cover to play with. It's a 2-2 split that's going on. 2 of the players towards Hacienda del Patron and 2 of the players on the opposite side. A little bit separated from these two. But with that, it's also a lot of cover. It's also a lot of control that the players of Myth have currently. And as long as they're going to maintain this cover and control, it's all going to be good in the hood. Myth looking pretty solid. But let's focus on teams like Gujarat Tigers now. We do have the map feed ourselves, and Gujarat Tigers, it does seem like they've found themselves in quite a weird spot. Around them are too many teams. Eternity, there's also Metal Esports, SBA, and Myth themselves. And these teams are not someone who are going to back away from a fight. So Gujarat Tigers, they need to be careful.
They have to be. And at this point, they cannot really even force fights, because with so many teams around them, the moment they show any signs or any intent of engaging in one, they will be vulnerable to a third party. So for Gujarat Tigers, we've seen them just lurking around, just floating, but I do not know if that's the right idea over here, or if that's the right decision to make, because so many teams have already somehow positioned themselves around the central compounds that they might get shot at from multiple directions. The only blessing in disguise for Gujarat Tigers, I feel, is they've got a couple of ridges to play around. And now what is even concerning is if the circle shifts away from them, if it's a hard shift, then Gujarat Tigers is going to be such a narrow and a difficult escape for them. So they have to play their cards right at this point, as the players of F1 placed right below the players of Metal Esports and SPA Academy. For SPA Esports, now this is one of those teams that did have the only casualty, because so far in Miramar, things have been pretty slow. And we are sort of accustomed to this play, this sort of a pace, but we were just talking about Gujarat Tigers not needing to force a fight, and there you go. One of the players of Eternity, rather Smog, is been picked off. However, I do not really think that Gujarat Tigers would really initiate the push. It's all about just damaging and hurting the armors of your opposition.
Making your presence being felt to the opponents. And I was literally about to say, Eternity, this is the first game. This deep inside of the game, they've got all the 4 players standing. But then Smog gets knocked out. Luckily enough, he's not confirmed yet, so definitely he can be back up on his feet, but still, Gujarat Tigers around the corner. Now Entity, or Eternity, they're going to have a lot to worry about. Still quite unsettled, the fact that Captain is moving around in his F1 car. Of course, showing off a little bit too. Making sure that everyone's going to get their eyes pinned on that vehicle. But Gujarat Tigers, they've got themselves a bit of a boot camp that they've set up. It's a little place where Gujarat Tigers are just waiting and wasting as much time as possible, waiting for the next circle to pop up. And in the elimination feed, it's going to be the players of SPA taking a few shots against Metal Esports as they found some success and a knockout. Eternity's captain gets spotted eventually. Zeref took a few shots, from which one of the connection was found. But that's more than enough to make sure that Gujarat Tigers' presence is now going to be felt by the players of Eternity.
You can clearly see that Gujarat Tigers have an abundance of loot. Nothing to worry about. Lots of ammunitions. Right amount of util. I think they've got everything going in their favor. All they need is the blessing of the zone as the circle shifts once again. As Diesel, they're going for a little bit of a run over there. I've got quite some traffic around DOD. You've also got RedxRoss coming in from the backlines. They have to be careful. Sham, he gets a confirmation onto it. Avnish as gods. Look at him. He's got that aerial advantage to himself. A lot of information being relayed. He knows where the players of GENxFM are. And even for the likes of the others rotating around. So much of information for Gujarat Tigers to work with. Everything that they want to be going into their favor has been going right so far. It's all about that patience game, but here we are. Diesel now starting to get a little impatient, considering the fact that they have severely injured the players of DOD. And any given moment, one more knock, I think the push is going to be inevitable, Necro.
As the circle centers on up, all the teams, once again, they've found themselves in quite a comfortable spot. Majority of the teams, they don't even need to struggle to find any sort of compound to play with. And while all of this is happening, BotArmyEsports is still outside of the circle, and their strategy to wait it out for as long as possible might just not work out now. All the good spots are taken away, and it feels like the zone is stacked. BotArmyEsports, the only way they can find the breaching point is by taking down one squad. Which squad are they going to choose? That's my question. If they're not going to decide to take any sort of fight, they will be pinched. They will be sandwiched. And that's where BotArmyEsports can be eliminated easily. Looking at Diesel Esports for now. Jump spotting the players of WSB, RedxRoss, Team Bunny at the top. They've got the players of 7 Habit pinned down. Freedom right now is not there exactly in the hands of 7 Habits. As Dope has got the information to play with. Beast taking a few shots too against Diesel Esports. But the connection's still not found. Eventually it does. And Gokul gets knocked out. Do or die. That's a beautiful knockout on the Gokul. And that's going to give the opener that do or die was looking for. But even WSB was looking for that similar approach. Orlo is also taken down pretty low. RedxRoss, they've got no clue that there's a knockout currently in the front. The team that they're taking shots against. And that's the only reason why WSB is not looking aggressive.
I think they're aware. I think they know. They've read the finish feed. Surely looking forward maybe to get a steal if the knocked opponent is right in front of them. But the only reason, Necro, I feel like all these teams aren't really committing in for a push is because of that circle shift. Look at how concentric it is. Look at how crowded it has become. The moment RedxRoss decide to go in for a charge, or even the same goes for DOD, that again makes them so much prone to getting shot from elsewhere, getting third-partied. So now this is one of the reasons where it gets really dirty from here onwards. Now you have to be very careful, you have to be very calculated with every single mistake or every single move that you make, because one wrong move can prove very lethal, not just for yourself, for your squad, because we are coming or approaching towards the end game of the Open Finals. It is day number 2. And from here onwards, you cannot have those mistakes coming in. But look at Metal Esports already charging in through, blitzing through the squad of Wingod, and already having wiped out one of the players of COD. And now Sarvit, he's going after Infinity. Does he get the knock in time? Yes, he does, as Metal Esports cruising through, securing all the finishes in their bags.
Why did Wingod Esports seem so lost in that approach? That's my question. One single man was easily able to shut down 2 players, Sarvit. He moved in from the back lines, took down 2 players effortlessly, and then also took down the 3rd player. Infinity was busy taking down the man in the front line, so maybe you can let him have the benefit of the doubt. But still, the rest 2 players were taken down single-handedly. Hold on to that thought. F1, they want a third party. They want to be a part of the action. Steal a few elimination points away if possible, but F1, they've miscalculated the situation. They do not know that Metal Esports, they're intact, and they're looking pretty healthy too. Legit's taken down low, it's completely fine. The man can easily patch himself up, but maybe not now. As Cyrex gets taken down, a beautiful place nade from the side of Gian. And he will also get the confirmation instantly. F1 still in the outskirts, they haven't stepped in just yet. Vampy is looking to toss that nade against Legit, but Vampy gets caught off guard himself, and Sarvit, once again with the off angle, is able to catch a few more players. Sarvit has been an absolute rat with that angle. He hasn't moved from that spot from the start. First he caught 2 players of Metal Esports, now he caught 1 player of F1. Eventually Gara does get that finish onto Sarvit, but still the damage has been done. He's the only player left standing for that team. And with that F1, they're on the verge of being eliminated from this entire game. The same thing can be said for Metal Esports too, but Metal Esports, there's someone who's already got so many points on the board. Hyderabad Hydras, even they want to be a part of the action. They want to get a few more elimination points themselves. A 1v1 in the end to decide who's going to be the one to reign supreme in this entire moment. And it does feel like Gara, he's someone who's not going to back away from this entire fight. But Hyderabad Hydras, they approach this entire 3rd party. And they're going to be the one to get this 4th party done. They do wipe out Gara, but can they take care of Prince? That's my question.
Are they aware that he's still there? That's my concern, because for now, Prince, they know they've got 6 finishes secured already. If we could somehow gather a couple more, surely that smoke has to be checked, right? For Hyderabad Hydras, being the opportunistic one, being the scavengers over here, as seems like they've got their spider senses tingling. They know that there's somebody lurking in the sidelines. They definitely heard all that gunshots, but look at Phoenix. He's been brought down too low. Pretty sure might succumb to the play zone, and that is exactly that has happened. So many of these teams, everybody was just waiting for somebody to knock the door, and now everyone wants to breach in through, find a good position in the compound. As look at this, Prince aware of Moksh, but is it vice versa even for Moksh? Because at this point, even if Metal get wiped out, it would not be a very good concern, or rather a bigger one. But for Hyderabad Hydras, they have to live, they have to breathe, they have to get some good amount of points. As 7 Habit, they also come knocking in the doors of Myth officials, as Pyrex missing his shots a little too much, as a result of which gets punished. But still, couple of players more alive. In fact, 3, the numbers still stand tall for Myth officials. 5 finishes secured already, but now they also have to get inside the circle, given the fact that they have drawn in a lot of attention from the opposing teams.
Hands down, Myth. But the way things are looking for them, they're pretty much in the outskirts. Making it inside of the circle is going to be even tougher. And for Myth, they need to travel through the open grounds. And that's where the real struggles are going to start to happen. RedxRoss engaging in a fight against the players of Gen. And GENxFM is one of those teams, a name to be feared in the lobby. For GENxFM, there's someone who's not going to back away from this fight at all. And looking at the elimination feed too, Metal Esports and Hyderabad Hydras, they did duke it out against each other. Unfortunately, Prince gets caught in the end and he gets taken down. And with that, Metal Esports will be wiped out from this game. But as I mentioned, it's completely fine. Metal Esports is doing okay-ish in the overall standings. It's completely okay. WSB, though, constantly want to press up against the players of GENxFM because they do not have any other option. They need to take this fight against GENxFM, and if they do end up winning, they will have quite a good spot in the zone.
Look at GENxFM. Still are the ones inside the circle, whilst RedxRoss and Myth officials, they still have to enter in. Now this is where the real test for GENxFM begins. Are they prepared? Do they have enough men to somehow hold the door, especially from two different angles? And that is not where the trouble ends. You still have the players of Future Stars who could pose an imminent threat if they go unchecked. For Myth officials, they've somehow managed to squeeze in through inside the zone. But look at this, the pour comes in from the players of RedxRoss. As there you have it, Arth already being dealt with, and now Beast has no monkey business playing around this area. All he wants to do is find a sweet spot for himself inside the circle, but he does step out a little early, and as a result of which GENxFM deal with this threat with finesse, one after the other. Now they've got their eyes pinned down on the players of Myth officials as Aiden. He's just getting hammered. He's just getting clobbered down almost to his death crate over there as Oxen also falls, as GENxFM keep racking up a lot of finishes to their names.
Even BotArmyEsports, now they step in the playing field. After such a long time, after spending so much time in Impala, BotArmyEsports, they found themselves the perfect time to breach in the circle. And somehow they're still alive in the game as well, but Maxioso is still there up and standing. A big mistake comes into play from Monty. I'm not exactly sure what he was thinking there. Spear catches Monty instantly and pierces through Monty's chest. As a few more utilities, they're going to fly by the players of Myth, and they're going to catch him off guard as well. And just like that, BotArmyEsports, they wipe out the entirety of Myth officials. But that also marks a good thing for GENxFM because they've still got 3 players standing out of that entire barrage of players that were there against them. GENxFM taking care of the players of RedxRoss, almost wiping out the entirety of Myth official too. This was a good run from GENxFM in this entire final circle.
This could have gone wrong in massive proportions for BotArmyEsports, considering they knew the players of Myth officials, they were wounded. But still, you could see that synergy a little bit lacking over there. One of the players pushing in through the others, not being able to provide that cover fire, as a result of which they had an unwanted casualty. But correctly said, yes, Necro, GENxFM, they've got so much of that breathing room, but they also now have to inject themselves inside the circle. With BotArmyEsports still having 3 of their players alive, it's going to be an interesting affair to see how they really pull this one off. But for Hyderabad Hydras, now finally, I think the Christmas has arrived. They find themselves in a very good position inside the circle. But from the backlines, Gujarat Tigers still have all 4 of their players intact. And look at the vision, look at the information that they have to play with. Now, if Hyderabad Hydras cannot hold on, and seems like that is the case, as Clutch God, he's going to open things up. Mox needs to get that revive ASAP, but Gujarat Tigers aren't going to make it any more easier for Hyderabad Hydras from here on.
As long as Gujarat Tigers alive, a big threat is still there in the game. And that 2-2 split from the side of Gujarat Tigers, it's really starting to pin down a few more players. Zerf is working with his own teammate Arman as well. He's got someone to play with. And so far, it's looking pretty good. But unfortunately, Clutch God gets knocked out. This 2-2 split, it's on the verge of being broken down, but Zerf is able to find a knock on the Dhruv. GENxFM, the confidence that we spoke of after facing such a moment, it feels like it's not going to last too long against the players of Gujarat Tigers. As the utilities, once again, they're finding the mark, the exact mark they need to. Gujarat Tigers, the utility utilization has been flawless. It's been immaculate. Even in the previous map of Miramar, Gujarat Tigers showcased some insane moments with the nades. And now as well, the utility utilization, the precision has been on point. Hyderabad Hydras, it is one of those teams that is still alive in the game, and that's a great thing because this can be the game that Hyderabad Hydras is looking to pull off. But as Gujarat Tigers, they sort of focus on the players of Hyderabad Hydras. Now it feels like all the pieces, they're starting to fall apart. Once again, it's all down to just Ninja.
It's chaos all over the place. Ninja, his position completely compromised as BotArmyEsports decide to charge in. Hunter already down on his knees as Ninja. He is wanting to fight back. Of course, he's gotten a knock on towards Devotee, but Scary Jord rather could have done better with that weapon instead of that grenade, as he knows the threat has been dealt with. But now it is going to be Gujarat Tigers taking on BotArmyEsports. Look at that flank coming in from Gods, and it pays off in kind as Scary Jord, he is definitely scared to death as push comes in from two different directions. Zeref on the flank and in fact advancing at his direction. Scary Jord has somehow managed to deal with this threat, but now it is down to a 1v1 as Gods take a leap of faith, and there you have it, puts an end to him, and Gujarat Tigers come swinging through, blazing through the desert of Miramar with a beautiful chicken dinner to their names.
Yeah, it's down. Gujarat Tigers. Somewhere down line, we all saw this come, especially with that 2-2 split Gujarat Tigers had to work with. They had so much area control, and that's where Gujarat Tigers was also feeding that confidence from. They were constantly able to find a few knockouts against the players of GENxFM, a team that was supposed to be the confident one, but instead, that confidence did not last too long against the players of Gujarat Tigers. Hyderabad Hydras could have been a formidable competitor too, but unfortunately, when they tried to make the rotation out in the open, they once again got caught by the players of Gujarat Tigers, and only Ninja was the man standing alive. So that's where Hyderabad Hydras too, they pretty much lost the chance to take the game home. But Gujarat Tigers, a solid approach and a solid chicken dinner. Now that's going to put Gujarat Tigers in the top 3 hands down, and that means we are up for an aggressive show now in the upcoming games.
I think you must be elated, especially because you've been the one who's been constantly backing Gujarat Tigers up when, most of us, including me, started to believe that maybe the days of Gujarat Tigers are finally over after this revamp. It's going to take such a long while. But now it feels like it was just day number 1 where they were trying to gauge the lobby, and day number 2, they have come in fully prepared. Every single move they make, it has some reason behind it, and they're somehow making things work, because this was one of those games where Hyderabad Hydras was supposed to have it, but feels like the peripheral vision was clearly not there as Gujarat Tigers injected themselves from the western side, got those initial damage, a little bit of help also coming in from the other side from BotArmyEsports, and now Gujarat Tigers with that beautiful spread played it to perfection. But for here onwards, it feels like for Wingod, things are starting to look a little bit awry, considering 2 back-to-back games haven't really performed to their very mark. But for Metal Esports, you got to feel for them, especially after how good Servit was in this situation. Now, even F1 comes in, and then you've got the entire horde of Hyderabad Hydras charging in at their direction. But still, Metal Esports 6 finishes, I think I'm going to take it.
Yeah, it's completely fine, right? 7 to 8 points per game in Metal Esports, considering they're already doing pretty good in the overall standings. 6 points in this game is completely fine. In the upcoming games, they can definitely try and compensate if they want, but in the overall standings, all you need to do is just be in the top 16. It's not like you're going to get extra amount of money if you place yourself somewhere in the top 3 in the open finals. So it's completely fine. As long as you're there in the top 16, that's all that matters. And as long as you're moving up in the challenge season. Now, reliving the moments a bit here, Gujarat Tigers, SNS, they wiped out the players of Hyderabad Hydras. Somewhere down line, we pretty much knew that it is done for, because Gujarat Tigers, they've got so much map control to play with. And of course, a few mistakes were made here and there, but we talk about the firepower of Gujarat Tigers, and yes, they're always going to be someone who will prevail in a proper 4-on-4 fight. And over there was a 2-on-2 fight against the players of BotArmyEsports, who were already self-doubting themselves from the start of the game.
Yeah, for BotArmyEsports, a little bit of those wrong decisions being made there, especially that push against Myth Official with no cover fire being provided. And even towards the end, you could see, right, Scary, all he had to do was just have his weapons on his arms, because at that point, instead of going for that grenade, had he provided that cover fire whilst the push was going on, I think they could have easily dealt with that situation. And for the next threat coming at their direction, these minute errors sometimes, steal the chicken dinner out of you, but nothing taken away from Gods as how brilliant he was. Because when you look at Gujarat Tigers, what was really concerning for me was how they had themselves positioned, right in the middle of nowhere. They had a couple of bridges to play around, but they were smart. They were getting those knocks, but they weren't committing for the push, because they knew that would make them susceptible to a third party. So being the smarter ones in the bunch, finally got the chicken dinner that they were looking out for, and what a way to stage their comeback in this stage of the competition.
Hands down, Seth is going to be the best companion from Hyderabad Hydras with 2 rescues. In general, for Gujarat Tigers, this was the game they needed to sort of have that cushion. And with this game, now they've got the cushion as well. But this is also going to be a big semblance of hope, especially for the fans of Hyderabad Hydras, as they're looking forward to establish a comeback. BotArmyEsports too, they're in the top 2, in my opinion. Even that's going to be another team to look out for, especially after having such sort of a momentum in the upcoming moments. BotArmyEsports can definitely be someone that can be a big threat for the teams. But looking at the way they played the previous game, it feels like BotArmyEsports is starting to self-doubt themselves, and a lot of the scenarios that they're sort of supposed to hold back, they're taking too much of that aggressive route, and that's why they were getting picked off. And I think Monty was a prime example of that in the previous game, where he just pushed all by himself, and he got taken down by the players in the front.
I think the idea again was that he might just deal with officials there, because majority of the players were already wounded. He kind of went in charging through the unknown, and he had no idea what he was dealing with. And I think the one area where BotArmyEsports could really work on is providing cover fires to each other. Now, you could clearly see that BotArmyEsports were trying to replicate what GDR have been doing, but definitely this was such an exciting affair of Miramar.
Exactly, but let's move on to a short break for now. On the other side of the break will be some more BGMI action.
We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop somehow, just let us do our thing. Sing over to the bell goes ding.
सो नीरज, स्लाइड पाथ देख के आपकी लैंडिंग स्ट्रेटेजी क्या होगी? बस सही एंगल, राइट ग्रिप, फोकस, और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता। ओके, फाइनल सर्कल, 20 बंदे बचे हैं, क्या करोगे? प्रेशर नहीं लेता मैं सर, जेवलिन में दिमाग को ठंडा रखना पड़ता है। और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता यार। नहीं आता। क्लोज रेंज में आपका फेवरेट वेपन कौन सा है? सबसे स्ट्रेटेजी और टाइमिंग का खेल है सर, जेवलिन की तरह। अरे मेरा मतलब गन्स, M416 ग्रेनेड फेंक देंगे सर, सब फेंक देंगे। यार इसको सच में फेंकना नहीं आता। नहीं आता। अच्छा ये लो, नेट स्पैम करके दिखाओ। वाओ, इसको फेंकना नहीं आता, मगर इसको नेट फेंकना आता है यार। आता है। नीरज तो फेंकने में पास हो गया। आप भी BGMI खेलो और रश करो और चिकन डिनर। यार तुम तो फेंकने में चैंपियन निकले। चैंपियन नहीं सर, कॉन्करर। Oh yes.
Earning what we got, 'cause all we do is give it. Yeah, we going up, but don't call it good luck. Earning what we got, 'cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more, give it all we got, give it all we got.
Now they know about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Stripped away and ignore the hate. And now we big Tom status and the toast for the take. And we eat. Dream about it every time we sleep. Make it move, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is.
Yeah, we going up, but don't call it good luck. Earning what we got, 'cause all we do is give it. Yeah, we going up, but don't call it good luck. Earning what we got, 'cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all we got, give it all we got. Give it more, oh yeah. Give it more, give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all we got, give it all we got. Oh yeah. Waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type.
So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't never do the bell goes ding. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop somehow, just let us do our thing. Sing never do the bell goes ding.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Day two has always been about those comebacks, and surely we've witnessed a lot of them happening. And as we welcome you all back, you are watching the Snapdragon Pro Series. It is the Open Finals, and here we are in day number 2. And this time on the desk with me is going to be Shadow, and boy, oh boy, Shadow, I think this is one of those Miramars which was eventually kind of a little bit slow, but towards the end, it definitely cooked.
Definitely, especially for Gujarat Tigers, the way they are playing today, both the Miramar, they were super aggressive because in the first Miramar also, I think they got good points for themselves. I think they got, 7 finishes or something, total 13 points. This time they got the perfect winner chicken dinner as well. So I think Gujarat Tigers, they have decided to stage a comeback on day 2, and that's really happening. But along with that, I don't know what's happening with BotArmyEsports. One game they performed really good, and the next game immediately some rookie mistake coming in from their side.
Yeah, of course. I mean, at this point, for Gujarat Tigers, it was such a flaming run, and it feels like they've got a lot to prove. And it shows from their gameplay that they want to seal the deal today itself. Because honestly, out of the 24 teams, making it into the top 16 is not that hard. And Gujarat Tigers want to make sure that they somehow cross over that 70-80 point markers by the end of the evening. But the woes still continue for the likes of DOD. No performance coming in from their side. Even for the likes of Diesel, we've seen them engaging in those couple of early fights, but that was pretty much it. And then it was those 4 placement points. Yeah, the circle did favor them, but now things are looking really murky for the likes of Future Stars, for F1. They also need to start pulling in through.
Definitely, they need to pull up their socks. They need to stage a comeback. But at the same time, Wingod Esports, yes, I do agree that they have accumulated a lot of points on day number 1. But day number 2, both games, early elimination coming in from their side. This time in Miramar, they have got 0 points. The first Miramar also didn't go very well with them. So Wingod, I think they need to at least get the average points in every single game. Yes, you are on the top of the leaderboards, but still get those average 4-5 points in every game now.
Of course, you would not want to see Wingod being quite erratic, quite unpredictable with their performance. But for what it seems from the first 2 games is the wins have been taken off their sails. And at this point, again, we have also been, somehow underrating Wingod as a squad, because that is what happened even in the first game yesterday. But come in the second game, they gave us 2 back-to-back chicken dinners. So maybe they're waiting for a Sanhok if they're going to be playing that one. But as things stand, we are going to have Group A taking a little bit of a backseat, as now Group C chimes in for the action. And this time we'll also have a change in the map. It is going to be the good old Erangel. We are finally going back to our roots. And these are the teams that we'll be looking out for. So for Team Blasty, definitely the ones to eye out for. Team Empire, also Team Jelly. They're also going to be in to the fray. We've got -40, a little bit of decent games from their side. But Team Asla is the one team that you really speak highly of, and they've given us all the right reasons to do so in the past. But lately, they have not been resonating with the kind of burden they carry with themselves.
100% agreed, especially if you remember yesterday's Miramar, the final circle was in the city of Los Leones. That is exactly where Asla Esports dropping in, and despite that, they were not having the best outcome. Yes, they are placed right at the 16th spot in the leaderboard, but I think today's games are very important for Asla Esports also. They need to be somewhere in top 8 if they want to feel themselves safe for the for the last day, third day as well. So Asla is definitely one of those teams. Along with that, -40 is also one of the team which played really well in the Miramar yesterday. The rotations were very good from their side. So maybe -40 could also be the team to deliver a very good performance in this Erangel.
Hoping so for -40, because this is one of those underdog lineups that has really come in through. They're in the limelight. This is their moment to shine. So might as well start things off with the chicken dinner. But that being said, folks, we are going to set sail into the game of Erangel. Quite a nice flight path trajectory that the players are going to enjoy. Not a lot of them having any sort of trouble dropping down, as long as you're not going towards Lipovka or prison. That is where you might want a couple of vehicles. But yes, I'm anticipating some early turbulence, some early collisions, and a lot of teams have already dropped down south. So you can see Team Jelly dropping at Novoripnoi. Ideally, we've seen Team Jelly drop down at the school apartment areas, but this time going for a little bit of a different approach, considering Novoripnoi is open. So that is going to be really interesting to see as to what sort of new nuances or new tactics they can bring in to their gameplay. Are they feeling too comfortable? Do they know that they've already qualified? I do not know. Only time shall tell. But so far, let's sit back and chill.
I think yes, since they finished at the second spot in the leaderboard yesterday, they can try experimenting something at this stage, because with 52 points already in their hands, I think they are feeling comfortable that yes, they'll qualify for the next stage. But the split which is coming in from their side, Sam towards the side of Novo Ripnoi, Caves, remaining 2 players are towards Novo Ripnoi. So they need to regroup as well, since we have 3 teams dropping towards a military base island. M40, they are towards the side of Milta. Then we have Entity and Vingod also in the Eternity and Vingod Esports also in such close proximity that we can see a fight happening between these 2 teams as well. But for now, Siverny is going to be the center of attraction, because that is where the circle is also, and Team Genesis and Do or Die is also there.
Gujarat Tigers, Shadow, they feel like they are blessed at this point. Anything and everything is working out for them. Look at the space they have. The entirety of that South Georgie to themselves. Nobody really worrying them or proving to be a fatal threat. Gives them a lot of avenue. Maybe they can get a back-to-back chicken dinner over here if they just play their cards right. But I really want Team Blasty to be making a comeback in this one, because we know Blasty, he's been one of the players grinding in the scene for quite some time, hasn't really garnered that much of attention that he rightfully deserved. And for all the right reasons, maybe it's debatable that, yeah, you need to show it with your performance. And this is the best platform where you can really do that. But Genesis, you remember, Shadow, yesterday in the game of Erangel, of course, they went down a little too early, but they had a lot of finishes in their back. So dropping down at Siverny, one thing which is for sure is they've got a lot of loot going in for them in the next couple of minutes. And another thing would be they've got their backlines clear. So it's going to be a straight-on avenue where they might decide to take around those areas of shooting range. But this is also a game where Genesis can really go big. And if they are playing their cards right, they also might end up getting the chicken dinner.
That could be a possibility, because Circle is definitely favoring the players of Team Genesis. At the same time, we have the players of Diesel Esports also towards the side of Zarki. Yesterday we saw Orlo, Goku taking some really good fights. So there is a possibility of Diesel Esports also having a very good outcome in this particular one. Hidden One, speaking about this team, we can't forget what really happened in the map of Miramar, Mortis and Jenny. The way they were in a cat and mouse chase against each other. He came so very close to getting a winner chicken dinner. So I think today Hidden Ones would be looking for some sort of redemption, or maybe a winner chicken dinner, because they came so very close to it. At the same time, Bunny Esports, speaking of this team, what happened in the previous first Miramar, I think Bunny Esports are not feeling themselves. They are not getting those eliminations which they were getting. They were not going so aggressive the way they were going on day number 1.
I think they still have that leeway, considering day number 1 was quite exceptional for them, and they're feeling a little too settled at this point. As a result of which, could really indulge themselves in some of those risky plays. Look at Sanchit. Look at the cojones on this lad trying to go ahead first solo before even his teammates were coming in for the backup. Of course, had he also been knocked out, I'm pretty sure somebody from Bunny Esport might have gotten the trade and eventually gotten away with the finish. But for legit, that one player was so much far from his home. He was way off. And as a result of which, he goes punished. Even Kurt's got his position compromised. And legit esports have constantly been under the hammer, constantly being bashed by so many of those teams around them. And at this point, they somehow need to find a remedy to this hammerage. Because if that does not happen, things are going to be looking so awry for them. Look at Bunny Esports. They still want to chase them down. They just don't care.
Bunny Esports is one of those teams which never shy away from the fight. On the other side, Legit Esports, speaking about this team, wait a second, Curse God finds one knock but gets traded off himself by Sanchit. The shotgun used to the perfection. Legit Esports, they have lost 2 of their players, but now Bunny Esports, they also don't have the numbers advantage against Legit. Proton, he also needs to patch himself, but with a grenade, trying to find some sort of opening, his own teammate Choco takes down Bunny. Team Bunny Esports, Rishi, the last man standing, not standing for a very long time as Legit takes them down, and Proton, reigning supreme, getting 4 total finishes for the team itself. And as I was saying, Legit Esports, they also need to focus on the placement points because that is where they are lacking.
They certainly are lacking. We'll talk a little bit about that fight because now we've got Eternity being surrounded by the players of Wingod. Now, definitely one of those foes to be reckoned with. Look at GodX. Does not have a lot of HP to work things around. A Molotov flung over, but Smog, his position compromised. And Infinity is going to be the one to punish him with that. As Kaiser, oh my god, just gets run over. As now Tyrant could be next. Eternity on the verge of a collapse over here. Another player falling down. Smog gets spanned and things aren't looking good in the hood for them. As captain, the only last surviving member, as Wingod just rampaged through, blitzing through the army of Eternity. And now, what does captain have in his bag? Can he respond back? Can he cause any sort of casualties? Because at this point, Wingod, they're starting to ball. But coming back to the previous fight, felt like the players of I think Bunny Esport, they got a little ahead of themselves, blindfolded, charging into the fight, underestimating their opposition, and getting punished quite brutally. But here the cavalry comes. Wingod so well prepared, and all they're trying to do is just flush him out. And captain, finally his position has been compromised. Here comes the entirety of Wingod charging at his direction.
Captain, this guy has clutched in the past. I remember that Miramar fight he had where he was able to get 3 finishes out of 1 squad. Maybe he can try doing that again, but the way Infinity is lobbing those grenades, he's already down to a sliver of HP, 10 HP. And in 10 HP, it's difficult to deal with a 1v3 situation. A perfect land of DBS shot right on his face, and Lebron's grenade will take down Captain. The entirety of Eternity has been eliminated, and Wingod, as I was saying, this team is missing on that aggression which they were bringing yesterday. Well, this Erangel, the aggression is there. 4 finishes already with no casualty at all. I think Wingod is again back on the track.
You know what? I kind of feel a little bit different, to be honest. Correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like Wingod are still being pretty aggressive. But this time you could see a little bit of a control, a little bit of more cohesiveness in their push. They've been quite immaculate with all their decision making, as a result of which they are the ones coming out on the right side of things of a fight. This time 4 finishes already secured, and this time Erangel has been exploding with so many of those fights. Considering how you take a look at the circle, it's spanned down a lot towards the northern side. But look at this, Team Empire. They might indulge themselves in a fight over here. You've got the players of Myth Officials, one of the player teams that have their hands hot. They started the day off with a chicken dinner and have been looking good ever since. So for Team Empire, considering quite low on their confidence, I do not know if that's the right fight to take. It seems like the danger man from Hidden Ones, he's been exterminated. Mortis out of the lobby already, which kind of makes things a lot more easier for Diesel to deal with. If they want to initiate this fight, if they want to see the end of things, no, nothing to really scoff at.
Consider the experience which Goku has already, the official tournaments experience as well, the LAN experience. I like the way he never overcommits into the things. But Team Empire, a team right at the bottom of the leaderboard, is picking fight with the plus of Team Myth Officials. 1 player already knocked out, and Team Empire not in a good spot at all. Myth, they are feeling confident. They have got the confidence, they have got the points, they've got everything lined up perfectly for them. And now Maxi is on a chase for the plus of Team Empire as they are trying to make a safe escape, trying to scuttle back to the safety and make a way inside the circle. But Maxi is still trying to hunt the remaining plus of Team Empire.
This is looking oh so bad, especially for Team Empire. Not making things better. In fact, even more worse. Looking at the grand scheme of things, and Myth Officials seems like they've been unleashed. At this point, they want to take any fight they have in front of them, and of course I think it's the right decision to do, especially after you've already dealt with one of the men from Team Empire. You know you've got the man advantage in your favor, and clearly it's stage 2, so you can still take a little bit of damage from the blue. It's not gonna hurt you that much. at this point, you cannot also afford to make any of those reckless mistakes. A lot of these teams are quite infamous for doing. Because look at this fight happening right at the edge of the map on the southern side. Whilst we take a look at the circle shift, looks quite hybrid at this point. A little bit down to the south, and Wingard, they've got a prime position to hold on to. Same can be said for the likes of Gujarat Tigers. You've also got Team Blasty around that Rozhok area with Asla also finding some cover for themselves. And for the lads of Genesis, as anticipated, playing around the shooting range, Southern Hills. Really good spot also for them. But Diesel be a little bit of a threat for them. But what I really want to see is what happens in this fight, because now Myth officials, they're going to calm down a little bit. They're going to wait for Team Empire to run out of their resources, to finally come out of their hiding. And maybe that is the moment where they finally decide to strike.
But Gujarat Tigers gods have spotted on the players of Team Hyderabad Hydras and takes on Moksha from the moving vehicle, instantly shuts him down and deals with Hunter as well. 2 casualties already for Hyderabad Hydras. After having such a good run in the previous Miramar, Hyderabad Hydras seems like this Erangel is not working for them. Now they are in a 2v4 situation. Gujarat Tigers know that Hyderabad Hydras, they don't have the numbers advantage, and gods is still peppering few bullets as the boys of Hyderabad are trying to scuttle back to the safety. But as you were saying that Wingard is in a perfect spot, is in a very good spot, but if the circle goes a little north, I think it's going to be a huge chance for the players of Team Genesis, Diesel Esports to accumulate those finish points, because so many teams will try to traverse from the southern side of the map, where Gujarat Tigers can also try getting those finishes. But for now, Team Empire, they're still holding on to the shorelines of the military base island, almost 3,000 meters away from the circle.
This is what I was talking about. Them running out of their resources, now feeling quite nauseated, claustrophobic at this point. And Myth, they've got a lot going on. They've got a couple of first aids to work around with. They've got a lot of bandages, whilst Team Empire somehow keeping the boat afloat with the final bits of bandages that they have on them. And this is starting to look so concerning at this point. They need to somehow thread the needle, need to find a little bit of a glimmer of hope. And as you rightfully said, it is going to be a hybrid circle. A circle favoring a certain team. They need to cash in on that. And for Wingard, they're in the right position, because even if the circle shifts away from them, they still have so many avenues. Kind of try and shift things up north. They've got that little bridge where they can play around. It's all about the timing they have to pay attention to. And finally, Team Empire running out of patience. They have to make a go. And this is where Aiden, he has been waiting, already coiled up, finally deciding to strike. Empire, he's been laden down with so many of those bullets. Really brought down to very low HP. How long can he survive the onslaught as Maxioso Spear just chasing him down? Oh my goodness, this is looking so bad for them, as there you go. Oxen finds yet another knock as Team Empire, they start crumbling down.
Oh, they certainly are. They needed the points. They needed this game in their favor, and seems like Myth officials have made it impossible for Team Empire to get back to the safety. Getting one more finish point, and Team Empire now left with only 2 players remaining. But Myth officials, they also need to think about their own rotations. Yes, I do agree in the leaderboard. They are in a very good spot. They're in a safe spot. But still, just going for the hunt in the blue when you are 3,000 meters away from the circle, I think it's high time that they should also prioritize the rotation, as Team Empire remaining 2 players are doing so. But the main thing is, will they be able to reach to the safe zone? Because I see only one single first aid with the players of Team Empire. But this is the moment of the truth. Let's see where the circle is going to shift. If it goes little north, I think Diesel Esports, Team Genesis, Team Asla, in fact, are going to be pretty happy, as they can accumulate those finish points. But if it goes a little south, which it has gone, I think it's a good game for the players of Gujarat Tigers, considering they can be the king of the hills. They can get a lot of information on all the teams trying to traverse inside the circle, and that is exactly where they can try getting those finish points also.
In fact, also look at Team Jelly. They have also been so sneaky. They kind of took the best compound inside of the zone right now. Gujarat Tigers, yes, they're going to have the entirety of Everest to themselves. So this is the right time where they can go on a duck hunt. They can get a lot of finishes already secured in their bags. But For now, Team Jelly, a little scattered apart from each other. They have to rendezvous and regroup and then maybe stage an assault. That would be the way to go. As Wingard, they prefer just kind of backing off a little bit, taking control over the ruins area. A lot of those compounds to play around with, a lot of ridges, a lot of covers to play around and just making things better. Even for Wingard, they have snuffed out the players of Team Blasty. Now, Blasty having been spotted out, it's going to be interesting to see how they kind of keep themselves alive. As look at this, Wingard, they're all over the place. One direction, they spot out Team Blasty. The other place, they're taking down the players of Asla. Of course, these are those warning knocks. They need to stay aloof from their territory. The moment Asla kind of makes themselves a little exposed, that is when Wingard, they might just hammer them down. Got so much of those util going in to themselves. They have abundance of all those first aids. They've got enough smokes, enough grenades. And now look at that spread. This is looking so well set up for the players of Wingard if they want to somehow get back to their winning ways. And that too with a lot of finishes to their name.
Agreed, 100%. The split which the players of Wingard are having at this point, they have got the entire control of ruins. And Team Asla in the Water City could be the next victim for the players of Team Wingard Esports at this point. But I'm focused on the rotations which are coming from the northern side. That how -40, Team Genesis, Team Hyderabad Hydras last player, they are going to make a path for themselves inside the circle. It's not going to be an easy journey for them at all. But for now, speaking of Team Asla, exists trying to get some sort of information, trying to reposition and go for the flank angle onto the players of Wingard Esports. But at the same time, if you look at the map feed fixes, I love the rotation of Diesel Esports. Instead of heading directly inside the circle, they are going all the way towards the eastern side and taking around the circle rotation now.
Quite interesting. Because for Diesel, I do not know what's going on in their heads, but I think they want to ensure they want to somehow sneak in from the backlines, maybe from the shadows, and go striking down on their prey. At this point, they've had a rather decent start, have got a couple of finishes to their names already, and maybe they're on the lookout for a fight, and they might want a third party in the situation. This is typical Limra on displays, and considering the fact that you have Gokul leading the charge, we can understand where they're coming from over here. But now Team Blasty, they somehow have managed to get away from Rozok, got a little bit of compounds to play with over there, find themselves in a decent position of the circle. They're going to be hoping that the next shift also favors them. Look at that eastern cluster building up. Gujarat Tigers, they're left alone. Nobody really trying to even contest the Everest at this point. Because at this point, even if somebody decides to push in on them, even if Legit or even if Team Jelly does, makes no sense, right? And for Gujarat Tigers, the alarm bells will start tolling the moment the circle shifts away from them.
If the circle goes a little south, I think Team Jelly and Myth officials can definitely reap the most benefits out of it. But the big Everest is still in the contestation. Gujarat Tigers, they have the complete control of it. The circle is favoring them. So this could be the moment, especially looking at the position where Gods is at this point. He can be the tanker to provide all the information and maybe try and capitalize on the situation and get good elimination points for the team. But for now, Team Jelly, they have the control of the compound. They are aware about the rotation which the players of Team Myth officials are taking at this point. And with that, Q Lamau takes one player down. Might be looking for the confirmation, but in the Water City, we have Asla Esports also being the victim of the shots coming in, as one player of Asla has also been knocked out.
Oh, now things are starting to get quite a lot exciting. Finally, bodies starting to fall down. Finally, Team Jelly getting back to their senses. Now seems like they've got all that information to play along with. Nothing much to really worry them as they're still inside the circle. And for Myth officials, it is going to be shots fired upon them from multiple fronts. As Sam is peppering down Aiden, trying to get that knock secured, at least trying to blow open that vehicle, has to restrict him from no means of escape. At this point, you could see even Godex from Team Blasty. He's going after the players of DOD, and underconfident DOD, as their players are starting to get slowly but surely wiped off from the face of the map, as Ninze also just spraying down through the smoke. Everybody wants to take a chance on Myth officials, and this could be the worst spot to be at. On one side, you've got to deal with Gujarat Tigers. On the other side, you have Team Jelly trying to hurt you down as Diesel. This time, they're just going to be running amok through the map against the players of DOD as they are crippled. They're trying to even instill so much of that hurt. Even for Sham, he's been doing quite well for himself, ensuring that Diesel this time makes a run inside the circle and they get away with it.
I wonder why every time it's do or die who are being chased. Every single map do or die players are being chased, but for now, Diesel Esports are focusing onto the players of Team Jelly as Jelly is trying to make a quick escape, but Sham takes him down from the moving vehicle and Orlo gets a confirmation as well. This is a big blow to Team Jelly. They have lost one of their main player. With IGL being taken out of the picture, it's not going to be easy for the players of Team Jelly at this point because this was a game where they could have gone for an aggressive approach. On the other side, Kyolama also finds a knock onto Maxi. We'll be looking for the confirmation, but Myth is picking fight on the multiple fronts as they are dealing with the players of Team Empire as well.
I do not know how Myth is still alive, but go on. Loving what they are showcasing over here. As Infinity, he's gonna get a 2-pointer over there. He's managed to secure 2 knocks with just 1 grenade and he keeps on doubling down, getting all that finishes secured on the players of Hidden Ones as Daniel, the only surviving member. Does he make it out of harm's way? That's the big ask out of him. Steps out of his vehicle, but shots coming in from the backlines. Of course, it is going to be Genesis also following up. They've heard all that commotion, but look at Asla right out in the open. You've got Daddy to be the last player surviving, and Diesel, they are rampaging through the lobby, racking up as many finishes as possible with vehicles, with ammunitions, with guns. They just don't care. As long as they are somehow getting all those limbs to their names, they are doing oh so well just around the edges of the circle. And still now, kicking things off, they've got Team Jelly next on their hit list, maybe. But Diesel, this is the Diesel we've been wanting, we've been longing to see for a long, long time.
7 finishes and not even a single casualty. Diesel Esports, they're definitely ranking up those elimination points for themselves. And yes, like you said, Team Jelly could be there, but it is WinGod at this point as GodX in a close frontal battle with the players of Team Diesel Esports, and he wins that. LeBron also providing all the backline support, but now he's the only player remaining. Infinity being far off, won't be able to provide much support as LeBron gets taken one down, but Infinity is right there and deals with the last player of Team Diesel Esports. But wait a minute, Team Jelly is right there and Infinity in a 1v3 situation now.
Oh, he's in the middle of nowhere, just getting surrounded as Team Jelly make a quick work of him. They knew they were waiting for that right opportunistic moment to strike, and that has come upon them. But look at this circle shift right on Mount Everest. Who would have thought that we're going to see such a rare shift happening? Now, this is where Gujarat Tigers must be feeling elated. And even for the likes of Myth officials, this is where they can return all that pain back towards Team Jelly. But for the time now, they've got their entire attention fixated on towards Team Blasty over there. As Genesis, they're also racking up a couple of limbs to their names. Minus 40, they've been on the receiving end of things, but Golu is still going to try and pepper down a couple of bullets, maybe trying to spot that head, cracking that skull open, trying to provide some sort of harm. But look at Sam, he has no fear against Genesis, just goes after grind, rampaging through once again. Team Jelly, they are starting to rack up a lot of finishes to their names, but now the numbers are starting to fall apart. Sketch, he's being receiving damage from multiple different directions against Kyolamau. He fails as Kyolamau, keeping things afloat for Team Jelly. 3 already in their accounts, looking for even more.
But the circle has betrayed the players of Team Jelly as it is in the pockets, in the hands of Team Gujarat Tigers and Myth officials. So I don't know what's going to happen at this point because from the low ground, it's not going to be easy. The good thing is Sam has got 7 grenades. If lobbed to the perfection, he can definitely pick a good fight with the players, with the teams on the uphill. But on the other side of the map, we have the players of Team Blasty and Legit also locking horns with each other as Proton has been taken down. Choco, the only man standing from the side of Team Legit. A lot of smoke being invested. Choco wants to go for the rescue mission on the fallen comrade. At the same time, Team Blasty is also focusing on the revival of Blasty. But the numbers advantage, the real estate advantage is with the plus of Team Blasty at this point. But from the uphill, it is Clutch God raining death and destruction for Team Blasty at this point.
Of course. The floodgates have opened up for Gujarat Tigers. 6 finishes already in the bag. The biggest imminent threat will be in the form of Myth Official, but as long as they can sweep all these teams apart, why not take your chances? As Oxen, he gets the better out of Golu. As Team Blasty is still dealing with all that wreckage. Now again losing out on one of those players. They're so exposed, they're so vulnerable. Shots coming in from multiple directions as Maxioso is going to get the better out of Kyolamau, which could mark the end for Team Jelly. But for Gujarat Tigers, they have to be very careful because Old Boy, if he goes unnoticed, he does have the potential to cause in a lot of harm, lot of trouble. But Oxen, this man looks nigh unstoppable at this point as the vehicles are getting blown open. And Myth, they are just collecting as many bodies as they can. So much contributing to the points that they have been accumulating for a long while. But Gods finally snuffing Old Boy out. The last surviving member for DOD has his S12K, but the damage from the zone is just a little too much as he will fall prey to the play zone as Gujarat Tigers do win that battle. But now this is where Myth comes striking, knocking on their doors, and this is going to be a battle of a David and a Goliath. And it'll be really interesting to see as to who prevails supreme, because look at Myth Officials, they are backing off because they're inside the circle.
Yeah, they want the control of the entire circle with them, as they know that Gujarat Tigers, they have to move a little closer to them. It's going to be so important. The utilities are going to be of prime importance in this particular fight. On the other side, we have Sam, who was trying to do a heal battle inside the blue, but now it's trying to make a run for the circle. He can ruin the game for the plus of Gujarat Tigers, but no, the play zone will come into the picture, and with that, Team Jelly has also been eliminated on the 13th spot, on the third spot. Gujarat Tigers 7 finishes already in their hands. So much smoke being invested, so much soft cover is there. Grenades being lobbed. Gujarat Tigers trying to find some sort of opening, some sort of connection with those grenades. And so exactly is Pear also trying to do the same thing.
Look at this, Clutch God.
Yeah, exactly. His position is going to be so important. The flank angle which he's creating at this point, Myth is not even aware about it.
Oh my god, they better be. Because Clutch God, he will have vision not just on one but two players. But Oxen, he's also holding the flank over there. But with this grenade, his position has been compromised as Gujarat Tigers somehow spearheading the attack. They know they have to get themselves inside the circle. Gods being that sacrificial lamb. All those smokes being deployed, somehow hindering the vision of Maxioso as Clutch God finally strikes. Takes out Maxioso, and now he's got his eyes gazed in on Spear. Locked in loader, gets the knock, but instantly gets traded back. Also from Oxen coming in as the numbers keep on dipping down for Myth Officials. Gujarat Tigers somehow have pulled off the impossible over here. What an ecstatic game. What a way to get a back-to-back chicken dinner for these lads as it came down to the wire. What a game of BGMI this was. And Gujarat Tigers, what a way to ensure or to make. This was a war cry, and seems like the entire lobby is feeling its aftermath.
100% Gujarat Tigers, they have literally snatched the winner chicken dinner from the under the nose of Myth Officials. Myth Officials, everything was working for them. They had the numbers advantage, they had the control of the circle, but the way the flank angle was created by Clutch God, the way the utility was being tossed by Gujarat Tigers, Gods being at the perfect position, having the height advantage, worked perfectly for the entire team. Gujarat Tigers have finally staged a very good comeback. Day number 2 is entirely of Gujarat Tigers. This team grabbed too many elimination points in the first 2 games, and finally a chicken dinner is going to give them the perfect balance between the finish points and the place point points.
I think for Gujarat Tigers, everything starts aligning for them. You want the circle? The gods have blessed you with that. Because how often do you see a circle going up top? But kudos, credits to where it is well deserved by the players of Myth Officials, because they had to travel a long way far from home, and they had to inject themselves over there. That was a risk they took, and it did reward them. It did get them a lot of finishes, which Gujarat Tigers were eventually eyeing out for. Sort of all those finishes from a top got divided between both these teams. But Clutch God, boy oh boy, what a time to rise up, because he was the one man who made the difference over there. That flank going unchecked, and Myth Officials, I think that is where the panic button really took over. And they had, they kind of went blank, because the moment Clutch got just snuck in through, got those 2 knocks, they were completely dismantled and had no answers. Of course, there were trade-offs, but I think Gujarat Tigers had everything perfectly set up for themselves. As we take a look at the highlights, I think this is one of those games of Erangel where we had action in and out all the time. We had somebody going after somebody. We had action around Diesel. We had initially started off with this, where Legit somehow survived the push, the onslaught coming in from BotArmyEsports. Then we had a battle down south. Team Empire barely somehow managing to survive that southern side. But then there was a little bit of that silence. But even Wingod had a pretty decent game in this one.
Yeah, they did manage to eliminate the entire team of Team Eternity. Gujarat Tigers started off by getting elimination points onto the plus of Team Hyderabad Hydras, getting 2 elimination points. Then they were getting few elims here and there. But the moment circle shifted towards the side of Georgopol Hill, Gujarat Tigers made sure to have that entire control with them. Wingod Esports, they also did fare off really well in this particular one. But Team Jelly, kudos to them also, because they dropped all the way towards the military base island. And from there on, they made their rotation till the Georgopol. They had the control of the hill also for some time. They dealt with the players of Team Genesis as well. So kudos to Team Jelly as well, the way they played this one.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Team Jelly could have done a little better considering the position that they were in and the early casualties that they took. And yeah, I think the biggest threat for them were myth officials, but then they decided to just go in for a cleaning mission. Of course, they went after Diesel, they went after a couple of players of DOD, got themselves engaging in a lot of battles over there, but they needed a little bit more finishes to have a really good start into today's games, which in terms of position points, they might have, in terms of finishes, 3 or 4. So overall, the average was there for Team Jelly. But this was one of those games where they should have really targeted for the top 3. But the two teams that had the best position inside the circle were the ones being the winners and the runners-up respectively. So that is all good in the hood. But when you take a look at MVP, I think it's a no-brainer, right? Clutch Card has to be there. 6 finishes, 55% contribution. And Gujarat Tigers, they would be sailing through, leaping ahead of so many of those teams. I am assuming they've made it inside the top 3 already.
Oh, for sure. Considering they have too many elimination points. If I'm not wrong, they had 11 eliminations with them. And looking at the stars of the match, it is going to be Godx with the best companion from Team Blasty and Gods from Gujarat Tigers as a finisher, because he was the one who landed the final blow by getting that winner chicken dinner. 3 finishes for him. The perfect stats are there for Gujarat Tigers and Team Blasty as well. Speaking of Team Blasty, I don't know what really happened with them, because they were engaging in a fight with the players of Team Legit. They had the numbers advantage. They had everything. But despite that, they couldn't make it inside the circle.
I think for Team Blasty, there were a lot of teams around that eastern side of the circle. We saw a plethora of teams. We had Diesel rotating down there. We had Do or Die also there. And even Team Jelly was also there to hold on to any unwanted threats, any hostility over there. That was also being dealt with. So I think for Team Blasty, they could not get that avenue. They could not get their timings right. But again, we have to come back talking about Hyderabad Hydras. They had a really good game of Miramar previously. But in this game, they choked massively, getting dealt with by the players of Gujarat Tigers without even being able to respond back, even without a single casualty. Now, this is again back to square one, where we were starting to think that maybe Hyderabad Hydras is back into the fray. And they're still not out of the competition yet. But you cannot just lose out on the momentum that you somehow had developed from game number 1. So heading on, they might have just one more game to play in the evening, but Hyderabad Hydras need to hit the sweet spot. They need to get the chicken dinner. But that being said, folks, yes, this was another exciting game of Erangel. All lies ahead on the other side of this very short break.
किधर मिलता वो कलेक्टर? तो तुम आई कलेक्टर?
हम आए कलेक्टर, गन्स का कलेक्टर, अटैचमेंट्स का कलेक्टर, हेलमेट्स का कलेक्टर और इन सब का स्किन्स भी कलेक्ट करता है BGMI लैब में।
M416 की है,
M249 की भी है।
गन्स, हेलमेट्स सब मिलेगा फैब इन द BGMI लैब।
मैं भी कलेक्टर। solve them. They can do it together, it'll be all love, and it's all good. And it's all good. Feel like I'm the big dog, been killing it since tip off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort around the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarding. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it, and the haters be looking surprised. Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw that right now and whatever the problem, we'll solve them. They can do it together, it'll be all love, and it's all good. Yeah. Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I be climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came for the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
Do our thing, ain't never to the Broncos thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't never to the Broncos thing.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back, everyone. You guys are watching Snapdragon Pro Series Open Finals Day number 2, and Gujarat Tigers, just getting a beautiful winner chicken dinner, are feeling very extremely confident. My name is Shadow. Alongside me joining is Necro for this particular one. Necro, what do you feel about the previous game? Gujarat Tigers, they were on a rampage.
I mean, Gujarat Tigers, look, getting a back-to-back is definitely something that I never saw coming from the side of Gujarat Tigers. But once they do find that momentum, this is what happens. And somewhere down the line, I pretty much knew that now Gujarat Tigers are going to start to dominate. But hey, nothing taken away even from Team Jelly. Even there, they were doing pretty good. And speaking of Myth Official, man, even this team is super consistent. They're in the top 2 once again.
Oh yes, they are. They are feeling very confident. Yesterday it was only the first game of Erangel where they came so close to getting a chicken dinner. After that they were started fizzling out. But day number 2, the way this team has picked up the momentum every single game, a good outing is coming from the set of Myth officials. Along with that, let's have a look at the match ranking and see which team is going to be on the top. It's going to be Gujarat Tigers with a total of 21 points. Myth officials on the second spot with 15 points. Wingod, even in this particular one, Wingod also found the momentum back. They got 12 finishes and they're sitting on the third spot now.
And Diesel Esports is taking those baby steps. 10 points from that previous game is definitely going to catapult them in quite a decent spot. Honestly, that might just put them in the top 16 as well. So Diesel Esports is doing okay for themselves. Even Team Jelly getting a decent amount of points. It's all good in the hood for the first half of the board. But then as you flip the page, this is where a few signs of concern you can witness. Hyderabad Hydras, still no performance. Eternity, so far they haven't been able to play at all. So even Eternity getting 0 points, that's a big sign of concern. You move on towards Team Empire, just getting 1 point. And these teams, I'm especially speaking of Hyderabad Hydras and Team Empire, these guys are still on the latter half of the board, not able to find that groove properly. Hyderabad Hydras has had one good game so far, but after that one game, they've once again dropped the ball.
A single good game is not going to help the case of Hyderabad Hydras at this point. They need an entire good day if they want to qualify for the next stage, and that is exactly they should be focusing on that at this point, because with a few games remaining, I think Hyderabad Hydras, they just don't need the winner chicken dinner. They need the elimination points also if they want to qualify. Along with that, there is one more name I want to talk about. That is going to be Team Asla. Even they are not able to perform the way we have seen Asla perform in the previous past.
Exactly. Asla, especially one man that pops up in my mind whenever I speak of Asla is Krish OP. This man is supposed to be in form, especially when I looked at the qualifier stats. Krish OP was the man who was dominating the entire open qualifiers from his team. And now look at the transition in the open finals. It feels like the man is overthinking a bit too much. The entirety of Asla Esports just not able to showcase what they're capable of. And let's just hope that in the upcoming game of Erangel, maybe we might just see something else. Because if the same thing keeps on popping up over and over again, if the same problem problems are being repeated over and over again, then that's going to be a big problem to the point where Asla Esports might just not qualify. Because keep this thing in mind, in this lobby we've got teams like Windgod Esports, Gujarat Tigers, Team Jelly, who've already confirmed their slot in the challenge season, and these type of teams are really going to create havoc in the lobby.
And looking at the schedule, seems like it's entirely a Gujarat Tigers and Myth Officials show, because Myth Official, they got the winner chicken dinner in the first game. In the third game, they came so close to it. They came to the second spot. Gujarat Tigers getting back-to-back 2 chicken dinners. And now we have one more Erangel coming in, where same groups, Group B and C, will be playing. And speaking of overconfidence and overthinking, I think BotArmyEsports is also one of the name that comes into my mind, because the way they engaged in the fight in the previous Erangel, it was a hasty rush that came from their side. Despite having the numbers advantage, they were taken out pretty easily from the game.
BotArmyEsports, yeah, so far they haven't really had the proper lay of the land, but considering the fact that they started the day off with quite a good note, with quite a good position in the overall standings, all it takes is one decent game, and once again, BotArmyEsports are back in the groove. So they do have a lot to lose, but at the same time, they're not that far away from winning too. So for BotArmyEsports, I would still say they're not going to be a big point of concern. The big point of concern are still Hyderabad Hydras, Diesel Esports, who are still barely on the edge. Diesel Esports are slowly and steadily making those baby steps, but at this point in time, baby steps are not going to be enough. This is going to be the last game for Diesel Esports and Hyderabad Hydras, and if they do not perform in this game, we pretty much know what's going to be the course of action.
Oh yes, we already know. If they don't perform in this one, day 3, staging a comeback is never easy for any team, because you don't have too many games left, and expecting things to go in your favor at that point is, I think, too much to ask for. So Hyderabad Hydras, this game is going to be of prime importance. But speaking of this game, we have a flight path upon our screens is going all the way from the side of Milta Power towards the side of Georgopol. From us, very pure, are little difficult to glide, but all the major cities are easily glidable for all the teams. M40, they like dropping in towards the side of Milta and Milta Power. That is exactly where they are heading. And looks like Team Jelly is again back on their previous drop location, which has been school apartments.
Hands down, especially M40 moving towards Milta Power as well. It feels like M40, they're going to have quite a peaceful start. We don't see anyone towards Milta too. So for M40, they've got so much territory control. You move on towards Team Empire. They've moved in towards Shelter, Diesel Esports towards Lipovka. Even Diesel Esports are going to have quite the smooth sailing. I'm just looking out for a few clashes if possible. Hidden One's quite next to the players of Windgod Esports. And for Hidden Esports, they've got everything to lose. But if you're trying to speak of Windgod Esports, they're already doing way too good in the overall standing. So Windgod Esports are definitely someone who will try to go head first in the fight. While Hidden Ones, they need to think through properly. Legit Esports too can be on the same side of things. If Legit Esports lose out in this game, they won't have a lot of games left anymore to try and make that comeback happen. Day 2 is supposed to be the day of comebacks, and still a lot of the teams, they're failing to do so.
Legit Esports, at the start of the day, they were sitting at the 14th spot with a total of 19 points. And as far as today's games are concerned, I don't think Legit Esports has made any sort of impact. But for now, we have a drop clash happening in the Gujarat Tigers area territory. And we have Windgod Esports. 2 Goliaths are facing against each other. North Georgopol City. It's not going to be easy. Windgod Esports, Gujarat Tigers, they both are feeling super confident. They have got the momentum rolling in their favor. But for now, Gujarat Tigers, 3+, pretty much stuck in the same apartment building. Windgod, we have 2+. But if you look at the mini-map, Neeraj, there is one player of Windgod Esports having that cheeky angle who is a little far away from those apartments. If we do manage to find one knock onto the players of Gujarat Tigers, I think he can entirely change the course of action.
Look at what's happening. Gujarat Tigers' clutch card is also closing on up now. So yeah, it feels like the man who had the cheeky angle, he's got his own threat to deal with. He can't really focus on these 3 players anymore. He needs to focus on Clutch God. And that's some great read by the side of GT. Clutch God needs to be careful. LeBron, he's prone. He's just waiting for Clutch God to walk in his house. Infinity 2, having some sort of an off angle. Getting all the attention diverted to himself. And Clutch God still has got no clue that there's someone in that 6-pack. He's still just around that same vicinity. Clutch caught in the opposite house as soon as he moves to the house next to him. That's where the real problems will start to strike. Clutch caught, though, he knows exactly what sort of precautions he needs to take. Even Godsee's moved away from that spot. LeBron's still uncontested. I'm pretty sure LeBron's position hasn't even been noticed by the players of GT. They don't even know that LeBron's over here. And luckily enough, Clutch God is somehow avoiding LeBron. So that's a good thing. But the longer this fight delays, it's not going to be good for either of these teams. But looking at the overall standings, both of them are doing good anyways. So this fight is sort of pointless.
I agree. Gujarat Tigers, they are not even aware about the position of LeBron at all. The good thing is, Clutch God has got an S12K in his hands. Even caught off guard, maybe that S12K can be that savior for him. But on the other side, if you notice, LeBron has got those SMGs in his hand, which are so powerful and potent in the close range. So Clutch God and LeBron, this fight is going to be important, not for the leaderboard. Yes, I agree, because both these teams are somewhere on the top. But looks like Infinity, he also has a good angle onto Clutch God. Gods can try to provide all the backline support. Now, kind of a stalemate situation. This is a go-to thing whenever it's an apartment fight, be it the school apartments or Georgia Pool apartments. These kind of fights are very prolonged and extended fights because there are so many hiding spots. There's so many flank angles which you can create, and that is exactly what is happening. And when the circle is also favoring you, teams tend to prolong it way too much. But now LeBron, not even you just stole my line. I was about to say the same exact thing.
Well, I mean, just look at him. He's so quiet, making sure that he's not even going to move an inch. Because he knows as soon as he moves, his position will be compromised. And somewhere down, line cuts! He's got no clue that LeBron was there, but still LeBron gets contested. And gets taken down. All the patience for what? Down the drain. LeBron gets caught eventually and shut down. As I mentioned a while ago, this fight is pretty much pointless. Both these teams are doing really good in the overall standings. It's just a fight to find out who's more supreme. Is it GT in the open finals or is it WindGod? And so far it feels like Gujarat Tigers. The awareness seems much more better. The man walked in the window and knew exactly how to contest the house. He opened the door. He did not just start running inside of the house automatically. Instead, he sort of jiggle peeked the corner. And then the shots were taken by the opponent. And that's where the position was instantly noted. Gujarat Tigers Clutch God once again softened up a little bit. Infinity 2 was pretty low. Instantly backs away. WindGod Esports with now a man deficit. It feels like slowly and steadily they're getting charged up on. And WindGod repositioning is going to be off the essence. But how can they reposition when they're surrounded by the likes of GT?
If you notice, Nexus doesn't even have the proper armor as well. WindGod, they don't have the numbers, they don't have the proper armor. So things are definitely favoring the plus of Gujarat Tigers. Especially Zverev also keeping a close eye in case some sort of a flank angle or rotation comes in from the side of WindGod Esports. But here comes a rush, here comes a push, and the entire team of Gujarat Tigers is just rushing towards the compounds of WindGod Esports, where Yash is trying to make some kind of a safe escape from the situation and reunite with his teammates. God, Infinity trying to lob those grenades, trying to find some sort of connection. But the main question is, will he be able to do so? Because the constant repositioning which the Gujarat Tigers players are doing is going to make things difficult for Infinity at this point.
They evacuate that building instantly. WindGod Esports, good moves, good comms. 3 players backed away, playing it as defensive as possible. Even the utilities from GT now, they will start hurt. As even the wall of death is going to close on in, and it feels like GT at this point in time are just wasting their own precious time. It's better to just back away, get your hands on the vehicles, and start focusing on the zone if you really care about the game. But if you just care about taking down the players of WindGod Esports, you're most welcome. It is still a fight we all would love to see. Who's better in a proper 4-on-4 fight? WindGod Esports so far, they're falling short when it comes to the man advantage. But a beautiful place nade once again catches Clutch God. Clutch God has been the player who's taking a lot of damage upon himself. He's the tank of the team. And once again, that nade catches the hurt. But luckily enough, Clutch God backs away and he patches himself up.
it's not just Gujarat Tigers and Vingod who are locking horns with each other in the blue. We have two more teams in the north, Georgia Pool. That is going to be Team Eternity and Hidden Ones as well. Just now, as per finished feed, the play zone playing its part. One of the player of Eternity has already been taken down. He needs the rescue animation, but the way Executor, Hidden Ones are just waiting for the players of Eternity to come out in the open, it's not going to be an easy battle. Yes, I do understand that it's just a stage 1 circle. The blue is not chipping so much damage to you, but still respecting the circle is something all the teams need to do at this point, especially Eternity, because I don't think day number 2 has gone very well for them. Yes, day 1 they had a good outing, but day number 2 they don't have too many points in their hands. But
hands down.
Executors still trying to find something. They're just wasting their time. They need to respect the circle.
Next zone's going to pop up. And he moves away once again. All the teams out in the blue. They're going to have a lot of trouble soon. And speaking of trouble, there we go. Knocks on the doors of Hidden Ones. As the man gets capitalized instantly, Executor gets executed from the game. Now it's down to just Mortis, Alien, and Denial. For how long can they try and delay this fight? For how long can they try and extend the fight? Hidden Ones, they just want to back away from this spot and prioritize the rotation first, and that's what they exactly do. But here's the big problem for Eternity. They do not have a lot of vehicles themselves. They do have one. A while ago, I did spot that. But other than that, Eternity, they're still going to be on the struggling phase. And Hidden Ones, they do realize the fact that, yes, there's someone else as well camping this Georgia Pool City. That's why they're taking the longer route behind that patrol station. They will find themselves quite a safer route. The field station was definitely the savior. Hyderabad Hydras, they collide against the players of Team Empire as Hunter gets taken down. And Team Empire somehow, they found themselves on the upper edge.
Oh yes, they have. They have managed to get a knock on to Hunter of Team Hyderabad Hydras. Will be looking for the confirmation point as well. And not to forget, both these teams are in hot water. As per the leaderboard, they are in trouble. They need those points. So they need to pick the battles very carefully, especially in this Erangel Hyderabad Hydras, since it's their last game. But Vingod and Gujarat Tigers seems like they don't want to escape from the situation. They want to take this fight. They are close to 2,800 meters away from the circle, but despite that, they're burning the resources just to prove that who is the supreme one in this 4v4 fight, which is now a 4v3, where the numbers advantage is with the players of Gujarat Tigers. Kind of a very prolonged fight. But speaking of the circle has taken an eastern shift. And we have the players of Team Aslat, M40, then Diesel Esports, and Jelly. Team Jelly just right in the epicenter of the circle. So maybe we can expect one more good outing from Team Jelly. And as per finished feed, they're picking up few good fights as well, as Jelly has managed to get one more finish point for him.
Maybe we can. Gujarat Tigers. Once again, we move on towards this fight. I'm not even exactly sure what both these teams are thinking. They're just burning through each other's meds, nothing else. The blue zone's doing that constant damage. Even the utilities, they're starting to hurt. The only thing that I can see happening is by both these teams suffocating to the blue zone. Patching themselves up constantly. Even Gods, he's only got one more first aid, so he can't really sustain the damage for too long. They need to close on up and do something. Both of them can hear each other's footsteps, but they still can't work around against each other, and that's the main problem. It's the main concern. Yush is almost on the verge of getting knocked out, and somewhere down the line, Gujarat Tigers know the exact thing. This fight is extended for too long, and I think so the only reason why this is happening is because Gujarat Tigers knows they've pretty much won it. They've pretty much qualified to the challenge season, and they do not care anymore. They want to camp out the players of WinGod Esports. But even WinGod Esports, they're looking pretty comfortable in the overall standings. So it's not going to be problem for them either. Nexus,
100% agree.
Looking to toss a nade. The players of GT, they do seem a little bit more exposed compared to the players of WinGod. So if a nade is tossed perfectly on top of this roof, Gods can definitely get caught.
You know what I think? Both these teams are going to go down by the play zone.
Oh
because
God,
if you look at it, Nexus, a self-nade, One more follow-up and the confirmation is there. Like I said, they're going to go down by the play zone. They're just going to deny the finish point to each other. Zverev already on the flank angle. God's trying to find some sort of connection with that grenade, but I don't think he'll be able to find any sort of connection as Infinity has a grenade of his own. Maybe he'll also try doing the same thing which his own teammate did. Could be a possibility. And there it goes. Vingod goes down by their own grenades, denying the points to the players of Gujarat Tigers.
Well, somewhere down line, we sort of saw this coming. I mean, especially GT sort of wasting so much of their own time, wasting their meds, resources in that one single fight, wasting their valuable time that they could have utilized to try and move up and gain some more area control. But all of that is down the drain. They don't even get the points secured for that entire fight. But it's completely fine. Still, GT's cooking in the game, so they can move up in the circle and hope for the best. The next stage is going to pop up soon. The next circle, it's going to dictate the pace of the game. Eternity, this time looking much better. But once again, down to a 3-man squad. And that's been the main concern for Eternity every single time. In every single game, Eternity, they lose out on their one player early off.
And same is a story with the players of Do or Die as well. As they lose their players one by one, they don't have the numbers to take those 4v4 fights. They're always outnumbered. But speaking of the circle, I think it's favoring heavily for the players of Team Legit Esports, Team Empire, Team Blasty. Speaking of Empire and Blasty, these teams are struggling in the leaderboard. It's an important game for them as well. But Diesel Esports also trying to move towards the center of the circle. The way Team Empire is holding on to those shelter caves, I think it's a good area to hold on to. They've got good resources as well to take an open fight, just in case if any teams rushes towards them. But old boy finds Tyrant of Team Eternity, instantly shuts him down and gets the confirmation point as well. Eternity now left just as a 2-man army. Not a good outing. Yes, a good position for them inside the circle, but the numbers are not favoring them at all.
Exactly. And these type of individual picks can actually hurt too much. And that's what has happened to the players. Especially for Do or Die too. This game matters a lot. It's pretty much the last game for Do or Die. Intensity is going to keep on amping up as the games keep on passing by. And Do or Die is one of those teams who's always been on the receiving end of the spectrum. They're trying their best to vary at the pace of the game too. But majority of the times it's not working out that well. Grind was the only man in the enemy turf, and now he's looking to back away. Genesis in a really uncomfortable spot. At least Grind's going to back away from this entire moment, but Chiro is there to try and save the day for his own teammate as he finds a beautiful knock, but Fragger gets ran over by Dope. Even that's going to be the trade they were looking for. Team Bunny, they're starting to crack under that pressure. They're making a lot of rookie mistakes. Bunny's on the verge of escaping, but I'm pretty sure the players of Genesis, they do not want to let Bunny escape like that. Sketch wants to make the run for the point, and Bunny's still on the run. And I don't think so Bunny's going to be contested for any time soon. He's going to find the escape route, but still at the cost of what? 3 of your own teammates were taken down in that fight. Team Bunny choked hard.
It's the same story of the previous Erangel for Team Bunny. Exactly the same way they were taken out pretty early in the game, the way they took that fight, having the numbers advantage. Despite that, they were taken down by the players of Team Legit Esports, and this time it is Team Genesis. I don't know, yesterday Team Bunny was feeling so confident in those 4v4 fights, in doing those third parties, breaching into the compounds, but today seems like Team Bunny is completely off. And there it goes, Team Myth, Aiden with a vehicle run over, deals with the last player of Team Bunny as well, and now they have been eliminated on the 14th spot. A team which was almost dominating the lobby in the finish department is now being taken out so very early in the game.
Rough luck. Bunny Esports today is not really having the day. Day 2, Bunny Esports is being getting countered left, right, and center. You look at the stats on day 2, and Bunny Esports, man, they haven't even been able to find any sort of footing. But what a knock that was from Spider. A quick burst on the player. He finds the knock, instantly gets the confirmation too. Beautiful spray that was from M40. And these are the exact plays you're looking for if you're M40, if you want to make a name for yourself. Joker, Vodka, Nishu, Spider, quite the dark horses, and still being able to play so good. Just need to keep on moving with the same sort of domination, with the same sort of mindset. And M40 can also be one of the top contenders in no time. I like the fact that everyone's playing it super disciplined. What if the zone moves away from M40? I would love to see the rotation then. And that's what exactly happens.
Yeah, the circle is going a little northwestern and it is favoring heavily the players of Genesis. And as Fixer said, Gujarat Tigers, they're super lucky. Or should I say they are the zone magnets? Because every single time today, the zone is heavily favoring the players of Gujarat Tigers, but I'm not sure if they have got enough resources in their hands since they were traveling in the blue since a very long time from the Georgia Pulse. They wasted all the med kits, they wasted all the grenades, the smokes, so they're short on that crucial loot which they need in this particular circle. But Myth officials also on their tails is not a good thing, because if you remember in the previous Erangel, GT versus Myth, it was GT who won the chicken dinner. So maybe Myth will be looking for some sort of a revenge story, but Eternity Kaiser finds old boy of Do or Die, shuts him down. A trade onto Captain is there, and Clutcher gets a confirmation point as well. It's going to be an important fight as Kaiser is still holding on to that little wooden shack. A perfect nade goes in, but before that, Reaper deals with him, and Eternity, well, they have been eliminated on the 13th spot, and Do or Die for the first time, they have all the 4 men standing in the lobby with 3 finish points.
Hands down. I mean, Eternity, for them, as I mentioned, the only concern that's always been for them is that they always lose that one man early in the game. And once they find a cure to that problem, I'm pretty sure Eternity might just do much better. But once again, focusing back on the game, you can say the same thing for Team Just Jelly as the Zone Magnets.
Yeah.
Even they're in the Smack Center, and in my opinion, Team Just Jelly has a better spot compared to anyone in the game so far. They're in the Smack Center. They've got so much line of sight on majority of the grounds around them. So yeah, Intel's going to be flooding in. Gujarat Tigers do a decent dip to play with. But let's see how they hold this one down. They do have enough resources too for now, but speaking of Myth, Spear is going to be the man to get taken down first, and he was the only player in that dip. Myth, they can't even provide any sort of cover to the player who was falling down, but Team Legit eventually, even they're starting to face the wrath. Myth's second player gets taken down and instantly confirmed. Even Aiden's not there in the game anymore, but I'm pretty sure Oxen and Maxioso, they would want to get some sort of revenge against Team Legit. If they've got any sort of nades, now is the time to toss it in the entire dip. And that's what Myth is looking for to do. Maxioso wants to get the revenge. He wants to take down the players of Team Legit, but he just can't do so right now. Maxioso, there's a lot of the shots taken against him, even from the players of GT, and even from the side of FNT. There's nowhere to go. Team Myth, they're on the verge of getting taken down, but Myth is still on a plan. They're still doing something that we've never seen before in the past. He carries Oxen on top of his car, but eventually Oxen gets taken down, and even the vehicle's about to explode. He needs to do something, get back in the cover, and that's what he exactly does. Luckily enough, he finds himself a piece of cover that's uncontested.
Well, he is safe, but the players of Team Asla are not safe. I was just about to mention the fact that even Asla is in a very good spot. They have the entire northern control, but seems like Team Genesis doing a perfect third party, and Do or Die proved to be an absolute problem for the players of Team Asla, and now they have been eliminated from the lobby, and the circle takes a little southern shift, is favoring the players of Team Blasty, Team Jelly, Gujarat Tigers, but DSL, Diesel Esports, Goku, this is not the vehicle you want to be in, and at this point they have the players of Do or Die to deal with, and Orlo finding the perfect angle and the shot onto the players of Do or Die. It was a mistake from the side of Do or Die to pick up a fight out in the open, and Diesel Esports, 3 finishes already in their favor, will now head towards the circle for now. But looking at Team Vampire, an extreme important game for this particular team is now trying to lock horns with the players of M40, where Nishu OP is right there, but Hunter being a little short on that grenade, but Nishu is down to 30 HP. That's something concerning for me.
Yeah, he's going to find the rotation path out of that area. He was taking a lot of damage upon himself. A lot of the bullets were there in his direction. Good thing for Team Empire is that they found themselves such a remarkable compound to play with. Not exactly a compound, but you can say a bunker to play with. And that bunker is going to be lasting for a while. Team Empire still surrounding is something that they need to try and clear every single time. Team Legit, they might just have to line of sight against the players of Team Empire. Genesis, they want to make sure that they're evacuating this entire garage. But Maxioso, he's the man who's occupying it. But eventually a nade sails in from Fragger, and that's going to find the confirmation. Because now it's time for Genesis to move on once again. And 40 constantly taking shots against Team Empire. And these shots now starting to inflict a lot of pain. Legit out in the open, nowhere to go. Choco, this man is still surviving on a sliver of HP. But for how long, that's my real question. Choco still somehow manages to escape that vicinity. Team Legit, they're now the center of attraction. There's M40 taking shots against them. There's Team Empire taking shots against them. Where can Team Legit go? That's my question.
Oh, nowhere. They've got nowhere. They're just using that smoke to have that little bit of the soft cover for themselves. On the other side, Team Empire is also in a lot of trouble as two of their own players have been knocked down. They have to go for the rescue mission. On the other side, we have Genesis also locking horns with the players of Team Diesel Esports. It's a trifactor happening. A third party also happening from the side of Team Jelly at this point. Team Empire, they'll be able to revive their fallen comrades. On the other side, Team 40. Easy revival for their teammate as well. Important game for Team Empire, and the circle is also favoring them. But in all this commotion, if you notice, Neeraj, there is one team which is super silent, and that is Team Blasty.
The overextension's gotta hurt for Team Empire. And yeah, Team Blasty's over there too. They've got a nice compound to play with, but right now they don't really need to worry about anything. A team that needs to worry about everything is Team Empire. Through the smokes, the shots were taken and Predator gets knocked out. Somehow M40, they've got X-ray vision. And now for Team Empire, there's so much to worry about. The entirety of M40, it feels like they're clashing up on top of them. Hunter was able to find at least the first player. And that's going to stop the wrath, at least for now. That's going to stop the aggression of M40. Wodka's still up close and personal. The man needs to patch himself up. Wodka's way too low. Ace tried to go for it. But Wodka luckily has a cover fire from the back lines, so that's going to keep the players of M40 alive for a bit longer. Wodka is still there, up close and personal against the players of Team Empire, as the wall of death is now going to start to close in, and it's going to be the goal call for both these teams. They need to take a fight against each other. Team Empire, unfortunately, loses on Predator once again. Now the fight's taken down to a 3-on-3. Team Empire, they're on the receiving side of things. They do not even have the high ground in this fight. Team Empire needs to do something, and that's why Hunter is trying to wrap around the corner. But Hunter's taken down way too low. The utilities of M40, they're starting to do a lot of damage. That's Team Empire. They're also getting shattered from the back lines. Oh boy, Empire can't survive this wrath anymore. It's a big sandwich scenario that's coming into play. And now Legit, they need to shift their focus on the players of M40, as eventually M40 will be wiped out from the game. But still, Ace is alive from Team Empire, and he can be the X Factor that Team Empire is looking for. Ace can definitely strike down both these players. Utility toss. Ace finds the first knockout. Zeus is still there, and Zeus will shut down Ace.
And with that, Team Empire has also been eliminated. Legit doing a perfect third party. The perfect util was invested by the players of M40. But despite that, it was Team Legit coming on the top. We have the players of Team Blasty as well. Golu being the last man standing. He needs to patch himself up. Yes, the circle is favoring him. But for how long? Because he's the only lone survivor at this point. Then we have the players of Team Jelly also having the perfect control of the circle. Maybe this is a chicken dinner coming in for the players of Team Jelly if they play all their cards right. Or maybe Team Legit because they are feeling the confidence. 8 finishes already towards the side of Team Legit at this point. Curse God. M416 goes to the reload and Sam immediately takes on Proton. Gets a confirmation point as well. Curse God also gets taken down by Jelly, and Legit is just falling down like a pack of dominoes.
Oh boy, Legit. He finds an elimination on to Golu too. Team Jelly slowly and steadily starting to clinch their fists as Legit. Now they're starting to crack under the pressure. Top 3 teams alive, one of which is also Legit. And Zeus is the only man holding the string. Wall of Death once again starting to move in. And with that, Legit will crumble and they will crack. And just like that, it's going to be Team Jelly to secure the chicken dinner, because look at Diesel Pari. He's all the way back in the blue and he's going for the med strat. But unfortunately, the man's ran out of first aid, so even he will be taken down. But just Jelly, a solid game. And this is something that Team Jelly was looking for, I'm pretty sure. And with this game, they're going to catapult themselves easily in the top 1 spot.
100%. Team Jelly definitely is going to be on the top of the leaderboard, if not top, at least in the top 3. Because Gujarat Tigers, they've got 2 chicken dinners. Team Jelly, they also have multiple chicken dinners. They were at the 2nd spot by the end of yesterday, and getting the chicken dinner with a very high fragging game. I think Team Jelly is just feeling themselves, they're feeling the confidence, because they had 10 finishes in this particular one. Other than Team Jelly, I think it was Team Legit who, for a point, I thought might get a chicken dinner, but 2 players out in the open, and Sam immediately taking them down, getting the confirmation point. After that, the numbers advantage was with the players of Team Jelly. But other than that, I think Diesel Esports and Legit really played good in this one.
Exactly. Diesel Esports, yes, just opting for that med strat. And it feels like Diesel Esports, they've got a lot to showcase, but they're still keeping a lot of the stuff hidden. And I'm pretty sure in the challenge season, we might just see a much more better and a reformed version of Diesel Esports, because playing the med strat proves a lot of the stuff that Diesel Esports isn't really taking these open finals that seriously compared to all the other teams. And Diesel Esports, somewhere down the line, maybe they know that they can easily qualify. All you need to do is just place yourself in the top 16, and top 16 anyways move on towards the challenge season. And then in the challenge season, we're going to have 16 more invited teams. So that's why in the challenge season, competition might just be a bit more cutthroat.
Agreed. The challenge season is not going to be easy. So this is the point. This is the stage where the teams can experiment, just like Jelly in the previous one. They dropped in towards the southern island. This time they went again back to their original drop location, that is a school apartments. So this is the stage where if you want to try something, experiment something, you can definitely do so. But looking at the highlights, this Erangel started on a very prolonged fight which we witnessed between the players of Gujarat Tigers and Wingod Esports, where Wingod decided not to give away the finish point to Gujarat Tigers. But this was a highlight fight which we witnessed between Team Empire M40 and Team Legend Esports. -40, perfect util usage we saw from their side.
Hands down, one of the most awkward standoffs that we witnessed between these two teams, Wingod Esports and Gujarat Tigers. Then later on, Wingod Esports decided to eliminate themselves from the game because they knew they've got nothing to lose anyways, and they do not even have the meds to sustain the amount of damage that Blue Zone was inflicting. So they anyways ended up giving their lives away to the BGMI gods. You move on towards inside of the game, and you also did see Usla Esports sort of on the struggling phase, where the players of Genesis were the one to third party and shut them down completely. Diesel Esports, Pari was the person who went for the med strat, and Diesel Esports clearly somewhere down the line, even they know that they're easily going to qualify. So it does feel like Diesel Esports is hiding a lot of their strats.
Oh yes, they are definitely, because if you notice the approach which they brought yesterday, they were super aggressive, especially Orlo and Goku. The way they were taking that vehicle and going for the vehicle runner was, even in the previous Erangel also, Diesel Esports were pretty aggressive. But this time they went for the mid strat, just getting those average points which they needed, survive till the top 2. So yeah, maybe they're hiding few strats for the challenge season, and I don't think that's a bad thing. It's a good thing actually. You should not reveal all your cards at this stage, I think.
It is way too early in the game to try and reveal any sort of stats, right? And even if you are going to be revealing any strats, just make sure those are going to be like the basic strats that you've been practicing in the scrims, because open finals is something that a lot of these teams don't even consider as a hurdle. For example, teams like Gujarat Tigers, Wingod Esports, Team Just Jelly, I'm pretty sure somewhere down the line, these guys easily knew that they're going to qualify from here anyways. They're going to move on towards the challenge season. The real trouble is going to be in the challenge season when those 16 invited teams are going to be there, and they're going to start to wreck a lot of the chaos and havoc in the lobby. And that's when I would love to see what these teams that qualify from the open finals do.
But challenge season is also a long format. You have too many matches in your hand, so you can try different things. You can try for a average, getting those average points in the initial first few days, and then try going for the aggressive approach. In the long league format, you can try different things, but open finals is just for the 3 days, and few teams have already realized that they're qualifying for the challenge season at any cost. But few teams, few big names are still there who are in the danger area, just like Hyderabad Hydras. Day 1 didn't go in their favor. They were right at the bottom of the leaderboard. Day 2 exactly didn't go in their favor at all. Just one good game from their side, and after that, nada, nothing at all. Speaking of the MVP, we have got Sam of Team Jelly with 5 finishes of his own.
I mean, Sam has always been a really good player. You talk about THW, his past team, of course the IGL was someone else, or you talk about this team, Sam, Q, Lamau, these guys have always been the forefront of the action, and right now too, Sam is doing pretty good, even inside of this team in Team Jelly, with 5 finishes racked up and 50% of finish contribution, 9% of map impact. Solid stats by Sam, yes, nothing taken away from that, but as I mentioned, Open Finals, no names can easily dominate. I would love to see what happens when the time passes on and we move on towards the challenge season. Are we going to see the same stats repeat itself, or are we going to see someone else completely dominate the entire stage? Of course, the invited teams are going to dominate, nothing taken away from that, but I would still love to see the teams from the Open Finals do much better.
Yeah, of course, we all love to see those crazy fights happening, just like we witnessed between Team Empire and -40 and Legit Esports. We want to see that sort of aggression, not exactly what we witnessed in Georgapur City between Vingod Esports and Gujarat Tigers. I'm not a fan of that. I don't want to witness any sort of thing again in the game. But never mind, that's a good strategy not to give away your finish point. But moving forward, Hyderabad Hydras, let's be honest, let's talk about this. Do you think they can qualify for the challenge season at this point?
I think so, they can qualify. It's still not too bad. Hyderabad Hydras has had one good game so far, and with this previous game, I think so their games are done and dusted. I don't think so they're going to be playing anymore. So Hyderabad Hydras, yes, that's a bad thing to end on, but you've still got 4 more games to go tomorrow, and you're not that far away from that 16th marker. You just need to be there in the top 16, and I'm pretty sure Hyderabad Hydras, they can easily make that happen. If they've had one good game so far, they can easily replicate that same thing tomorrow as well and get a few more points in their back. They just need one good game to instantly bring themselves back in the top 16. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot more to talk about, but maybe we will have a talk about that after this short break.
और कहीं दर्द हो रहा है?
थोड़ा सा शोल्डर्स में, बैक पेन।
हेलो, डेंटिस्ट।
वसूलना तो पड़ेगा। 10 नंबर
वसूल तो करना पड़ेगा। फुल वसूल करने का है शौक तो डू इट लाइक अ बॉस। BGMI रॉयल पास, यहाँ मिलते रहेंगे अमेजिंग इमोट्स, कूल स्किन्स और बहुत सारे रिवॉर्ड्स, और साथ में फुल कैशबैक यूसी में। तो अब सोचना क्या, गेट फुल वसूल विद BGMI।
I know that I want you, and I know that you want me back, and I know that you want me back. Let's do and say that we don't. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we don't. Say that we
Now they know about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Chipped away at it and ignored the hate. And now we big time status and it's us for the taking. We eat, dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is, yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it.
our thing. Ain't never till the bell goes ding. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't never till the bell goes ding.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back after that short break, and yes, a lot of the games are done and dusted so far, but still a few teams that we expected the comeback from. We haven't really seen that happen, and one of those is Hyderabad Hydras, quite the fan favorite name, still there on the latter half of the board fixes. They've had one good game so far, and Shadow asked me a question a while ago, can Hyderabad Hydras make a comeback happen on tomorrow's day? What do you think? Can they make it happen?
I think the same answer that you gave her. Mathematically, for sure, it's possible. And considering the fact out of 24 teams, you have the top 16 qualifying. So it's still in the cards. But given that the matches are already over, they have to go back to the drawing board. And tomorrow, if they start things off with another chicken and maybe in the next 3 games, they get around 4-5 points, I think they should easily qualify. But still, considering so much of heat, there have been so many other teams that have been stepping up. They still have a long task ahead of them.
Look at the brighter side of things now. You're not going to have teams like BotArmyEsports and GT trying to spoil the dreams for some of the teams that were struggling to qualify, right? Now we're going to have Group B and C sort of stepping in the action. Well, who knows? Well, I don't think so they're going to be there, right? Because considering their games are already done and dusted.
So for tomorrow, I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah, for tomorrow, yes, they will definitely be there. And, of course, spoil a few dreams. That's going to happen. But let's speak about M40 a little bit, right? The decision-making from the side of M40 was pretty nice. They knew exactly when they need to aggress on. Yes, it's a whole different thing. That team legit stepped in the action and sort of spoiled the entire party. But M40 should have been the one to come out on top in that entire kerfuffle easily.
They should have. And honestly speaking, when you look at even -40 and how they performed yesterday, they have been a very calculated team. They've been getting decent amount of finishes, and this time also not too shabby, to be honest. Considering decent amount of points for, I think they could have wanted a little bit more there. But still, I think a walk in the right direction, considering they have got a couple of more games to play, and it's all about just warming up. But Team Jelly continuing their hot streak. 20 points this time. Even in the previous game, they were quite consistent as well. But Legit and Diesel, they did make the headlines over here, considering that Legit, they were struggling even for the likes of Diesel. The past couple of games, we have seen them amping up on that aggression.
Let's talk about Diesel Esports a little bit. They were going for the med strat, especially when they realized that, okay, we've got a decent amount of elimination points already. And they pretty much knew that they're not that far away from the qualification bracket anyway. So they went for the med strat. And slowly and steadily, it feels like Diesel Esports is slipping under that radar. And I'm pretty sure Diesel Esports are easily going to qualify too. It's not even a question. But Team Blasty as well had quite a blast of a game. The previous game was solid. And if Team Blasty keep on pressing on that same momentum, they can easily move on forward and do much better.
I think Team Blasty, there has been a slight improvement from how they really fared off yesterday, but still a long road ahead of them, I believe, because yes, consistent performance. They're finally finding their groove, but a lot of push, because even if they make it inside of the top 16, you know that the next week is going to be even tougher, considering all the invited teams are going to be coming, and that is where the truth test really begins for them. So I think for Team Blasty, I want to see a little bit more of them, as we still have a couple of more games for them. They'll be playing the next 2. But when we get the overall rankings, Necro will have a more vivid picture as to what is really going on, who is sitting on the top, because I feel like Wingard's lead has been taken away. Yes, that's the case. Gujarat Tigers right at the tippity top. They've got Team Jelly right after them. Wingard not too far behind, but they would have wanted a better outing for day number 2.
Just look at the amount of eliminations the top 3 has taken. BotArmyEsports has 52 eliminations, and still they're on the 3rd spot. Oh boy, BotArmyEsports and Gujarat Tigers definitely showcasing what domination looks like. As we flip the page, and we're also going to see a few more known names on the latter half of the board. Metal Esports with 42 points. Yes, you can say they've secured their slot in the top 16. Tomorrow's day just needs to be a teeny tiny bit of a push to sort of extend themselves to the first half of the board. And on the last page, yes, a lot of known names over here too. Team Empire, 7 Habits, Hyderabad Hydras, just barely on the verge of extending towards the top 16. Even you've got Do or Die. As I mentioned, Hyderabad Hydras can easily qualify. The real conversation over here has to be Do or Die and even Team Empire. Do or Die's games are done and dusted. So Team Empire, they've had a decent start today with 7 points. And I think so if they keep on playing the same way, they can easily get out of that slumber.
They finally found something to latch onto. to be honest, because yes, this was the only game where we saw Team Empire really coming out, getting something done. But other than that, it has been quite disappointing, right? So you would want to judge them in the next 2-3 games as to how they're looking, if they're sturdy enough, if they are prepared for the challenge that lies ahead of them. Like you said, Group B, their match is already done and dusted. We have Group A playing the next 2 games, along with Group C. We've got Erangel up next, and the teams to watch out for surely would be Future Stars. We've got Bot Army, even for the likes of F1. We've got 7 Habit from Group C. It is going to be Team Empire, hidden once again, even for -40. They've got a decent positioning to themselves, but Asla is also one of those teams that I will be eyeing out for, along with Team Blasty, because all these teams are actually contending for that top 16 spot. We don't want to talk about the top 6, top 7, top 8. We, for a matter of fact, know for sure that they will be in the next stage. But yes, there is that rift. There's going to be a lot of fights happening for those lower spots that are yet to be occupied.
And as I always mention, from 12th till 16th, anything can happen. Those slots can easily be taken away by the team, even on the spot of 24th. If they've got a good chicken dinner in their hands with a decent amount of elimination points, they can instantly charge themselves towards that 16th spot. So anything can happen. The overall standings still look pretty sensitive as we move on towards the next game of the day, which is going to be the map of Erangel, as the plane flat path begins all the way from Primorx towards Milta Power. And now this plane flat path is heavily tilted down south. If you want to move up north, it's going to be a tough stretch. Maybe take a pit stop, get your hands on the basic loot, and get your hands on the vehicle, and then move in towards your primary drop location.
I mean, looking at this flight path trajectory, you would have that feeling in your gut that says that it's going to be a certain map that gets formed, a certain circle, in fact. But we've all been betrayed. It goes towards the western side majority of the times, but today has been one of those days where we haven't seen the circle tilting towards the south. It has been mostly towards that northwestern side. So many of those teams engaging in that, and considering it's Group A and C, 2 different groups, it is going to be a very fun affair.
I want to see an aggressive game this time around, because the previous one was super slow, especially the fight between WinGod Esports and even the players of GT, where WinGod Esports at the end of the day just end up giving their lives away to the gods themselves. And the players of GT, they wasted so much time outside of the circle wanting to get those points secured, but in the end, they got nothing in their hands. So hopefully we're not going to see the similar sort of stalemate off the rip, because that is really a big momentum sort of destroy for the teams.
Yeah, I think we would all love to see some fights happening right from the get-go, but understanding from the POV of these players, they are trying to play it as safe as possible. They're not engaging in those unwanted fights. They finally realize that the elimination might be on the horizon, but hold on, Necro. Seems like your wishes are going to be granted. It is going to be the players of SBA going up against the players of Genesis, as there have been casualties from both different sides. And Snowjord, he's got a weapon to work with. I would love to see how many finishes can this player accrue in his name.
And off the rip, you do see 2 of the players getting taken down from the side of SPA. Genesis is off to a flying start. Even 1 player themselves have been taken down. Snowjot has got a lot on his plate for now. Something needs to be done. Sketch has got his hands on the shotgun too. He's got 1 more teammate backing him up. And looking at the HP status as well, Sham is taken down way too low. Genesis Shiro is still there on the opposite building. And Snowjot, he does want to make some sort of moves, but he knows he's getting camped up as well by the players. He can't even move out just yet. Snowjot is now looking to make the push happen on the opposite building. He knows there's someone on the upper side. Shots taken. Snowjot knows there is a man in the back lines too. And also a bit of a cover fire is being formed from the opposite side. SPA in a world of trouble. Just 1 man standing now. It's a 1-on-2 situation. Genesis, somewhere down line, they themselves know that they've got the big advantage. But here comes the third party from Team Jelly. Considering Jelly, they've already got everything on the board. Now they're not going to be scared of taking the fights. But eventually it will be Shiro shutting down the last man of SPA. But Shiro himself is getting charged on by 4 players of Team Jelly.
Gets pummeled down. Almost there you go. As Genesis bid their due from the server. 2 teams eliminated in the blink of an eye. It is not even 1 minute that has passed, and we can see just the final 2 remain. And Team Jelly, this was inevitable. They heard all that commotion and they knew exactly what to do. But considering this particular fight was a fight for the stronghold of vehicles, none of these teams could really get away with it. However, Genesis, a couple of points to work around with, and considering the fact that they're in a much better position than the others, especially SBA, and it's going to be a huge shocker to see SBA Esports being eliminated out from this stage, to be honest, Necro, because let's talk about them a little bit. They are formerly Phoenix Esports. We've seen them in the recent officials grand finals. It was such a nice outing from their side. They gave in their best, but feels like they've got their skin too fat right now. Maybe feeling a little too settled because their performance, the hunger, is not visible anymore.
Yeah, SBA is struggling too much. That too getting taken down in such a way off the rip with 0 points. Maybe a few points, 1 or 2 points, but that's really not going to count. Especially in the overall standings when you know you're there on the latter half of the board and you need a magnificent performance to get yourself back in the top 16. 1 or 2 points is not going to cut it. But Fixes, if you remember, this is the exact Jelly I was looking for since the past years. Jelly is now looking much more confident and aggressive. And this aggressive approach from Jelly seems so nice. And that's one of the main reasons why it's also pretty rewarding for his own team.
I think even Jelly as an individual realized that he has to start taking fights. He has to start winning them. You just cannot rely on positions all the time. And maybe he's got the right teammates that he's been longing for. Maybe the pieces are starting to settle. But I feel like it's too early to judge, honestly, Necro, because I want Jelly to be going up against the challenger teams, the ones that will be invited. And that is when we could draw the metrics. That is when we could maybe say that, yes, this is the Jelly that we want to see. And this is a Jelly that could make 2025 his. Because recently in various third-party tournaments, they have been getting the podium finishes. And considering the fact that he's got a very less time to gel in with his squad, he's getting a lot of value out of it. So yeah, Jelly, even as an individual, we've been seeing him being very calm in very tight situations. I think one of the biggest examples was yesterday's game of Miramar, a 1v1 situation which could have gone either ways, and there were a lot of fingers being pointed at him, especially on his assaulting skills. I think surely did shut down a lot of haters at that, but still a long way to go for Jelly and his team.
As you rightfully pointed out, yes, it's still not the real competition. Open finals for the known names, it can be much more easier to dominate compared to the newer faces on the block, because they've got much more confidence, because they've got much more experience compared to the newer names. So yes, we do expect the known names to dominate. But the real challenge is going to begin in the challenge season itself, where Jelly and the boys will be tested to the fullest limits. And let's stop talking about Jelly now, and let's talk about his own teammates. You've got Ninja, you've got Kyulamau, you've got Sam. We've seen all these players compete for the longest time in the pro circuit. And yes, they are also someone who do pack a lot of punch, and they have proven that time and time. In the past, they used to play for THW with a complete different IGL. And back in the day, THW was someone who used to play super passive. But now I'm loving this proactive team.
A lot has happened for these players, because even in the previous officials, yeah, they were getting close, but not to the grand finals. We're in contention even during the BGIS. A lot of disappointment continued for this roster. And one of the major reasons was things that they did not have a control over. There were things happening outside of the game, and they could do nothing about it. Natural calamities and getting hit with all of that. But to be honest, if you look at their career in general, I think their highlight performance had been in the INKR. But apart from that, they still somehow keep us wanting for more. They have garnered enough support from their region. They've been doing phenomenal in that aspect. But when it comes down to the entire nation as to how they've performed as a team, I think we got to give them a little bit of more time to cook. And this is, again, this is where their visions are aligning, because Jelly, along with these three players, they're pretty much on a redemption arc. And we all know that individually they're capable of bigger things. It's all about everything aligning, everything being in a perfect manner, just as to how they want it. So I think the next couple of months are going to be very crucial for the entirety of Team Jelly.
Hands down. And as we know, even the officials around the corner, right? So for them, this tournament matters a lot. They can also look at this tournament as like the warm-up tournament before they move in towards the officials, because let's be honest, Snapdragon Pro Series is going to be one of those stages that no one would want to miss out on, especially the grand finals. They're going to be epic. And if we do not really see a team like Team Jelly perform in there, it will be a big letdown. So I would love to see this new Team Jelly new Team Jelly in the grand finals and see what they've exactly got in store. But before that, they still have to go through a lot of the phases, and I would love to see them perform over there too. But hold on to that thought for now. Team Jelly once again looking pretty aggressive against the players of F1. Vampy's the man separated out a little bit. His position's also compromised. I know exactly where the utilities are flooding in from. And just look at this proactive approach. Ninze, Sam, and Kyolamau working in tandem as Jelly's going to be the man on the opposite side of the spectrum, a little bit far away and holding that off angle, waiting for the opponents to make any sort of mistake.
Look at the amount of respect they're commanding over here. Dropping down smokes, being quite aggressive. This is exactly what the fans wanted. And finally, they're starting to deliver. Kyolamau just making sure he hits that grenade right. Does miss by miles though. But Vampy, he's starting to feel scared. He's almost alienated from the squad as Gara from the backlines trying to just pepper down a couple of bullets, hoping that it would connect. And seems like they've got that inkling that says that Vampy, he's alone. As the remainder of the three players go charging in at his direction to somehow come to his aid. But look at Kyolamau, he's already barged in. It's all about getting that first knock, but Ninze still being kept at bay. All thanks to Vampy and those grenades coming in. But Jian, he's definitely a man to look out for because that flank angle looks to be covered. But now, a push coming at Vampy's way. He needs to somehow deal with this attack. Needs to fend off Jelly and his team as Sam is getting restless. But Vampy's got that perfect angle, just spraying down a couple of bullets. Nothing seemed to connect as Ninze, he gets the opener.
And that's the opener they were looking for. The perfect 1-2. It's going to start shredding the opponents off. But as Sam as well gets taken down, the trades now start to happen back and forth. Still Team Jelly too. They're looking much more vulnerable as even Jelly himself gets picked off by someone else. And you try and look at the elimination feed now, and Kyolamau replies back in a great fashion as he finds an elimination on Gara. Ninze is out in the open. It's still somehow he out-aims Jian. Ninze had no cover to work with. Pure mechanics come into play. And Ninze is going to be the man who out-aimed Jian and shuts him down single-handedly. This fight was creating too much noise, and the noise attracts the players of GENxFM too. A third party approaches, and GENxFM is definitely going to be the one to have the upper hand in this entire fight. But still, somehow, Team Jelly has recovered. Jelly's the only casualty in this fight so far.
Now, this is where GENxFM really thrive. They've been given the title of being the third-party kings, and Hedeke come in.
Oh my God.
Claim their stake on the throne as through one more grenade goes sailing through. Ninze is blown into smithereens over there. As Sam, along with his teammate Kyolamau, final two players surviving. But look at Almost God. He does not want to fall down without a fight. Gets those two pieces there. But there you have Vishu, or rather Evil, to come in for the cleanup. But this is where even for Team Jelly, they've got a little bit of time to recuperate. They need to get Ninze back up, but no, with Kyolamau falling down, everything comes down to Sam. Can he survive the onslaught of GENxFM? That is going to be such a tall ask from him.
That was a beautiful Molotov, but unfortunately misplaced that. If the Molotov would have went straight inside of the window, maybe things could have been different. Utilities being tossed in that same direction. A bit of that chip damage found, but nothing really crucial. Team Jelly still looking forward to recover from all the setbacks they've had so far. Utilities are constantly being bombarded in that one house. At GENxFM, they want to take a disciplined approach. They don't just want to push up close and personal. Instead, find the openings first with the utilities and then maybe bum rush down the players of Jelly. Still slow and steady approach. Through with this util. It's going to hope to find at least one knockout. But they're not able to find any sort of success because Team Jelly's playing all the way in the back of this barn house. And I love this approach too. Playing it super defensive, keeping the opponents guessing every single time. If you're GENxFM, the best possible scenario, the best possible thing that you can do in this entire moment is to just back away and let the opponents play.
They're just trying to delay the inevitable. Because look at this, Team Jelly, they are running out of resources. Not a lot of grenades. Finally, the smoke grenades are starting to deplete. At this point, GENxFM, they're playing it too smart, too safe. They're not giving them an inch of space, but look at this. Vishu, quite unaware that Sam was playing from such an off angle. Will smack him open there. Gets a beautiful knock, and suddenly it feels like the fight is on for a reset. Now it is going to be a 3-on-3 situation, and this is where it starts getting oh so exciting.
I said this, the mature option for GENxFM is to just back away from this fight, but they don't. Team Jelly, they've got nothing to lose. At this point in time, Team Jelly's playing the games as if they're playing some sort of scrims. They don't really care about anything anymore. They're straight up charging inside of the fights head first. And GENxFM, for them, they've got everything to lose. Not in that good of a position yet. And GENxFM, with 2 players up and standing, Lamau gets caught. That's a beautiful knockout. And the confirmation instantly follows up and through. He turns around and slaps down the last player too. And with that, Team Jelly will be knocked out and dusted from the game.
Lovely stuff coming in from GENxFM. They got a lot of finishes to their names. Yeah, another team. And this is going to be Team Blasty. They are looking for a lot of points, and they know that GENxFM, they have been injured. They have been crippled. But surely enough, Vishu is brought back to his life as GodX. He wants to create that flank. But Evil, he's well known of his position. He's well aware of exactly where GodX is. But Blasty, he could be the Joker in this fight. Surely enough that now Team Blasty, they have to rethink. Because GENxFM, they've got their numbers back up.
They indeed have. GENxFM, Dhruv and Vishu working in tandem. They want to catch Golu off guard. But Golu vaults on the opposite side of the wall and gets inside of the house too. Blasty, they need to deal with Evil. As Evil is going to be the one to sort of find the pick. And even Dhruv himself gets Golu. And also pans him down. A little bit of salt on top of the wound. Blasty came in as the people with the upper hand. But now it feels like they're going to leave this compound with a weaker bunch.
It's looking exciting. Look at this. We were having round 3, and here we have for round 4. Hidden Ones also join into the fray. GENxFM have been quite stellar. 8 finishes already in the bag. Certainly eyeing out for more. But Hidden Ones, yes, the position has been given out, especially with Daniel getting so up close and personal. This is where GENxFM have to again go back to their shell, have to have a rather defensive approach, because it could be fights coming in from 2 different fronts. On one side, either let Team Blasty and Hidden Ones fight it out, because for GENxFM, Dhruv, he feels a little aloof from his squad. He's got a nice angle though to play with, but I think anonymity has to be the key. Look at Blasty just proning through, trying to cover some spaces, trying to cover some angles as Hidden Ones. They're also going to make some movements over here. For GENxFM, this is going to be quite an interesting fight, and if they somehow survive the onslaught, it is going to be exceptional for them and their endeavors of entering into the challenge season.
In my opinion, Hidden Ones are just making the right call. Third party in that scenario has to be the best possible thing you can do, considering this entire moment has been elongated for too long. And maybe that's why Hidden Ones, they're just backing away. If they wanted, they could have waited for a bit longer and wait for the fight to escalate a bit more. But instead, they just backed away and prioritized the placement a bit more. Wanted to move inside of the circle, get a better standing for themselves, which is understandable too. But for now, Team Blasty, they came in as the stronger ones, and it feels like they might just leave as the weaker. Blasty himself spots out Wishu in the open. I'm not sure what he was doing there. Surrounding awareness completely lost. And Team Blasty, they find the exact equalizer they were looking for. With this, now the situation is taken down to a 3-on-3. GENxFM making some rookie mistakes, especially Wishu. But as soon as that happens, even GodX gets taken down, and now that's the opener that GENxFM was looking for. This opener is going to open a lot of window of opportunities for them. But here comes the Hidden Ones. As soon as they read the elimination feed, Hidden Ones, they want to be a part of the action too. And maybe they want to pummel down a few more players themselves. They don't want to miss out on the party. They're here to get the elimination point secured for themselves.
A lot of finishers waiting ahead of them as GENxFM yet survive one more onslaught. They've somehow managed to wipe out, also with a little bit of help coming in from Hidden Ones. But Madrek, he knows that his fate is sealed at this point. As Hidden Ones, they were just trying to float around, waiting for this fight to finally take place. And the moment it happened, they instantly came in for the slam, and 11 points nonetheless secured already for GENxFM. And from here onwards, He is up against the world in a 1v4 situation. And the best way out is, of course, to escape. But Madrek, does he get away with murder? That is the big question as he is running past by. But Daniel, he is going to deny him from that luxury, as Hidden Ones will be the ones with the final laugh on their faces as they successfully wipe out the final player of GENxFM. But what an outing so far. And coming back to the fight, of course, it was about Vishu trying to create a little bit of that angle, maybe just provide some assistance. And we did talk about Blasty having the flank to himself, but the same also happened to the players of Team Blasty, where Dhruv also had a really good flank angle. So both the flankers getting in so much done. But look at the circle shifting, and 7 Habit must be quite elated with their position as of now.
Hidden Ones, after dominating that fight, might just be feeling really good about themselves. Taking down the 2 remaining players of GENxFM. Those two extra bit of elimination points can definitely be the confidence booster that Hidden Ones was looking for. They would want to catapult themselves too in the overall standings in the top 16, but doing so means someone will be kicked out of that top 16. Who will that be? Metal Esports as well is moving quite close to one of the squads. Devotee gets traced down by Lucifer. And what a trace that was. Devotee, the man does not even stand a chance. He wanted to eject from that compound, but unfortunately gets caught while he was driving. Metal Esports against the players of M40. This is going to be a great fight to witness. But unfortunately, Spider overcommits on that angle, and he instantly gets caught. His head gets shredded.
Look at this. Metal, they still want to double down. They know they've got the players of -40 exactly where they want him to be. Course, Joker all by his lonesome legit as he follows up. A grenade being flung over, hoping that connects. Yes, it does. As legit finds yet another. Metal Esports just rampaging through -40 over here. As the numbers do start to trickle down. Vodka, the final man, alive along with Nishu. 2 players just for -40. And we were talking about the consistency that has been very much missing from -40. There are games where they get those good position points, a couple of finishes here and there. But here they are once again struggling with no other choice but to escape, get the hell out of there, because they've got no monkey business lying around and wanting to engage back once again, given the standings in the overall points table.
And 40 is still doing much more better compared to a lot of these teams. They can easily move in the top 16 without any problems. But here comes the Hidden Ones. They have been super hidden in the lobby so far, and it's quite a stealth attack too against Metal. As even Legit gets knocked out. Unfortunate stuff for the side of Metal Esports, and for Hidden Esports, this is exactly what they wanted. Utilities are now going to be tossed inside of that shack too, and what exactly can the man inside do then to move outside? And as soon as he done so, it's going to be Shock and Blast welcoming him.
Lovely stuff coming in from Hidden Ones. Takes you back to yesterday's game of Miramar, where Mortis almost clutched it out against Team Jelly. In fact, Jelly himself, and now they're continuing their sublime run in this one. 5 finishes already collected. And again, Necro, you must be very happy about the fact that so many of those early fights are there for us. As Vodka, he cleans up on Cyrix. A Cyrix that did decide to be quite brave. Went too far, tried to touch the sun, played around, got clapped. As now Nishu, Vodka and Joker, surely -40 have gotten their pieces back alive. 3 players still surviving, but now here comes the wrecking ball in the form of Hidden Ones. Suddenly, they've switched gears. And they're looking so lovely at this point. And look at Alien through the smoke, just sprays through. And Joker down on his knees as Alien surely would want to follow up. Wants to create a different angle along with Executor, as Nishu's position has also been compromised along with Vodka. -40 on the verge of getting exterminated from the lobby. But look at that, 7 Habit from afar. They're also going to be a part of the party right now. Everybody just running amok through the lands of Erangel as Vodka gets dealt with. And Hidden Ones, 8 finishes in the bag.
Hidden Ones. What am I watching? It's a complete flip of the script. It's like it's a complete new pack of team that's playing. Yesterday's day, Hidden Ones were struggling the entire day, and now look at them. A complete opposite side of the spectrum performance. Team Empire. They've got a few more foes around them, lying around, but I'm pretty sure that's not going to be a big concern for Team Empire as long as they've got them pinned down. WSB2 making quite a desperate attempt. And unfortunately for RedxRoss, they're going to be stopped out in the open. They do contest those two shacks because they want to be part of the zone too. And those two shacks might just get them barely inside of the circle. It's not that good of a position for RedxRoss yet. They still need to move up, maybe play for a good Rich. But Team Empire is constantly barraging those utilities or those bullets, and that's sort of creating a big problem for the players of RedxRoss.
You know what? In the midst of it all, I feel like legit are literally chilling in the lobby right now with no cause of concern, and considering the fact that we were a little scared about them yesterday. They don't want to be engaging in a lot of those fights. They want to let all the other teams fight it out. They're happy getting all those position points to themselves, and even in the previous one, ending in the top 3, they are certainly looking like one of the favorites to win this game overall. Still have a threat in the form of Team RedxRoss right beneath them. But there you have it, 7 Habits spotting out the players of Hidden Ones. Daniel being racked with so many of those shots. Executor brought down once again. Daniel should not have a big issue trying to get his teammate back up, but from the backlines we see so many of those players from Team Legit that could prove quite fatal for this team. As of now, 7 Habit also in the fray. Team Empire still breathing, still surviving as Hidden Ones. They are somehow fighting for their lives. That grenade, I do not know, Executor. The first aid being triggered at the very final moment, somehow keeping him alive. But can't say that for Daniel anymore, as another grenade comes sailing through, and Hidden Ones in a world of trouble right now.
I can't believe the fact that Hidden Ones were able to pull off this rotation in the first place. They drove through so many teams from the center and still somehow found themselves on the safer side of things. I just can't believe this. They were taking so many shots upon themselves, just like RedxRoss were from the side of Team Empire. But still, that did not stop the players of Hidden Ones from finding a good position in the circle. And now they're in the smack center too. Look at Mortis and his boy. They're in a really good spot for now. Executor, unfortunately, completely stuck in the same spot. And he's got no vehicles too to try and take an exit from this entire moment. He's stuck there. The only thing Executor can try and do is provide some cover fire, maybe to his teammates, but even that seems impossible.
Does. Especially at this moment right now. As Legit make good work out of the players of RedxRoss, one of their players being taken down, and they finally know that this is the moment, this is the opportunity that they need to seize. Otherwise, it's going to be a Dunzo. RedxRoss, another force to be reckoned with. They have been phenomenal in the open finals so far. But right now, they've got Legit to deal with. Cursecord having cover of that. There's Proton still driving by. Phoenix almost being run over. Somehow escapes with the skin of his teeth, as now finally Beast succeeds in taking Proton down. As Legit, now the pieces are starting to fall apart. Down to their final 2. Cursecord does have 2 finishes to his name. But right now, they're being pushed upon by the players of WSP. Look at Beast and Phoenix, both in tandem to each other. But Choco has got a very good angle to play around with. If he goes unnoticed, unchecked, he could be proving quite fatal for the players of WSP, as Cursecord is clinging onto his life, just sticking to that vehicle, letting the players of RedxRoss try and close in. While 7 Habit, they're also going to make their way inside the circle, but they have to deal with the 2 surviving players of Hidden Ones.
Hidden Ones, they've already been eliminated from the game. So now that's going to be a big threat neutralized. A team that was feeling the moment, a team that had the momentum, is not there in the game anymore, so that means a big threat's been neutralized. Team Empire up against 7 Habits. 3 of the players of 7 Habits are definitely going to be a big problem for Team Empire. And even look at RedxRoss. They've got a decent position to play with. Team Legit, a team that we had so many expectations from looking at their positioning game, but now they've messed everything up. Choco and Curse, there's a big distance between them. And how can they try and close on up if they do not have any utilities left? If they do have the utils, though, they can definitely toss out the smokes and move up close and personal against each other. But 7 Habits and Team Empire will definitely try to stop this from coming through.
Of course, using the final pellet of that smoke gun over there. But right now, at this point, Choco, his position very much compromised. RedxRoss know exactly where he is. He's got that thin cover to work around with. But yes, bullets do pass through those smokes. He's well aware of that, as now Kallu OG, he opens it up against ASS Team Empire. Down to their final man surviving. It's going to be Predator. who's going to resort to the healing battle as RedxRoss. They're starting to take over. Beast getting that knock over to it. Choco gets the elimination at the right moment, but Curse God still breathing, still surviving, and Beast, he is well aware of that. He knows there's somebody hiding and has to be very careful. But for now, 7habit have the numbers really favoring them. It's all about getting that final finish onto which the players of RedxRoss and this chicken dinner could pretty much be theirs.
Don't forget about Predator Fixes. He's all the way in the back, in the blue, and he can play the spoiler against Team 7habits. At the start of this game, we had the conversation about 7habits when we had to look on the overall standings, and 7habit was all the way at the bottom. But maybe this game is going to propel them closer to that top 16 marker. But only if they do get the chicken dinner. If they don't, it's going to be a big letdown. But 7habit, they need to take this game as an example and move on forward with consistency. Still, there's a man in the back lines who's constantly going for the med strat, and it feels like 7habit somewhere down line. They're well aware of the fact that there is someone in the back. And as long as they're going to have their eyes pinned towards that direction, they will never get backstabbed. That will never happen. But I'm pretty sure there's going to be a moment inside of the game where 7habit will be carefree, and that's when they will be struck down. Curse God, his position is still unnoticed. And Curse God knows the exact same thing, and he wants to take the advantage as well off this entire fact. As two of the players get taken down, and 7habit somehow mess things up. They get eliminated on the 4th spot. From the back is Predator, who strikes down Beast, and now maybe Curse God can save the day for his team and secure this chicken dinner, but he still gets denied. It was such a confusing affair in the end. We all thought that 7habit, they're going to be the prime contender to win this game, but it was stolen away by RedxRoss, and then in the final few moments, we thought that maybe the last man of Team Legit can stand a chance, but he gets taken down too.
What the just happened there? Got no other things or no other way to put it. I have no idea. It felt like Curse God almost got away with murder. But talk about RedxRoss and that push on towards the players of 7habit over there. They looked unfazed, staring death right in their eyes, just go pushing in, annihilate them. But yeah, of course, the final player of Team Empire proving to be quite fatal for the players of 7habit, also taking down one of those players. It was chaos all over the place over there. But what an entertaining last circle it was. I was hoping deep down somewhere down the line for Curse God to really clutch it out in that situation. And I felt like maybe he could have done a little bit better considering his position was still anonymous. I felt like RedxRoss had no idea. It was a battle of 1v1, and Punisher, of course, had the coverage of the trees and could have let it cook a little bit longer. Maybe just ejected a little too early. But what a game it was. It finally felt like the other teams are playing as if this means the world to them. You talk about the ones who were kind of languishing around the bottom, hidden ones, stepping up when nobody really expected them to, even for 7habit, even for the likes of Team Legit, Team Empire. All these teams were somewhere lurking down the bottom order. I feel like we've got a day on our hand, but still one more game to remain, and tomorrow anything could possibly happen.
Exactly. Just imagine what's going to happen tomorrow. The overall standings are now looking way too fragile. Especially the teams from 12 to 16, they're always going to have that sword hanging on top of their necks. You never know when you're going to get kicked out of that top 16. So teams from 12 to 16, they need to be super consistent in every single game. And speaking of consistency, Team Empire, they've delivered on a consistent note. Predator, the man who was going for the med stat, constantly secured a decent amount of placement points and also an okayish amount of elimination points for his team. So that was quite a great outing for his own teammates. As you mentioned, hidden ones too. A great way to establish that comeback. They had so many elimination points to take an exit from that game.
Oh my god, this was certainly a game and a half. Action right from minute one and continuing. I don't think that there was even a single point where there were no fights happening, especially this one. This was such a prolonged battle. Felt like a slaughterhouse there. We had around 4 teams contesting for that territory. Even for the likes of BotArmyEsports, I felt like they were doing quite good. But seems like they underestimated their opposition, and as a result of which, they dug their own graves. But even we were all baffled with the way Hidden Ones could really make it inside the circle, still alive, still breathing. And towards the end, there are a lot of questions being posed over here, because from the side of 7habit, we saw them drop down a lot of smokes in front just to screen the players of RedxRoss and try to close in on the distance. But at the very next moment, Necro, we noticed that they were not really making that move. They were kind of delaying themselves. I think something in the skin was kind of poking them, saying that you might get shot from the backlines. And I think that sort of indecisiveness took away the chicken dinner, because had they been a little bit proactive, had they dealt with the players of RedxRoss, I'm pretty sure they could have overwhelmed them with the numbers rather than RedxRoss bringing all that heat. And what a game coming in from RedxRoss nonetheless.
I think so. It's not even about dealing with any sort of players. It's just about taking the area control. In the final few moments, if you put any other experienced team in that slot, I'm pretty sure that experienced team would have tried to spread themselves out and try and get as much land control as possible. But instead, 7habits, they all were playing around that one single wooden shack, and that sort of made their position a little bit too known to the other teams. And that's why you saw RedxRoss take some instant measures against them, and they started taking a fight against the players of 7habits. They instantly found those 2 knockouts with Vico ran over, and 7habit, for some reason, they were playing like they were not the alpha males. Instead, they were playing like the betas.
Yeah, for sure. I think there's no other way to put it. For 7habit, a lot would might also argue that they pretty much threw this game, and even somewhere down the line, they must be pretty bummed with their performance also. But looking at the stars of the match, of course, had to be RedxRoss all over. But would love to take a look at the match standing, because we for one, sure we know that GENxFM did accrue a lot of finishes. Even Hidden Ones got a lot of finishes to their names. RedxRoss were, of course, very good in this one. I wanted to see how much have the others gotten, because Team Jelly, they had a really electrifying start, but I think their heads were cut off pretty early, considering there were so many teams wanting to be a part of that particular battle. But heading on, one more game remains, and that's going to be Sanhok. So I think this was the perfect setup for the Rainforest.
I'm honestly just excited to see the overall standings, not even the match rankings, because look, for Team Jelly, they've already made it. GENxFM, 11 finish points with that too. They've already crossed on forward. I'm pretty sure in the top 8 as well. Maybe GENxFM is going to be there. So for those 2 teams, fine. They were already doing okay in the overall standings. It's all about the teams on the latter half of the board. Empire, once again, a consistent finish. Hidden One stepping in out of nowhere. I'm pretty sure now they're also going to bring in the heat in the overall standings, especially for teams like Hyderabad Hydras, who we had a lot of expectations from. Keep this thing in mind, Fixes. They're not going to be playing the last game anyways, so that means their position in the overall standings is going to drop down even more.
Yeah, I mean, I would really be, just wetting my pants if I'm Hyderabad Hydras at this point, because your worst nightmares have really come alive, because all the teams that were somewhere around you, and this is where it also comes down to the fact, Necro, that Hyderabad Hydras did have just one decent game, and now it feels like it has been cut off. It has been taken away from them, and for RedxRoss to come out with 22 points, pretty sure they have themselves solidified in the top 5, or maybe even potential top 3. But Hidden Ones, they certainly have amped it up. 13 points for them in this game. And look at GENxFM, not even a single position point yet in the top 3.
Look at the amount of teams that have started to establish the comeback. You've, of course, got Hidden Ones. You've got Team Empire, 7habits. I mean, if this keeps on happening on tomorrow's day as well, then of course a lot of these known names, they can be kicked out of the top 16, by the way. We're just barely hanging on the edge. So many teams are starting to establish that comeback, and it's not just a normal comeback. They're looking dominant doing so as well. And still, they've got one more game to go, so anything can happen in that last game. Maybe Empire can get a chicken dinner. Maybe 7habits can replicate the same performance, and this time get away with a chicken dinner. Anything can happen.
It certainly can, but we've been making this narrative so much about Hyderabad Hydras that I feel like we are ignoring SBA Esports, because when you look at the recent stats, Necro, I think SBA Esports have been certainly the better team so far, and yet they have failed to deliver, making it into the finals of the officials. They've had a Cinderella run so far, and this time, I mean, anything and everything that could go wrong has been happening with them. This time, so unlucky, just dropping down, having a head-on collision and crumbling down apart. But as we take a look at the overall rankings, I think Gujarat Tigers, it was an exemplary run coming in from their side, but Team Jelly, they have also managed to redeem themselves, and now with a potential chance to oust the players of Gujarat Tigers with one more extra game to play.
Yeah, I mean, we also did see RedxRoss in the top 5, so yeah, solid stuff from that team too. Top 16 on the screen, SBA still there on the 16th spot. This upcoming game is going to mean a lot, especially we know tomorrow's day is going to be the last day for the Open Finals and also last chance for you to move on forward in the top 16. Latter half on the board, 7 Habit, a team that was there all the way on the last spot in the overall standings, have now moved on. Even Team Empire is right there with 21 points and 13 finish points. Hyderabad Hydras, as I mentioned, their position's going to drop down even more. And you know who SPA reminds me of? SBA is currently reminding me of Big Brother Esports. After having such a good run in 2023, Big Brother Esports, they hit such a big downfall that team is not there anymore.
Yeah, we've got to talk to the players because, for Phoenix Esports, I don't know if they were really sponsored or something, but I'm pretty sure SBA Esports, since they've joined a new banner, they're finally getting some salary, a little bit of stability. But the moment, you join an org, you have to live up to their expectations, which is clearly been lacking from their side, and I really hope that SBA Esports bounces back tomorrow, still in a decent spot, one more good game, and they might be into the mix of things. The ideal target should be to be entering into that 45 plus points area by the end of that final game. Still one more game to go, but SBA Esports need to be very careful, Necro. They need to be avoiding those early fights. They need to come prepared. Now, this is what I feel that they have come on inside this lobby, because you should have been anticipating that drop clash. You should have been anticipating those fights, and there has been no countermeasures that has been taken by these players.
SBA needs to realize this thing, and that is that they do not have a lot of games left in their hands anymore. They've only got one more game for the day to go, and that's going to be the map of Sanhok too. And inside of Sanhok, we know there's going to be a lot of uncertainty. We do not know what exactly is going to happen. Sometimes the RNG factor too can kick in on the map of Sanhok, and anything can happen. So that's why SBA, they need to buckle up a bit more, at least try and get as many points as possible from this map of Sanhok, and then hope for the best in the upcoming day, which is going to be tomorrow's day, where they will have 4 more games to go, and they can try and buckle things up much more better. Still being on the 16th spot is not too bad. You just need one good game to instantly propel yourself in the top 8, which is supposed to be not that tough, especially for this team. But considering with the way things are going for them, man, it really does feel like SBA, they might just crumble down even more.
And to make matters worse, gotta add in another point. Last I remember, SPA in the map of Sanhok, they had a drop clash yesterday in the ruins area, and they were pretty much wiped out. So, these are those factors that they have to take into account, and they have to be very careful. They need to think twice. Of course, it was a match with different, teams around, but for now, we're gonna be bidding adieu to a big man Necro as sweet little Shadow. She comes into the fray for that final action, all pumped up, all riled for the action inside of the rainforest as we set sail into the rainforest. It is going to be an even flight path trajectory, but what we are really interested in is where does the first circle form.
I don't know where the first circle will go, Fixes, but after watching the previous game, adrenaline is definitely pumping in my veins at this point. But speaking of flight path, it's Sanhok, it's a decent flight path. Like you said, it doesn't matter. But bootcamp this time is occupied by the plus of Team Asla. It's good to see. And, okay, I'll pick it up. I want the circle to go towards the side of ruins.
Now I'm talking about the drop collision over there. SBA Esports, we talked so much about them, and again, they're in the mix of things against the players of BotArmyEsports. And this time, both the teams have taken certain casualties. Of course, BotArmy securing that one finish, but now they're down to their final 2 over here, as Aryan also being dealt with now. SBA down to their final man. It is going to be Snowjot once again. What does he do? Yes, he somehow does fight back now against Monty Bay. He shall fail. He shall fall down on his knees, as now BotArmyEsports have successfully annihilated SBA once again, leading them down to their miseries, spiraling them down, thwarting them outside the server. But seems like for BotArmyEsports, the happiness is not going to be long-lived, because you also have the players of Future Stars also in the nearby vicinity.
Oh, definitely. Future Stars are in the close proximity, but for now, Monty Bay is going for the rescue mission onto the fallen comrades. The revenge has been taken by the players of BotArmyEsports, because if you remember yesterday's Sanhok, it was SBA in highlighting the entirety of BotArmy. Yes, the revenge has been taken, but SBA was on the 16th spot. this match, this game was important for them. But we'll come back to that. For now, we have the players of Team Legend and WSB Lucifer. Is Lucifer even aware about the position of Choco as he's hiding behind that tree trunk, a typical Sanhok? But he's not firing any sort of bullet because he do realize that it's not just one team but two teams, as WSB is trying to lock horns with the players of Team Blasty. Wesley is on a sliver of HP.
My god, this looks exciting. Of course, Blasty, he gets the opener. But Kira, he's fighting another fight over there. As of now, RedxRoss, they've got adrenaline coursing through their veins. They know they are looking oh so hot. And for Team Blasty, this is again one of those fights where they must emerge as the victors. With Arthur down on his knees, Golu having a really important flank angle to play with. It's going to be interesting to see what can he make out of that angle that he has as Beast. He's going to keep on popping those nades, keep on applying that pressure as look at the players of Team Blasty. Nobody having 100% HP over there. Slay, Godex, Blasty as they wait for their untimely demise as RedxRoss this time go head first, charging in. Of course, Slay is going to be the first point of contact, but Phoenix, he gets smacked over there, gets responded in kind, but there you have it with the cleanup crew coming in at the right nick of time. Team Blasty, they've lost on their forces. It all rests on the nimble shoulders of Golu.
Oh, definitely. But now that Team Blasty have already lost 3 of their players, Team RedxRoss, after winning that previous game, is definitely having a lot of confidence. Now Beast has to go for the rescue mission, but it seems like Golu has decided to go for the placement points and not take any sort of chances. He has made sure to make a quick escape from that situation. But he needs to be careful. If he goes towards the side of Hath, then it's pretty much unoccupied. He can get all sort of loot over there. But if he goes towards the side of Cow, well, hidden ones are there to welcome him. But also towards the southern side, we have the players of Team GENxFM in close proximity to the players of -40. Maybe we can witness our next fight over there. But wait a second, I can see the players of Genesis moving towards Painan, where we have the players of Metal Esports.
Ooh, that's going to be really exciting to see, because now look at this. They've already gone guns blazing, open things up against Metal Esports. Their heads being cut off, Prince OG being denied of his time inside of Sanhok. Metal Esports, they've been struggling lately, and Genesis, they're leaving no stones unturned to bring in all that heat. We know they are an aggressive bunch. They've proved that time in and time again. But now it's going to be ever so difficult for Metal Esports to really get themselves back in, as we are back to the Ruins fight where Future Stars, of course, having dealt one blow into the hearts of the players of BotArmyEsports, Kira being the one getting that one finish. Suddenly, they're back on being on full alert. As look at the setup coming in from FS. Seems like they've surrounded all the players of BotArmyEsports from every possible direction with no means of escape. It's all going to be about choking them to death, depriving them of all their resources, and then maybe going in for the finish.
I like the plan of Future Star. Definitely, it's a good plan to surround the entire compound, entire temple area where the players of BotArmyEsports are, and just wait for the right opportunity to strike. But let's see if they can execute that plan. For now, Daniel has a lot of information. But does he have?
I think he knows.
He's aware. Yeah, he knows that someone is there in the compounds. The thing he doesn't know is it's just a single player. Yes, he has spotted on the vehicle, so he's sure there is someone. He's trying to find where exactly, how many people are there. The moment he realized that it's only a single man, I think the entire team of Hidden Ones will be rushing into the compounds. But since the blue is closing in, the wall of death is closing in, they're just waiting for the team or the player to come out in the open. Oh, Golu. Does he even realize that the entire team is just waiting for him?
Oh no, that's looking so bad, Shadow. Golu really brought down to red HP, somehow makes it at the right nick of time, but now he's given in so much information for the players of Hidden Ones to work around with. They know for sure that he's just that last player surviving, and he has been surrounded. There you have it. He just blows himself up and denies Hidden Ones from the happiness of getting that one finish point. Of course, Hidden Ones must be enraged at this point.
Oh, taking lessons from the book of In God Esports, I'm sure.
Surely.
But we have the plus of BotArmyEsports. I just want to know if they realize that yes, future stars are also doing the same thing which Hidden Ones was trying to do with Golu. But for now, Genesis, Asla, Middle Esports, even they are in a very close proximity to each other. The last player remaining from the side of Legit, well, he has went all the way towards the side of Mongoi to grab those first hits, and maybe he'll go for a very slow approach towards the zone. Maybe we'll go for the heal battle because even the team Legit needs points. They are in the danger area, and every single game matters a lot for the plus of Team Legit at this point.
It does. Every single game, every single fight, they have to go one step at a time at this point. But finally taking a look at the circle, it's going to be a circle around that Painan region. We've seen Sanhok taking a little bit of those southern shifts lately. Yesterday, Sanhok also coming down a little south. We know how many of those teams were struggling to get down there. But at this point, Genesis, already that one finish secured in their bags coming out of the IGL from Team Metal as teams slowly and surely start closing in. Courtesy to so many of those fights happening in those early stages of the game. We do see that northern area to be quite vacant as a cluster is starting to build up on the southeastern side. The fights also starting to take place. As of now, we've got GENxFM. They're right beside the players of -40. At this point, it is all about future stars. Really not letting BotArmyEsports even an inch of territory to get away from there. But look at this. M40, ready one with the nature, just slithering through, trying to maybe spot out the players of Team Empire, and finally they have Ace. His position has been compromised, relayed to his teammates, and it's all about Team Empire being denied of the same luxury. They've got the lower ground, not a lot of information to work around with. They might just be digging their own graves any given point.
In all this commotion, Vishu of GENxFM was trying to go towards the other side of the bridge through waterways and he has been knocked down. But wait a second, -40 Nishu. OP also spots down Hunter of Team Empire, immediately takes him down. I don't know how Nishu is surviving because Hunter spotted down Nishu first. And despite that, he's the one bidding bye-bye from the lobby. On the other side, Joker is also trying to put some more pressure onto the plus of Team Empire. This game is important for Team Empire as well because they are in the danger area. -40 do realize that maybe it won't be the safest to the place, so they're trying to traverse the area, get as much information as much possible, and maybe slowly close in the distance to the plus of Team Empire. GENxFM, finally they have managed to give revive to the fallen comrade, and maybe they can do a third party in this situation.
I think they can. At this point, it's all about the information game coming in. A lot of spaces to work around with. And Team Empire, again, they are on full alert. They know that they cannot afford to make any more mistakes. Again, one of those games where they were looking to get a lot of points in the bag. Just have that one finish. Even in the previous game of Erangel, I think somewhere down the line, they must be happy ending third. But look at Team Jelly closing in on the players of -40, and seems like we could have another fight amidst us the next couple of seconds. But I think everybody is just waiting for the next circle to take that shift. And that being said, we've got -40, Team Empire, Team Jelly. Everybody's so busy, just waiting for the right opportunistic moment to strike.
And the circle, well, is favoring the plus of Middle Esports heavily at this point. But 7 Habit in such a close proximity to them, Genesis, Asla Esports. Let's see how they're going to survive and defend the compounds of Painan at this point. And the other cluster that is forming is towards the southern side. We have 3-4 teams, even the players of Team Jelly are also moving towards the southern side. There is one team who's still in the blue, and those are the players of Team Hidden Ones, going for a very slow approach, going for those late rotations, and maybe try for the heal battle. But kind of a stalemate situation in the ruins area as well. But Jelly trying for a vehicle run over takes a lot of damage. Along with that, Sam also surviving on a sliver of HP. This is not a good news, not a good position for the players of Team Jelly at this point. Especially minus 40 being there, Team Empire also being there. Few nades being tossed, but Nishu dodges that perfectly.
So far, so good. At least have withheld this force coming in at their direction, and for Team Jelly, that must feel quite gutting. Getting a little ahead of them. And now, finally, Future Stars, they've lost it. They really want to go in for that finish. Really want to exterminate the players of BotArmyEsports at this given point. And look at Reflex, he's also been dealt with. So they've got an even fight, a 3-on-3 situation over here. As Rockley he's hiding inside the woods over there as Sense Boy and Kira. They want to piece this out together. Scary Jot, he has to hold the fort. Look at Henry from the backlines. He looks quite exposed. Needs to find a semblance of cover. Otherwise, he's done. Does make it in the right nick of time. Evening this fight out. It's going to be a 2-on-2 battle. And I want to see how they're positioned. Both these players working together. It is going to look so exciting as to what happens next.
It's going to be interesting, but at the same time, if you notice, the players of Team F1 are also a little south to that temple area. If this fight prolongs a little bit more, maybe FN can also do a third party. But for now, BotArmyEsports is not a mood to prolong it, as Jord not just takes one player down, but two players from the side of Future Stars down. A Molotov is there to delay things for Jord over there. Sense Boy holding on to the fort of Future Stars. Let's see for how long he can hold on to that. And the answer is not for very long, as Henry lands the last blow. 7 finishes already in the hands of BotArmyEsports. They managed to eliminate the entirety of Future Stars. They need to move inside the circle. But the main question is, are they aware about the position of F1 Esports? Because they are literally gatekeeping the players of BotArmy at this point.
It can't get worse than this, can it? They just somehow survived the aftermath of FS, and now suddenly they have to deal with F1 now. The big question so far is, yes, like you said, do they have enough information? But what a stellar outing coming in by the players of BotArmyEsports. Goes on to speak volumes about how they've been good as a team. But look at this. Daniel getting that final finish on towards Ninja. And Team Jelly again left wanting for more. But still not concerning enough, because Team Jelly are just soaring high. They've qualified. Not really concerning though. But for Hidden Ones was still in the contention, still in the mix, with the overall standings being so volatile. They know every single game from here onwards is going to be so crucial for them. Because after today's matches are over, you just have 4 more matches remaining. And look at RedxRoss. They are being chased down. It is going to be the players of Hidden Ones, and Lucifer. He's already been knocked down on his knees, courtesy to Executor, who in a single breath just eliminates him. And now Phoenix, he's in a heap of trouble as assistance does arrive. Arthur and Beast from a different angle, but Hidden Ones seems like they're in a whole different galaxy right now with another grenade. Phoenix just knocking himself out just to make matters worse now. RedxRoss, they have been reduced to a last 2-man squad. Arthur still deciding to fight back, but look at this push coming in from the players of Hidden Ones, as Beast somehow finding some means of escape, trying to survive all he can get away with a knock. But that is pretty much it, as Hidden Ones quite successfully eliminate the players of RedxRoss and denying them the pleasure of having a back-to-back chicken dinner.
The perfect synergy has been showcased by the players of Team Hidden Ones at this point. The way they were holding on to the backlines, they were providing all the support in that situation. But for now, looking at the players of minus 40, Spider has been knocked out. Nishu knows it's not safe to go for the rescue mission at this point, especially the way the players of Team Empire are out there. It's going to be a very risky revival. And the confirmation has been made by Ace. But Nishu is still trying to get that revenge onto the players of Team Empire. It's a very prolonged fight. Both these teams are aware about the position since a very long time. They're just prolonging it because it's a very important game for both of them. They want to qualify for the next stage. But look at that. GENxFM doing a perfect third party in the scenario, as Medrick spots down Nishu with a Molotov, instantly takes him down. No, actually, it was Predator of Team Empire taking him down.
It doesn't matter.
Also.
It doesn't matter, Shadow. At this point, I think Team Empire needs every single finish that they can collect in their bag. Doesn't matter from where it comes, how it comes. Every single point matters to them at this point. And for Predator, look at the meds. He's got 11 already. It kind of opens up the avenue. He's got an extra option to maybe go in resort for a healing battle. Maybe with 10 more, if he can find a couple of more death crates lying around, that would be phenomenal for him. Because he knows it's going to be such an arduous task to get inside the circle with GENxFM.
GENxFM going very aggressive in the previous few games and now just waiting for the players of Team Empire. On the other side, on the bridge, we have the players of Hidden Ones as well. GENxFM is definitely picking up multiple fights. They're aware about the position of so many teams. Let's see what sort of play they are going to make with all the information which they have at this point. On the other side, if we talk about the circle, it is heavily favoring the players of Team Genesis at this point. They have got the entire control of the compounds. All they need to do is just defend that compound with all the tooth and nail. But for now, Ace is hiding in those compounds with just a DBS in his hands, the perfect weapon in that scenario, in that situation. If anyone tries to rush into the compound, I think he'll say a hello to the DBS and bye-bye to the lobby.
Yeah, so painful. Getting taken down by a DBS just like this. I'm pretty sure Joker heard us over there as GENxFM. They just keep carrying on with how they've been so good in this tournament so far inside of the open finals. Looking so confident over here, but Predator living up to his name, all coiled up, ready to strike, has spotted out Evil already, will do the damage and gets the knock secured. And before even GENxFM could respond back, he's gone back to the lobby. As now Predator still has 10 more first aids to play around with. Here comes that healing battle that they were eyeing out for as BotArmyEsports, Henry being the final survivor. Still 9 finishes to their name. They have been quite good in this game so far. But Genesis, like you said, they are the team that are on the verge of maybe getting a chicken dinner. All they've got to do is play their cards right. But look at this, Henry. He is a man on a mission. Out of every possible meds, undying, valiant effort to maybe try and survive a little bit longer. But the timing was not in his hands. As Asla Esports, they have all 4 of their players alive. And look at Cyrix. Last member surviving, and pretty much sure Asla have snuffed him out of his cover. Cyrix, as he goes for a hasty escape, he wants to make it alive. But for how long can he stay alive? That's the big question. What can Metal do at this point? They've also got legit in the backlines. But is it going to be enough? That is the big ask, Shadow.
Legit at this point is trying to focus his rotation inside the circle and trying to bring his teammate as well, as he's providing all the backline support, trying to dish out some damage to the plus of Team Asla. But here it goes. Asla managed to take down Cyrix, and Legit being the last man standing, can he go for the rescue mission? He did manage to take down one player and take a lot of HP out of Zyro. But it's still a 1v3 situation. Wait a minute, he do manage to take down Zyro as well. Now it's only Krish OP. Exist is also bleeding. Asla Esports, the misery seems like it is going to continue. They had the numbers advantage. They had everything, and Legit is literally ruining everything for the players of Team Asla at this point. And here it goes. Team Asla, they have been eliminated out of lobby because of the third party coming from the side of Team Genesis as well. And after that, Legit also bids bye-bye as Genesis deals with him. Now only 3 teams and 9 players remaining. Seems like this is a game for the players of Genesis to lose.
But look at this. Even F1, they are still breathing in this. They've got the numbers also. And to make matters worse, for Genesis, one of their players has already fallen down to the final 2. It is going to be a 4-on-4 situation with Shiro down on the ground. He needs to get that revive ASAP. But Bridger is not going to be making it any more easy for the lads of Genesis. As Sketch is gone falling down. And there you have it, Gian. He finds some success. And it's just not going to be 1 player, but 2 as F1. They will be the one emerging victorious in this battle, whilst Genesis had their hands full. They prioritized the circle, did not want to get their hands dirty, and eventually when the time arose, the players also did, securing themselves this wonderful chicken dinner and will certainly earn a lot of points. And now things are getting even worse for the likes of Hyderabad Hydras and even for Diesel, who are going to be having such a tough time tomorrow.
Oh, of course. Diesel and few other teams are definitely going to struggle a lot tomorrow. Hyderabad Hydras is also one of those names, but Team Genesis, they were already in top 10. And after this sort of a performance, I'm sure they have managed to rank up themselves in the leaderboard. But along with that, Team F1 definitely getting a beautiful winner chicken dinner. Yes, they prioritize the rotation, the perfect util usage that came towards the end did manage to take down the entire squad of Team Genesis. This is the performance which they need to replicate tomorrow as well, on the day number 3 as well, so that they can qualify for the challenge season, because one single chicken dinner, I don't think it's enough for them to qualify.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's still, a little bit of hope was needed. It has been given. And let's be honest, Sanhok has always been one of those maps that where nothing can be said. It's so unpredictable. You assume there's one team who's, on that momentum choo-choo train. You would expect win, and the next moment they get backstabbed, and this has happened numerous times even today. But my takeaways, of course, with F1 is at least they've got something to fight for tomorrow. They've not given up, at least in a much better position than the likes of Hyderabad Hydras, Diesel, even for SBA Esports. I mean, just before this game started, we did talk about SBA having a drop clash, and they were still so stubborn that they had to take it once again against BotArmy, and we all saw how that really turned out. But for BotArmyEsports, I think we loved how they played, surviving not just one but also dealing with the players of Future Stars. I think this is a team that is looking oh so deadly for the challenge season.
Of course, BotArmyEsports, yesterday was also a decent day for them, but the way today they are going for those 4v4 fights, the confidence they are reflecting, definitely they are ready for the next stage, that is the challenge season. Especially if we talk about Monty and Devotee, the way they are playing, going for a very aggressive push also. But on the other side, there is one more team looking very confident after the previous game. That is going to be the players of Team RedxRoss, the way they are picking those fights. But Team Empire seems like their misery is still continuing. Even Sanhok was not a really good game for them.
But they did manage to salvage a couple of points, right? Especially courtesy to Predator. From the back lines, he did so much for this team. At least, he was there till top 10. They had those 4-5 finishes going on. They had a couple of more position points. But for Asla, I really felt like they could have done so much better in this situation, especially considering the number advantage that they had to play with. But look at that spread coming in from F1 towards the very end. All the 4 players, everybody having their spatial awareness on. They knew which angles to mark, where do you need to lob your grenades, and kind of isolating or limiting the players of Genesis over there, denying them that chicken dinner, because it was a 4v4 situation just before that. Genesis also had themselves engaged in a different fight. The moment they got to survive that, they did not have that breathing space to kind of recuperate and reset back and head on into this 4v4 final battle, as a result of which even the circle did have a little bit of that menace to play with, because it kind of shifted towards the players of F1. They took control all over the place, but that leaves us wanting for so much more, because we're finally done with all the games for the evening. And what a day to come back for so many of the others. I think the biggest news shall be Gujarat Tigers, as they were soaring high up the standings. Even for Team Jelly, they had been consistent, but when you look at RedxRoss, they were phenomenal. GENxFM right back into the mix, and hidden ones in the final 2 games, suddenly they were kind of possessed and they had taken over the maps.
I think that should be a motivation for all the teams who are towards the bottom of the leaderboard. The way Hidden Ones stage a comeback today, if they can do it, I think everyone can do it.
Yeah.
It just takes a one single good game for any team to qualify for the challenge season. So I think overall leaderboard is still very volatile for the bottom teams. So chance of qualifying is still there for every single team. But looking at the MVP, it is going to be Henry from the side of BotArmyEsports. The way this guy clutched against Future Stars, it was so fantastic. The way he used the utility, 5 finishes, 50% finish contribution, 9% map impact. I think Henry was doing everything that could be done in that situation.
I think I really liked how Henry played in this game, especially his sheer composure in dealing with that threat, because for a moment they were all cornered. Had no means of escape, but FS making the mistake there, them getting restless there, and Henry was just waiting for them. Even in that first fight, Monty and Henry, the duo was quite phenomenal, dealing with the players of SPA, having no casualties there going on. But the finisher was, of course, Bridger, those grenades being sailing through and finding them that success that they've been wanting. And, I'm not interested in any of these anymore. I just want to take a look at the overall standings, because we know we've got a tournament ahead of us for tomorrow. It is just the open finals, the first stage of the broadcasting phase of the ESL and it's getting so exciting. I'm pretty sure a lot of viewers are missing out on so much fun, so much drama that is unfolding in every single game that we are getting to witness.
Oh, definitely. Like Neeraj said, day number 2 is a day of comebacks. I think day number 3 is going to be full of chaos, especially the last 3 games. I think they are going to be full of chaos, because by that time we'll have a clear distinction which teams have a chance to qualify and which team don't stand a chance to qualify. But looking at the match ranking, we have F1 on the top with total of 16 points and a beautiful chicken dinner as well. Then we have the players of Team Genesis on the second spot with total of 14 points. BotArmyEsports accumulating too many finishes, but only a single placement point. But nothing to complain about. 11 points, I think, are decent points for them. Team Empire also faring really good in this particular Sanhok. Total 10 points to their name.
Yeah, I think, again, legit left us wanting for more. You had Team Jelly. I think this was a discussion that I was having with Neeraj before the start of this game, where Jelly had the chance to maybe outstar Gujarat Tigers for the first spot, but it's okay. I mean, you're not getting any other cash rewards or any sorts of advantage of finishing up first. But for RedxRoss, we were also hoping that they would have a decent time this time also, but they were denied by the hidden ones. And this is the moment we were all waiting for. 82 is where Jelly and Gujarat Tigers are sitting at. Good spot even for Wind God. They've somehow managed to hold on to that top 3. You've got RedxRoss making quite a climb. Even for Genesis, nothing to worry about. Even for Myth Officials, they've been quite consistent today. BotArmyEsports, we did notice a little bit of a dip down, but Bot Army, they've managed to enter inside the top 8. However, it's quite concerning for Medal, because from being in the top 3 to dropping down at 9, they have to be a little bit careful. So we've got the cutoff at 34 as of now, with Diesel at 38, M40 at 40. Look at the difference. It's just barely in single digits. Because when we move on ahead, Shadow, look at this, 32. So one good game, and even till Team Empire, it's going to open up completely.
We have seen teams not qualifying just by a single point as well. So I think every single point tomorrow is going to matter a lot. Yes, F1, they did manage to come to the 17th position by getting winner chicken dinner. But before that, they had only 2 placement points fixes. And that's something concerning. This should be a good stepping game for the plus of F1. Because if they don't carry forward the same momentum on day number 3, I don't think they'll be able to qualify. Because so many big names are still there who are not in the top 16. They'll be trying to stage a comeback. Few teams will be having a bullseye target on their back. So day number 3 is never easy for a comeback.
And it won't, and just to add a little bit of more salt over there in that situation, we know a lot of teams have already qualified, right? They're just going to go all out. We know we're going to see Gujarat Tigers soaring high, even Team Jelly trying to take their chances, because they know that the next week is going to be even tougher when you've got the invited teams coming in. That is where the real challenge begins. And it's always nice to have your hands warmed up, get yourself in those uncomfortable spots, and play some good games of BGMI. So many of these teams, especially even for Gujarat Tigers, they're also chasing that redemption arc. And so far, it has been so good. Day 1 did not go their way. Day number 2, they have redeemed themselves right on top. But for tomorrow, I feel like we've got so much more excitement because there's still that air of uncertainty that has kind of clouded us, because we feel like this team is going to do really well, and the next moment they just get eliminated in a jiffy. And there's somebody rising from the ashes we have no idea of. So, I mean, so much excitement already. And, I just can't wait for tomorrow's game to happen. But that being said, folks, we are finally done with all the matches for the day. It's time for us to bid our goodbyes to you guys. So you guys don't forget to tune in tomorrow. Till then, take care and have a good night.
So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't never do the bell goes ding. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't never do the bell goes ding. I'm the type of girl that turns logic into atoms. Think you know it all, but then you let me get inside your head. Yeah. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX code, run it again. XOX code, run it again. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX code, run it again. XOX code, run it again. You got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue. This